and welcome to Alumni Stadium. It's RedBlack Day in the Forest City. I'm KJ Kennemy, our producer. New one today, guys. It's Fitzy on the production. Adam Melrose is away, and of course, the voice of an angel, taking us through all the color commentary, all the beautiful descriptions of what's going to happen on a beautiful day here at Alumni Stadium, formerly TD Stadium, Ron, Florida. What do we have forward to look? What do we have to look forward today? As we have 3 of the RedBlack football games.
You know, we're really excited here. Basically, what we're seeing is the top tier of talent in Ontario kind of pooled together and do the tryouts for the Canada Cup Series. This would be the Team Ontario. So for us, there's going to be a few familiar names in there, but really, expectation-wise, you know, these kids haven't practiced together a whole lot. You know, it's still really, they're still really into things. It's still really new terminology for a lot of these kids. So it's always the defenses that we find that are a little bit ahead of the offenses. Now, this particular format, the U14 game, is going to be a little bit different than the other games because the black team is pretty much all defense, and the red team is all offense. So what we're going to see is we're basically going to see a controlled offense versus defense scrimmage here for the first game. It's really exciting here. We're looking forward to seeing some great football here. Sunday morning, Forest City, Alumni Stadium, home of the Western Mustangs, on the campus of Western University, Forest City again. You know, KJ, Dan Fitzgerald, our producer today. We got a couple fantastic camera guys. Thank you guys very much for joining us here today on this Sunday morning. Beautiful day for football, Jay.
Yeah, Ron, and you know we got Big Anderson on the camera. His debut here. A couple of the Western old linemen just helping us out. Awesome to get them, and it's just a privilege to be able to do this, guys. When's the last time we did a tackle football game at TD Stadium? Well, you guys did one last year for the championship. I know Fitzy was here and all the boys. Yeah. John Urban, we're missing him. We wish him well. I know he's got a baseball game today, Ron. And, of course, Adam Melrose, our producer, and just all the people that help out. We've got the ladies, Stephanie Davis, just a great volunteer crew. But, you know, for Team Ontario, you know, they're partners. This year they want to take time to send out a thank you to all our sponsors and partners. BioSteel, Momentum Fundraising, HelloFresh, Quest Awards, Barron Championship Rings, the Buffalo Bills, Ron, Team Linked, MLSE, Area 51 Sports, as well as our local community partners, the Western Mustangs, the London Beefeaters, and your London Junior Mustangs. Thank you for continued support of Ontario football. Now, the thing, Ron, that you mentioned about the U14 game is they're not going to play for Team Ontario. They're going to be named on the Team Ontario. It's a special thing. First time it's ever been done, Ron. But later today, U16, U18, there's going to be some good football here.
Yeah, there's some really good football up there. Like, because they're, you know, the OSFL, which is kind of the amalgamation of 2 leagues together into one, really kicked off Friday night. You know, our teams were kind of involved with that. You know, a really game Waterloo team. London went in there and we kind of did what we wanted to do. We took care of business. You know, I'm not going to go into any details if you want to see it.
Well, Fitzy's defense put a goose egg up. That was pretty good. Coach Senning.
Yeah, I had their minus 47 yards total offense, I think Waterloo had for the game.
But Ron, talk about youth football. You talk about the Predators. Yeah. They looked a lot better than they have in the last years.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you know that they got their jerseys delivered? So their jerseys were made. The place that made them went on fire.
Oh, my goodness.
So they lost everything. And those jerseys that they had Friday night, and this is kudos to people outside of our realm in the States, they were able to get their stuff within a week printed up. And they had some pretty nice jerseys. And, you know, we got the national anthem, so let's break for there, guys. In the announcing today.
Yeah, if you've never heard a broadcast from us before, we would tend to ramble on a little bit at times. And
there we go. We're good now, Fitz? All right. Yeah, we do the national anthem, but going back to what we're talking about, youth football, we got broken into all across Ontario. It's been tough. Not all the equipment's here. later today, Ron, we're not going to see the black and red. We're going to see the purple and gray because we've had the Junior Mustangs and Westerns have to help out with the jersey. We will have the numbers. I know people are looking for rosters. We'll try to get those posted, but we do have everybody's name. We've got everybody where they're from, and we'll be able to do our best to give you. We got the instant replays here with Fitzy. So here we go. No kickoffs, Ron. First and 10 here for, we'll say Team Red, I guess, Ron.
Yeah, Team Red is going to be on the offense and defense. And again, what I expect is we're going to see a lot of, the defense is really going to be ahead of things here. We've got under quarterback right now. I'm trying to get the number on the gentleman. Just
maybe check on the screen, but here we go. First play, fake screen. He's got a guy deep, number 3 with a catch. Big play right to start off, Ron. Oh, what a tackle by number 24 there, Ron. Saved the tackle. He saved the touchdown. And I'm looking for the number for 24. That is Caleb Denny, Ron. Man, that looked like it was going to go all the way.
Yeah, it's Sawyer Scratcher, from the Goister South Raiders with the reception there. Goister South Raiders, a 5'4" wide receiver. Great reception on that. You just got a little seam route to the wide receiver. That's really good ball. Nice ball by the quarterback as well. Trying to get the number of the quarterback.
7, is it 7, Ron? I think it's number 7. Looks like Andrew Colson.
Yeah.
Colson takes a snap. He tosses it out to the left. Here comes the running back for Team Ontario. Nice little run. Makes a guy miss. Makes another miss. And he will go all the way. Touchdown. I think that's number 9, Ron.
Yeah, number 9. Connor Helen from Cornwall Wildcats. Just a simple toss sweep. A little bit of outside zone action. Just straight toss. And guts to the edge. We see a couple kids, really good vision by the back. Able to cut it back in. Yeah. Right there, like really nice little finish there. As a defensive coach, we kind of say we want to squeeze that, break down. I think he got beat to the inside a little bit, and he was able to take it to the house. Yeah. Great run of about 40 yards, Jay, to start this game.
Yeah, and now I just trying to see because the clock's not going, Ron, but I think they're treating this like as a scrimmage. We'll have to see. So we're still in the first quarter. That was the first drive, and it's 7-0 for somebody. There are 7 points up on the board, and we'll just have to figure out whose possession this is. But again, they're going back in with the same quarterback, Ron. So I guess it's
look at.
Was there a penalty, Ron? Possibly. Can we go back to that replay, or are we too late? Because it seems like they're not moving it to the 35 where they're supposed to start. See any flags there, Ron?
No, I didn't.
Huh. Okay. Well, we'll get the first and 10 play here. Colson at quarterback. This time they're starting from the 55, Ron.
Okay.
So it must have been a penalty, Ron. Had to be. Because there was no extra point attempt or nothing.
I don't see a kicker listed down here, to be honest.
Now you notice at this level the coaches are on the field.
Yeah.
Colson, again, he's got 2x2. His fullback is flexed to the left. Pistol formation. Motion from the fullback to the field. Colson barks out the signals. Inside run here, Ron. This is number 21 with the carry, Ron. And that is Bo Elliott, and he is out of the Gloucester South Raiders.
A real solid run on just a straight inside zone run, straight ahead, following the block. Good 5 yards on the carry. Really nice push on the offensive line. Big number 61 with the big block.
Yeah, and again, brings up second and about 4 here, Ron. And it is hot here. It was been really hot yesterday. Fitzy stayed out of the sun. I think he was on a hammock somewhere relaxing. Second and 4, same formation, base. Another play action, nice little play action. He throws it out to number 19 or 39, Ron. I'm not sure the number there, but a nice little play. I think that's Marshall McKay.
39, Jay.
Is it 39?
Yep.
Oh, so 39 is Jackson Wicked, the fullback. Nice little misdirection play on the fake handoff. 3rd and 1 here for Team Red.
Sorry, just a little bit of wardrobe malfunction up here in the booth.
Yeah, Ron, you were kind of, I don't know what was going on. I don't know. There was some. Fitzy, are you okay, buddy? Ron was doing a costume change. Yeah, Fitzy, it is hot. Ron made it hotter up here, guys. Okay, here we go.
No, he didn't.
3rd and 1,
No, he
Ron.
really
and
didn't.
we first get our first look at trips, Ron. And they, the fullback is into the boundary. Looks like it's offside. And I think that's going to bring it back and make it 3rd and 6, Ron.
And this is what I was talking about. The offenses are going to struggle with a few basic things like timing. Cadences are different. A lot of these guys play for different teams. A lot of these kids, are from different organizations, and they're trying to come together. Cadences are so different from organization, from one age level to the next even. So, when you get a new quarterback in that situation and kids aren't used to the cadence, those are huge factors that will come into play later on, today as we come. But again, really good job by the kids as they're just taking a little bit of a break here.
I think what we're going to go, guys, we're going to call Colson, who's that quarterback. We're going to call it Team Colson. And I think there's only 2 quarterbacks on the roster. There's 3. We'll go Camplin or Wickett. And we'll try to keep the score that way, Ron. How about we do that?
Sure.
And then, when Wickett in, so there's like 3 different quarterbacks, and we'll see, what happens, and we'll kind of keep it, just for the fans at home. So we'll call Team Colson, Team Red, Fitzy, and Team Camplin, Team Wickett will be Team Black. So Colson, first drive ends on that penalty. Looked like they had a touchdown, Ron. It got called back. Nice little play, but there was a holding call.
They had scored 2 touchdowns. One of them, they were both called back?
There's only one.
Because okay, that's right.
Yeah, only one.
Sorry, my bad.
It's our first broadcast, folks, and
Ron's rusty.
Ron's rusty. Ron, well, there's a lot of points scored Friday night, Ron. I think you're still counting some of those.
Yeah, there's a few points.
We want to thank Coach Anderson with the nice shots here at TD Stadium. His first day on the camera, giving you these beautiful shots from TD Stadium. The replays, our producer, Fitzy. Can't call him Daniel Fitzgerald, never have. It's always been Fitzy. The day he gets married, I will be saying congratulations, Fitzy. Now, that for you young ladies out there that may want to meet a good young man, it's Fitzy's right here. Our producer is a great young man. And unfortunately, Marino's is closed, and the boys can't go to their favorite place. And that was a tough one this week, eh, guys?
Yeah, just Marino's is a local establishment that a lot of the coaches, we would go there on after practices, after camps, and fantastic food, fantastic people, great service out there. It's too bad to see them that they were closed down. As we see a high snap, recovered by number 52.
Bryce Camplin. So that was Camplin, Team Black's quarterback, fumbled it. But I don't know what I think they're just going to kind of take the ball from there.
Well,
guys.
yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. It's just they're just second down after the loss of say 10 yards. We're going to have 2nd and 20 here, Jay. Now, this game I believe we're playing 4 down still.
Yeah.
Okay. And
no, actually it's 3 downs, Ron.
This is 3 down. Okay.
Yeah, because they got stopped on 3rd down, right?
Right. Well, again, with a lot of the in Ontario, a lot of the younger age groups still play the 4-down football. They tend to play the 4-down football up to the bantam level, and then when you get into the JV and the varsity, which we'll see a lot more this afternoon, that is definitely 3-down football. And that is a very different animal. Hey, nice throw by the young man.
Yeah, just a little underthrown, but two by two set again, and you can see the mentality is, these short passes, and that what opened up early off the fake screen. It's been a big play. I've been watching it all weekend. We'll see a couple of those wagon plays that you like, Ron.
Yeah, again, I'm a big believer and always have been of get the ball to your athlete in space and let your athlete make a play. And it only takes one good block, and all of a sudden a 3-yard run becomes a 30-yard run. And that with the camps that we've done, with a lot of the different position groups that we coach, that is something that we stress. What are you doing? How are you working without the ball in your hand? That determines the 3-yard run as opposed to the 30-yard run.
So this quarter, Ron, who's it brought to you by?
All right. So our sponsor for the first quarter is Football Ontario, is a sanctioned provincial governing body for football across Ontario, placing a focus on innovation, alignment, excellence, wellness, community, and inclusion in the organization, conclusively engaging in providing football opportunities throughout the leadership. First time I'm reading this, kids. Promotion and development. Football Ontario is driven by a commitment to deliver football program opportunities and resources for over 70 league members and 100 associations, over 10,000 athletes yearly.
Yeah, and they've done a good job of bringing everyone together. It's the first year. There's going to be some hiccups, but like you said, Ron, thank you to them. And very excited about this second drive here. Actually, they're going with, and he slips again. I think his shoes, Ron, for our young quarterback, number 1, and that is Bryce Camplin. Slipping on the turf. Maybe we get a replay there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. What we saw there is I think we're going to have a little bit of a boot action happening. And, yeah, he just lost his footing coming out of there.
Talk about the weather, Ron. That's part of it. This turf is beautiful, brand new. But, again, you got to keep those
warm.
Short steps.
It's warm out there today. It's going to be a warm day now. We're expecting a front coming in later on this afternoon, which is going to kind of change the weather. I'm kind of anticipating it around 3 or 4. What
happened there?
Oh, just a little bit of the replay came into the broadcast there. So
there's Camplin, Ron, 2x2. He's got 2 backs in the backfield with him in pistol. He looks a lot of throwing here today, Ron. Nice throw, and it's intercepted. And what a play there, Ron. Is that number 22 on defense?
Yeah, number 22 for the black team there. I recognize the helmet, yeah. So that is Darius Tim, linebacker from
Cambridge.
From the Cambridge Lions, those traditional silver helmets and red face masks. Recognize those anywhere.
Gold helmets, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we wear silver,
we wear
never
silver.
bad.
Hey, guys, it's our first game back. Ron is tired. It's been such a hot weekend, Ron. I mean, playing Friday night and all day here yesterday in that heat. And it's just interesting as we come out. So that interception, I don't know if they're counting it as points, but bottom line, guys, it doesn't matter about the score today. It's about seeing these young athletes, the future of Ontario, if you will, Ron.
Yeah, see, this is more of a recognition for these young men who have really, a lot of them have worked hard to get here, and this is an identification process for what is coming through the pipe. It's always really, really good to keep an idea and understanding of what you have following through to the next one. And as football coaches, it's something that we have to do. We have to look at all the time. Jay, you coach varsity team. I coach JV. You have a special interest in the JV team. You want to know what's coming next year. I have a special interest in the bantam team. What's coming? What's following? So there really is a progression that you like to follow. So for the coaches who are going to be coaching the U16s, these guys are their future. So they want to know what's going on. They want to know what's coming through the pipe. What do they have? What can they do? What can they not do?
I want to thank one of our sponsors today, Ron. These BioSteel, only 15 calories, or 10 calories actually. So Anderson and Fitzy, they're grabbing one here. We got our crew in here, and we got Matthew Henderson filming for Western, doing the RedBlack film here for the players so they can have this and go over it. BioSteel, one of our sponsors today from Team Ontario. And once again, we have a new quarterback. I think this is our third quarterback. We're going to call it Jackson Wickett. Wickett's in, so he's on Team Black, we're saying. Wickett likes pump fake there, Ron. I really like the way he kind of looked at his check. Did he complete that ball? He did.
He did. He dropped that into the bucket there.
Let's get that replay, Ron.
That's number 9 is the receiver, I believe it was. I think it's number 9.
Get the replay, Ron. You'll be able to see it right there.
Oh, it's number 3.
That 3 is a good receiver.
So
there
yeah,
you go.
that's
Here's the throw, Ron. Take us through it.
Really good. Just an outside play. Getting it down to where I really like this is where a lot of young quarterbacks struggle is when they're trying to throw the deep fade. They tend to leave the ball inside. He got that to the sideline. You're always trying to push that ball towards the sideline, to the outside shoulder, because the DB is going to be inside. If he's playing outside with it, I'm running past him.
Yeah, and he checked the flat too, because it was like a smash concept,
Yep.
Ron. And what I like you said, is he threw the ball on time, tremendous completion, and here we go, 1st and 10 for.
He's had 2 really nice receptions. That number 3.
He has, and this Wickett quarterback, his brother's also a running back, Jackson Wickett, today. So the Wickett brothers, trips to the field, one to the boundary, little motion from the fullback. Wickett looks, he gets one-on-one, he throws it like you said, outside. Almost caught, Ron, incomplete.
Incomplete. The number 81 was the receiver. Gentleman from the Bulldogs, TIMFL, Sendingham. The Sendingham Bulldogs.
We've had a couple runs, maybe 3 runs today, Ron. Every one of them have picked up big yards. What I like about what they're doing is they're throwing the football.
Yeah, and again, we're big proponents of especially in the Canadian game. The Canadian game, there really are. It is a pass-centric game. It is get the ball out quickly in space. And also the other thing which you're not seeing in this particular one, special teams is such a huge thing in the 3-down game. If you don't have special teams, you're in for a long, long day.
Wicket. Some motion. Looked like it might have been offside. I think it was. They blow it, and there was that toss to number 8, that big running back run. That had a big run earlier in the ball game. Just trying to, guys, we got the different names here, and there's very difficult. I think that's Connor Hamlin.
Yeah.
Connor Hamlin was the running back, but there was a penalty there.
I'm telling you, the defensive end for the black team, Julian Antone, big number 52. He's by far the largest gentleman on this team, not by a little bit. Yeah, he plays for the Argos, the Toronto Junior Argos, and he was coming off the edge unblocked, and I'm not sure how much of that yard, how much gains that play was going to get, because this kid was coming untouched in the backfield.
Wicket, 2nd and 15. He's got trips to the field. Again, fullback into the boundary and one wide receiver in the boundary. Pistol formation. Barks the signals out. There's a toss to the boundary to number 9. He gets the edge. He might go Ron here. Look at that move inside. Good little hop, skip, jump, and a nice run for about 16 yards that time. And that, once again, is the running back, Connor Hamlin, out of the Cornwall Wildcats.
Really great vision on that, and for young running backs, this is a really good thing to watch. Look at how he keeps his feet moving through contact here. So there's contact there a little bit. Keeps driving forward. He keeps going forward. He keeps moving. You know, he got about a good 7 yards after potential contact. Keep your feet driving. Always keep your feet moving.
It's like we're playing a video game and Fitzy's hitting triangle. You know what I mean? Getting that little hurdle step. I love it.
Yeah. A little bit of a hurdle there, a little bit, but
let's be honest here.
I like the vision.
There's only one guy that would win at Madden in this room. We got Henderson, Anderson, Fitzy, Ferrota, but KJ Kennedy would beat all you guys. I promise you.
What version of Madden are we playing?
The one right now.
Okay.
The only one I could beat you at.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Inside run, play action. I love the play action. There it is to the flat.
Hey.
And a nice tackle that time on by
job.
92.
He's number 92, defensive lineman. I'm just trying to pick it up here.
I got him here, Ron. He's a late addition. Lincoln Stouds, linebacker. Lincoln Stouds, number 92, with the play. Talk about the play here on the replay,
It
Ron.
just comes across. Talk about knowing your responsibility. His job is to cover the flats. Look at how he scrapes across, sees it, follows his man, does a great job, throws him down for a big loss there, Jay.
I don't know if Fitzy wants to talk a little bit, but Fitzy, that's great linebacker play. Fitz, what do you see out here today? Some good defensive players, I think.
A lot of young guys making plays.
There he is, our producer with his, 2 cents. If it's Coach Melrose, we'd have a little more here. But Coach Melrose, we miss you. Coach Johnny Urban, wish you guys were here. But beautiful day here at Alumni Stadium, formerly known as TD. And here goes Wicket. He looked nice punch fake. He's got his receiver. Throws it up at the safety, makes a move, run, and it's caught for the touchdown. Yes, sir.
It's number 3 again.
Is that 3 though?
Yep.
I don't know.
Yes, it is.
Wow, is he having himself a day?
He's had himself a heck of a game.
Sawyer Scatcherd out of the Gloucester South Raiders.
Yeah, he's had he's been the guy in the air. He's had 3 really nice receptions. Both the quarterbacks have looked to him.
We'll go Team Black. Let's go 7-0 Fitz, I think. Because we said Wicket and Camplin will be on Team Black and Colson will be on Team Red. So a 7-0 score, just so we can keep the fans a little engaged here.
Yeah, really. But again, nice high ball. Put it in between where he needs to be. This quarterback's got an arm. Really.
Ron, for practicing for one day, even though they had 2 practices yesterday, some pretty good stuff here defensively and offensively early.
Well, and that's why you're seeing a lot of similar plays. You're going to see a lot of similar plays in general when these teams get together in the older games. It's going to be a lot of the same type of offense because you don't have the ability to see on that kind of stuff. So you want to make sure that you've got it.
I've got a special guest here, Ron. We've got Aaron Giesler. Aaron, welcome. I'll talk about our quick sponsor this quarter, and this half is brought to you by Area 51 Sports. Area 51 Sports is a Canadian minority-owned sports apparel company that specializes in team sports. They have dozens of suppliers, which allows us to offer our customers a full array of products. Area 51 Sports offers quality, budget-friendly sports apparel and field equipment. Area 51, the sports industry best kept secret. Check them out at www.area51sports.ca. Say hi to Chavez. Chavez, the Junior Mustangs will see you in a couple of weeks. Aaron Giesler, Aaron, talk about this weekend. You've been going hard the last 5 weeks.
It's it's been awesome to see us get to this point because this has been like 3 months in the making, basically. COVID kind of put us all in a different frame of mind, and it's great to be able to have kind of everybody together, like trying to build a community and to see these U14s, these futures groups, perform out here. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Aaron, talk about coming back from COVID, all the difficulties with suppliers and getting this weekend to go. I mean, there were so many different moving parts. East-West was last week, and there's so many things adversity-wise that's going against all of you sports, including yourself with Team Ontario. Talk about that and how it's great that you see everybody come together and overcome it, and we're finally here.
Yeah, like everything else, COVID's been a challenge for youth sports, and like you hit on it really well. Is some of the biggest challenges is facilities. Can we get facilities? Can we get equipment for kids? We have teams right now that are having to work together and communicate to be able to say, hey, I've got 10 extra helmets, or I've got jerseys. For example, our U18, U16 jerseys didn't come in this week, and we have great community partners like the Junior Mustangs and Western to help us to be able to get to where we are here. So what COVID has done is made us all kind of work together as a family to be able to get this off the ground for the kids.
And Aaron, as you talked about the futures, I know you got to get going here, but a little interception there. And Ron will come back. I think that's number 36. Well, let me just get his number here real quick. Number 36 on the interception for Team Black. So defense is really showing up today. But talk about the U16 and the U18 games and what you think is going to happen later on today.
It's interesting because for a lot of the U16 and U18s, they've been off for 2 years. So they might have had a fall season. So they've been working really hard over the past 3 months to get themselves back to playing shape, to get themselves to a point where they can compete for a spot in the top 40 to go to either Kelowna for U18s or to New Brunswick for the U16s. There's a ton of talent on both the U18 and U16, and I think our strengths, O-line, D-line in both groups are the strengths. So I'm really excited to see kind of, the trenches where games are won, right? And that's in Ontario, running the ball is kind of what we do. So I'm excited to see that. And, more importantly, I'm excited that these guys get to showcase themselves in front of their families in the province to, we have basically every youth sports school here this weekend, and it's a great opportunity for them to show who they are and to get better.
So before I let you go, guys, I want to let everyone in Ontario know the hardest working man in football right now is this man. I know your family misses you. I'm going to tell your family thank you. There's one more big weekend. We got the Ontario. We'll talk about it later, the flag football. But thank you, Aaron. We'll get you in the next game. And thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Jay.
And Ron Forder comes back in, the man, the voice of an angel. Thank you, Aaron. And guys, Aaron Giesler, one of the hardest working guys. Ron, you saw him at our practices. Young guy, young family, but he's out there giving it all for Football Ontario.
I've known the Giesler family for a number of years. I coached Jamie, his brother, running back years and date myself very, very, very many years ago. Jamie, wish you well. Hope you're doing good. I think we took a little bit of a quarter break there that was going on there. Everyone's
second quarter now?
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to call it.
And Coulson's in.
Yeah, so...
But like you said, Ron, just a great community, and thank you to Aaron and his family.
Yeah, and I'm going to kind of touch on that in a second here.
Yeah. Here's Coulson, Ron. Trips, toss out to that's running back. Oh, play action, Ron. I'm getting confused. It's so beautiful out here. I can't see the ball, but an incomplete pass.
That's a really good play fake. So what we're doing is we're faking the toss to the wide side, and we're coming up with a boot to the short side. And what we're trying to do is get the fullback or the H scrape across the line of scrimmage and coming out to the flats. So you're exposing as you can just.
William Hillen, number 8, though. Once again, Ron. Very awareness on the defense to be right there ready to make a play.
And that's what I mean about when I said earlier the defenses will tend to be ahead of the offenses in these types of games because they understand position assignment and responsibility. They get that. That doesn't really change. Like the terminology and that stuff kind of changes, but your responsibility, look, you have outside gap. You have this. You have this. They understand that, and that's translatable from defense to defense. So that's why you always will find a defense is a little bit ahead of an offense in these type of games.
Second down. Little screen out to number 11 here. Makes a move. Oh, missed tackle, but what a play by that big... Is that 92 or 52, Ron?
That's number 52.
Wow, did he make a play there? Let's get that
the gentleman from the Junior Argos that we were talking about earlier today. defensive end, and he just comes. You can see him coming
Juan
right
Antonio.
down. Look at right down the line of scrimmage.
Juan Antonio Gomez Moya run.
Yeah. Great job, great motor on that. Really like that. I'm going to talk a little bit, through the play that we're going through about COVID, and it's kind of the elephant in the room. Jay, we were involved in the last football weekend of competitive football in Ontario, and that was July of 2019. So,
Had to bring it up.
excuse me, it was August of 2019. It didn't work out so well for us, but we were heavily involved with it. We had the Ontario Championships here at that time known as TD Stadium. We had the OFL Championships here that day. We had the OPFL Championships. We're all one family now. So what COVID has done is it's removed all the layers of politics, so to speak. And Aaron said something, and it resonated to me. And I kind of said, I said this to somebody the other day, a former player of mine who's playing for a different team now. Football is family, and what we mean by that is football looks out for each other. And that is what, more than anything, that this experience has brought us through. You see organizations working closer with each other, helping each other out for the kids.
Yeah.
We all do it because we love the sport, because we're trying to pay it forward, so to speak. That's what we do as coaches. That's what we do as organizations. So to remove a lot of that politics, to remove a lot of those barriers, not that anything positive came out of COVID, but if there's a positive that came out of it, there's communication between organizations, in the same area code now, when there really wasn't before, when there was kind of, no, these are my kids, or these are my kids, or this or that, or they're kids now, and they're football players, and everybody's engaged, and everybody's under the same umbrella. And it's great to see the bureaucracy kind of go away. And Aaron's done a really good job of saying, no, you know what? Here's the vision that we have. And this is what we're doing. And this is how we're going to achieve it. So kudos to Aaron. Hardworking young man. Really, really has done a great job with everything. That's kind of my COVID rant and Football Ontario.
And that following the Buffalo Bills are here. They're going to be here next weekend as well. They're proudly supporting Football Ontario and Team Ontario, and want to wish all of the players competing this weekend good luck. For more information on the Buffalo Bills youth football outreach programs, please visit buffalobills.com/community. So, Ron, another timeout here. It's hot out. We have a 7-0 score here for Team Black. Team Coulson, I think we're short of first down there. So we're going to get our new quarterback in here, number 3. Just trying to keep track of it. These numbers are hard to read, Ron. At least it's better than Sawyer Scatchard. Is he the... Well, that's the receiver.
Yeah, he's the receiver.
Okay, so we'll see what happens here as they move the ball down the field. We did do the women's championship. That was pretty fun.
That was, that was fantastic, and it was eye opening for me. It was really, really eye opening because it was flag football. These ladies were not playing it as flag football. It was football. They're running full house backfields, and they're hitting each other. And it was like within 5 minutes, it's like, okay, this is...
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
This is different.
Except for the split field, that was hard with no
rosters.
No down markers.
There were a few challenges doing the broadcast.
So there we go. Our new quarterback number 1 is in, Ron. So this is Team Black, Bryce Kaplan. Gets a snap, toss, and there's another flag, Ron. And that's the one thing about this day is that you said it, timing's going to be an issue with all the different quarterbacks.
Yeah, and again, it sounds so silly, but it's the cadence from one. It's like down ready or ready set. You're used to certain verbiage, and when it changes from one kid to another, even the tone or how long they pause certain things, that changes the timing of everything, and it takes so much time to develop that timing and everything else, and we just haven't had it. They've had 2 practices together. So, kudos that, hey, they're rushing the ball, we're getting first downs. That's never a bad thing for an offense.
So 1st and 15 here for Camplin. 2-by-2 set. Looks like man coverage here from the defense, Ron. They're all kind of level. We'll see what happens. It is, and that was another great. Like, there's been some great defensive play. That was number 92 again.
82.
Lincoln Stouts.
I think it's 82, Jay.
Is it 82?
Yeah.
I think it was 92.
Yeah,
Right?
you're right. My bad.
Lincoln, that's the last.
Yep.
Yeah, Lincoln changed his jersey for the game, so Stouts is wearing that white helmet.
Yeah. He's he's made his presence known. Really good-looking, tall, athletic kid. Smart. If you can't get to the quarterback, get your hands up and affect the passing lane. So that's half the battle of it.
Well, as we approach the second quarter here, sorry about that, folks. I had my phone ringing. Ethan Chambers, Fitzy's old quarterback, probably trying to figure out what time to be here at, as he's coaching in the 2 o'clock game, Ron. The quarterback's for U18. Another guy that you coach, Ron, for your career.
There's been a few.
That's been the best thing, Ron. I mean, we're getting so old now. It's like, I'm going, man, how many guys? I mean, Fitzy's going to be us, and then we can just let Fitzy do everything. Little swing pass out to the right to number 3, Ron, your man, Scatchero. Well, again, great defensive play. Your Cambridge, that's the Cambridge guy there, Ron. That is Darius Tim from his linebacker spot, screaming down. Check the replay out here, folks. Darius Tim with a huge play on this swing pass.
He sees it right away, identifies it, understands his responsibility, understands the defense he's playing, goes to where he has to go, and makes an open field tackle. What else do you want? Jay, you and I are both offensive guys. We like to put the points on the board and think that we're smarter than everybody else in the room and come up with all this kind of other stuff. And then we get a guy like Fitzy in here who goes, yeah, that's great. We're going to do this, and that's it. And we go, well, I can't beat that now.
That's been the great thing. You go back to our Friday night game with Fitzy and Coach Stenning and Coach Matt Snyder, and then, of course, Gary Hallenby at varsity, and the staff that we have with all the Western guys helping out. And then on the O-line, we've got a great bunch of guys from Western. Fundamentals is the key. Yeah. And I think, I know Matt and I going into the game are like, we don't know if we're going to score a point because our defense has been so stout in practice, but just a kudos, like you said, Ron, to all those guys for all the fundamental teaching, and that's been the thing this year with the Mustangs. Record numbers, could have put 2 teams in, Ron, at every level.
Yeah, really, we could have, but our thing is we always want to do the right thing and get the kids the opportunities and everything else. So that's really important to us. But could we have put 2 teams in? Yeah, we could have, but it would have caused problems for other organizations down the road as well. And that's, again, football is family. It's about getting the kids opportunities to play, which is what we're trying to do.
It's just with the record numbers, we could have put 3 teams in on them. Yeah, fans, fuel your future Gridiron champs with easy and delicious meals that can be quickly prepared between practices and games. With HelloFresh, you can take stress out of meal planning and celebrate cooking like a game-winning drive. Get mouth-watering meals featuring fresh, high-quality ingredients delivered to you right to your door. Choose from a weekly menu of 30-plus tasty dinners ideas, plus kid-approved and time-saving lunch options that are sure to please everyone in your household. Sign up for HelloFresh and get up to 7 free meals with your first 3 boxes with code HelloFootball.
So, just on a side note here, Jay, just to kind of bring the football as family and everything together and organizing. Mike Stenning is the defensive coordinator for the junior Mustangs.
Oh, what a play there, Ron. Number 81 on the catch. And that's a big throw that time from Benjamin Wickett and Team Black. Benjamin Wickett's had a day, but number 81, Ron, with his second big catch of the day for Team Ontario.
So 81 is Dorian Sala, and he is the gentleman out of...
Look at him go up for the ball.
Yeah, really good job. Sorry, and I'm just going to kind of close this out. When we talk about football's family, Kyle Bosmere and Kevin Bosmere, 2 of the coaches for the Waterloo Predators at the JV levels, were players for Coach Stenning and Coach Snyder at London South. So, talk about the full circle again, and it always kind of goes around. You always run into people that at different things, doing different things. So, again, it's really... It was a great experience to be back on the field, and this is half the battle. Is this game here, that the fact that they're lining up, that we have referees, that we have jerseys, that everybody has equipment, that says it all. This is the end result of hours and months of planning and meetings and everything else. There's so much work behind the scenes to get a day like this pulled off. It's just mind-boggling at times.
And we're in the first of 3 games today, live from Junior Mustangs TV, Football Ontario, OFA, Football Canada welcomes you to Alumni Stadium on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here. Couldn't ask for anything better, Ron. And first of game here, and again, a little bit different, guys. The younger kids out here giving it their all. Seen some really good throws, some really good plays on defense. We're just in the second quarter, Ron.
Yeah, we've seen, what I like about it is we've seen some solid runs, solid passing, some solid defense as well. So all levels of this game is being played well. And this kid's really good.
So that was number 1. They brought him back in,
Kaplan.
Bryce Kaplan, and he just threw a dart.
Yeah, he's had a couple really nice intermediate throws. Where the other kid, Jay, I'm sorry, I lost it there.
So we had Jackson Wickett, and we also have Colson.
Yeah, I believe it was the third quarterback. I think that was Wickett. Yeah, he was throwing the ball outside really nice. That was, again, each one of these kids seems to have a strength that that they can bring to the table. So that again, positives that we're seeing here, Jay.
Absolutely, Ron. And as we're nearing here the midway point of the second quarter, keep in mind, fans, we've got games starting at 12 and 2, U16, U18, all for the rights to go to the team to the Canada Cup in Vancouver, Kelowna, BC this year, Ron. Here we go. Snap. Takes a look, and there's another flag, Ron. So
this is unfortunate, and this is why we quote unquote hate All-Star games, because the timing and the flags, and it's like. But it's football. Yeah, there are certain things that you have to do. You have to call in there, and that was offside.
Yeah,
he was. So it is what it is, so to speak.
I'll tell you, fans, we're in this booth. We haven't been here in a long time, and I'll tell you, it's
still
hot.
Sauna.
Fitzy needs to get his beach abs going. I think they'll be pretty good after today.
Yeah, drinking down the BioSteel up here. Thank you very much, BioSteel. We brought us a couple cases of this fantastic sports drink. Really, really great job. I'm going to go off topic in a couple minutes here because I got to rant about the Buffalo Bills. One of the key sponsors here in a few minutes.
Nice throw, got him, caught, and it's going to be a touchdown.
Wrap it up, though, son.
Team Black gets their second touchdown of the day.
81
once again, Salah.
Yep.
14-0, guys. Nice throw there. Let's get the replayer run.
Yeah.
And again, you talked about the accuracy of Kaplan.
Yeah, again, just with the shorter throws, when he doesn't have to push the ball down deep, he does a really good job. So he's able to hit him in stride here, which is, I think, his strength. So the receiver does a great job. The one thing I'm gonna play coach a little bit here, okay? When you catch the ball here, son, tuck it away. You're carrying it a little bit loose out there, and my critique. And again, that's I'm sorry, this is the coach in me. That was one of my players. That's a great catch. You ever carry the ball like that again, you're not. So I kind of want to correct that. But again, great job. Stretches the ball out. Really nice route. Just a little inside post route. Hits him in stride, and I'd say it took it for about 25-yard run.
So we got 2 Junior Mustangs playing today. Number 46, Cole Summers on the defense. And the other Junior Mustang, trying to find out, I think he's on the offense here, but maybe not. Do we only have 1 Junior Mustang playing today? Wow.
Summers is there.
That's it.
I
Yeah, that's it. So one Junior Mustangs.
Talking about that's it, I think that might be it. They're shaking hands with the referees.
What? No. I think it's just... Can't be, Ron.
I'm telling you what I saw.
This quarter is brought to you by
Quarter. We're at quarter time.
Quarter time. All right. So, Ron,
Okay.
this quarter, I will go over it for us here, Ronnie, unless you want to take it. How about you do it, Ron? Barron Championship.
Barron Championship rings. Got a couple of those myself. This quarter half is brought to you by Barron Championship rings, the official championship ring of Football Ontario. Barron is a focused brand to their relentless commitment to design, craftsmanship, superior story-driven products that are driving them to deliver only the best to their clients. For more information, visit www.barronrings.com. And again, that's www.barronrings.com.
So this is a new quarterback. I don't know what's going on. It's like a red zone attempt for number 13, and we'll call that wicket. We're going to call this a red drive. No matter what happens, Fitz, this will be Red's drive here. Number 9 gets the football, and he's going to score. So now, finally, 14-7, Team Red will go on the board. Hamlin.
Yeah, he's had himself a couple really solid runs. I like that young man.
Jamison Eves on the stadium announcer, one of Fitzy's, we'll call him sons. He's been a good mentor to Jamison, and Jamison out of Windsor University, Ron, with a good call there. He seems to be more on point than we are today.
Yeah, he's younger.
We're just getting going here, guys. We got a triple header. Fitzy loves it. He was hoping to do 4 games, but you know what? We have to say, no, Fitzy, you've done enough. We're only doing a triple header today. We got Matthew Henderson in here doing the film. Matthew Henderson, the Western committed linebacker. And then, how about that Anderson kid? He's pretty good. Maybe we'll get Anderson to talk to us about his pregame ritual. He likes to walk on the field with no shoes. And when I first met him, obviously we were rivals all through high school. But what a great person, great human being, and a great leader of young men as he's coaching our varsity O-line with Phil Grovath, Greg Wilson, and Zach Fry. Here we go. And another whistle. Fitzy, do you like all these whistles today?
Fitzy's a strong silent type, just for the record.
Fitzy is. Wow.
But he does like his Panzerottis.
Yeah. You know what, guys? That was sad today. Marinos. I've been meaning to go. Fitzy gave me crap. I didn't go the last time, and just too bad. Here we go. Fake toss. Wicket. Throws the ball up to his fullback, and it's incomplete run.
Yeah, incomplete to number 25 there, Zachary Esteller. Again, another Gloucester South Raider. So the number of the Gloucester South Raider players made the trip up here. You know, they're probably the biggest representatives here, as I see. There's 2 on the defense.
Yeah.
5 on the offense. So like seven of those kids. So what does that tell you, Jay? They're going to be a pretty good team at that level of football.
Apparently.
You know,
Now we do have our Bantam Junior Mustangs kicking off today at 5. We won't be doing it on the Junior Mustangs TV, but come out to TD Stadium. Lots of fun. 5 o'clock today against the Waterloo Predators. Here we go. 2x2 for wicket. 2nd down and 10. He looks. He throws. He's got his guy in the flat. Nice little catch. A great tackle once again, Ron. Just see if we get that number. Maybe we can get that monitor just a little bit. I just can't. I'm blind as a bat, folks.
I don't think it's going to matter. The glare's coming in just the way. It's
Number 15.
15 with the catch.
15 with the tackle, I believe.
Tackle.
I don't know. 15 made a play.
Yeah, so 15 actually was a receiver. That's Ron, John, Hewitt, Osborne, Thomas. There's some names here today, Ron. It's going to be a lot of names to look at, but it's... Once again, wish Coach Melrose a safe trip back. And say hi to John Urban as he's got his first baseball game today. He's doing the calls for the London Lightning. They're undefeated, Ron, at home.
Yeah,
Great season for the Lightning.
Really solid game. Again, another.
This receiver's not. He should be on the line. He's not. This is an illegal formation, but
There he goes.
yeah, 3-by-1. There we go. The referee got him up. There's the snap. Wicket tosses it outside to number 9, Hamlin, and he breaks one, breaks another. Bumble, rumble, stumbles, and he gets another first down run.
This kid's a tank. You know, he had contact about 3 yards after he broke the line of scrimmage. Still had another 2 to go, and still made another 8 or 9 yards after it. He's a real good runner. The Cornwall product. Again, some really
five Cornwall guys run on the run.
Yeah, another team that you kind of look at and you go, okay, well, there's some stuff. Excuse me. So, again, just some really great representation in here. We've got some kids from Brantford. We've got kids from London, Hamilton, Clarington, London Minor, the St. Thomas Hawks. I'm looking at Scarborough Thunder, the Argos, Guelph. Sudbury, we've got some kids up here. So again, really good mix of kids from different organizations. Some kids who don't have affiliations with other programs. JoJo Cunningham, the running back, number 23. The Wickett brothers, they don't have an affiliation with the team. So again, this is really awesome to see, and that these kids are playing football. as we saw a little bit of a false start here. I think we're going to reset this. We're going to have second down over. Offense is huddling back up. So again, thank you very much for joining us, folks. My name is Ron Forwerda. I'm with the coach, KJ Kennemy. Daniel Fitzgerald here is our producer. We've got a couple wonderful gentlemen doing camera work for us, outstanding work. You know, the countless people behind the scenes, thank you very much. And again, thank you to you, the viewers, for joining us today on this wonderful exhibition of football on what is just a fantastic spring day here in the Forest City, Jay.
Here we go. Wicket throws. Nice ball and just misses his receiver. That was number 29, I think, Ron.
Yeah, I think so. Number 29 was the receiver on that.
Andrew Woodshire?
Yeah.
Out of Cornwall. So six Cornwall.
Another Cornwall player. You know, what a surprise, you know. It seems to me that those two, maybe they drove up in a bus together, the Gloucester kids.
I just wonder if Gloucester and Cornwall, are they in AA, Ron? It's a pretty good representation from the
Yeah, they're very, very good. I think Cornwall is a AA team.
Look how many fans are here, Ron. We're not even into the next game, which is, starting to fill up the stadium. I mean, it's going to be a nice day, and they're expecting close to, 1,200 people, 1,400 people today.
Yeah, and again, it's just fantastic to see people supporting football, Ontario, supporting football in general. You know, a lot of games happening this weekend. We were involved in a couple Friday night. There were some big games yesterday. Not a lot of upsets from what I've saw, as we kind of expected. But again, just great to see a lot of these teams back out battling again.
Wicket puts that nice fade that you've been talking about, but there was another
He throws
flag.
a nice ball to the outside, doesn't he? Nice and high. And he does a good job of pressing it towards the sidelines. I really like this kid as a quarterback.
Wicket, we don't know where Wicket's from. It says not available, but it'd be nice to know because he's
and maybe he doesn't have an affiliate. Maybe he doesn't have an affiliation with the team.
Might be a high school team, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good turnout here for the Bantam crowd. I'm going to say about 300 people, but I think as we see people coming in, I know the walkthroughs are coming in, and I really expect a lot of people here today. It'd be nice to see 2,000 people in the stands, and if you can't be here, Junior Mustangs TV will have all three RedBlack games, triple header from Alumni Stadium, formerly known as TD. And the Western Mustangs, Ron, with the Vanier Cup Championship, the Beefeaters won the Ontario Championship last year. A lot of winning going on, but you know what? It's more about winning. It's more about these relationships, and it's great to see all the different schools that'll be here today. Wicket takes the ball, looks. He, again, tried to get it to the flat, and he kind of double clutch around. Take a look at this one and explain this player. And that'll be halftime on that play.
I think if he throws it on the first time, he has it. But he didn't. I don't think he trusted what he saw there and wanted to make sure. As we see half, we're talking about this weekend being the start of football around the province. Just to give you a couple things. Yesterday, Saturday the 14th of May, the under-10 Brantford Bison and the London Junior Mustangs. Mustangs 39, Brantford 8.
Purple Mustangs.
That's Purple Mustangs. And then there was the Red Bison team, 52, versus the team Gray Mustangs, 46. So again,
great game.
No score for the Hamilton game that was posted. So that is some of the...
And the Mustangs won, Pee-wee's won 62-8.
Yeah, so I was trying to go into that one. So yeah, there's
Oh, you're getting all the scores wrong.
I'm just trying to find them all here. So 62-8, was one of the scores. There's no score posted for the Waterloo Hamilton game.
So we're at halftime here. Our producer's giving us a signal. We're going to take a little break here. We will be back in a few minutes here for the second half. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you on the other side. Hi. And we're back here for the second half here. 14-7 for Team Black. Colson in at quarterback and another false start, but this quarter we'll kind of make sure that we get all our sponsors taken care of. Momentum Fundraising brings you over 20 years of fundraising experience as the #1 athletic fundraising company in Canada. The organization is powered by the new and innovative Money Dolly app. Money Dolly is a fundraising app utilized by thousands of organizations in North America, through which tens of millions of dollars has been raised. Engineered by fundraising professionals, the app is designed to make entire fundraising experiences easy for the teams, parents, and players. Ron, we used Momentum for the Junior Mustangs. Had a great, turnout. It could have been better, but you know what? For the first time around, Jerry and Randy, thank you for all your help. Momentum Fundraising, your third quarter sponsors here for Team Ontario. Incomplete pass there, Ron.
Yeah, incomplete. Again, we're looking for that H slide, basically, is what I like to call it. So we're starting from the far right of the field, and we're tracking all the way across. We're showing the outside. We're showing the outside run. Quarterback's doing a boot to the field, to the boundary there, trying to hit the little flat pattern. Again, number 52 is in the backfield making a play. We said this gentleman's name a number of times today, Jay.
Yeah, and it's 52 and 92 have been top players. There's actually two players. Cole Summers is on the team, but also Max Surmaz, who's with the St. Thomas Hawks. He's also a London Junior Mustang, Ron. So two Junior Mustangs on the defense today. Surmaz, as you know, played here at Western as well.
Yeah, it's solid player.
Once again, thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you to the Western Mustangs, the London Beefeaters, and the Junior Mustangs for partnering up with Team Ontario. 2x2. Fakes the draw. There it is again. A nice throw. Just misses number 3. Ron, talk about that play, because it was like a fake draw vert. A tough throw there.
Yeah, it's a tough throw, but I like the decision. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to show the inside zone here, and then what you're doing is you're looking for the one-on-one coverage, which you've got on the other side. And at that point, we tell our kids, you take the shot. You go ahead. He's got a little fade route or just a seam kind of follow, and it just a little bit short or doesn't. I don't know if he quite picked up the ball and wasn't tracking it. Had a possibility for a big play there, Jay.
Yeah, just when you're faking the ball as a young quarterback, you have to keep those abs tight, Ron. Because what happens is even on a handoff, you kind of loosen up after you give the ball, right?
Yeah.
So you could tell there that he didn't keep those abs tight. If he would have, I think that would have been a huge play and a possible touchdown.
Yeah, again, just really solid play design. I like the play design. Jay, I'm going to kind of go back and bring our first half into play here. We saw some great play. Number 3 was a solid player. Number 9, the running back. We talked about 92 and 52 on the defense. Some really outstanding play. I'm going to go back to the Buffalo Bills sponsor thing because it's kind of something I wanted to do a little bit earlier today. I'm a draftnik, Jay. You know that. You're kind of a draftnik as well.
Not like you.
Well,
I do it because of you, because it's a key. I mean, you always teach me about it.
So Kyle Brandt from the NFL Network had one of the best draft introductions this year. And the reason I'm going with that is Buffalo Bills are one of the sponsors of football in Ontario. These guys have a real chance this year. And as a Chargers fan, that pains me to say that, but I'm telling you, anyone who's got a little bit of money on the game or whatever, watch out for the Buffalo Bills, because if they can run the ball even a little bit, great little out route there, incomplete, watch out for the Bills.
And Colson started really well, and then it's kind of been like, as he's playing for Team Red, we have Colson on Red, we have Wicket going back and forth on both teams, and then we've got, of course, Camplin on Team Black. So that's where we get our score right now, folks, 14-7. Score doesn't matter. We're just trying to keep it interesting here. But Colson will get a second down opportunity here, runners.
Yeah, they reset the downs again. It's a second down here. So what we're trying to do on that, which we're just trying to hit the out route. Coach Snyder will tell you doing from broadcasting as well. Probably my favorite route. In the Canadian game, the out to the wide side of the field, virtually uncoverable. Because you have to press inside, and then if you can stick your foot in the ground and go out, it's lights out. You've got way too much real estate to cover as a DB. Toss play. Yep.
This is number 21, Ron. He's had a good day.
Yep. Number 21 there. Another little running back there. Solid player. Just
Bo
trying
Elliott. Gloucester.
Yep. Another Gloisterator. So yeah, like these guys really represented well out here today. Jen's going to talk about our next game a little bit. We saw a bunch of the kids. They're over on the far side, kind of warming up right now. There's some big boys that play football in Ontario. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, I had the privilege yesterday to help out with the quarterbacks, and I'll tell you, Ron, every one of them has a chance to make this team. I've never seen, usually you get those 6 quarterbacks out, and there's 4, all 6 of them, and there's one kid in particular. Actually, every one of them brings something to the table. I think any one of them could make it today with a good day in our 2:00 game when you have PJ Edgeworth, the guru, will be with you. Ron, you'll get to play, and PJ will be doing a great job. And I'll tell you, you're going to have some talented quarterbacks later today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some of those kids, and again, just really good football across the board here. Like the Canada Cup has always been kind of Quebec-centric, shall we say. Quebec kind of wins it, time after time. I love the philosophy that all the programs are going in. I like what Mr. Geezer said earlier. In Ontario, we're going to run the football, and we're going to run the ball, and we're going to tell you what we're going to do, and you got to stop it. And with the commitment to the run, with all these programs, I really like what they're doing as a base philosophy going forward.
Yeah, and of course that allows for a great play-action passing game. And
yeah.
Mark Sura, the offensive coordinator for Team Ontario. Rob Underhill for the U18s is the head coach from the Hamilton Junior Ticats at McMaster University.
Little inside zone there play, trying to get the kick out with the fullback. Hey, look who was in the play again, number 52.
Number 52 is having himself a ball game. Juan Antonio Gomez Moya. That's a football name.
Yeah, he's played himself a whale, and I mean a whale of a game today. Has really been one of the standouts on the field today. Just a fantastic football player. Big, physical, just absorbs blocks, sheds very, very well. Our defensive coach here, Danny Fitzgerald, would say, yep, he's playing his gap really well. He's got really good leverage. He gets off the block, and he comes downhill. So second down here. Second down and about 11. Pistol formation. Rolls the snap back, goes back, throws it. A little bit incomplete. Unfortunately, the snap didn't quite get back there. So it's going to bring up a third down here for the red team. You're seeing a little bit of substitutions happening here.
Ron, it is so hot up here. I've got my Yeti. My nice Yeti here. My wife got one, and I finally had to get myself one. And Mike Valenza, feel that, Ron? How hot that is!
Holy cow!
So I'm gonna put it over here. Fitzy's got me on a water diet here, making sure that I don't pass out on you guys. Got good smiles up here. All these guys up here. You know what the great thing about football, Ron, is seeing these kids smile, seeing them as they grow up and as they grow older, and.
The depressing thing about football, I've coached every one of them.
I know. It's crazy. So, and so is Fitzy. That's the funny part. So, Fitzy's getting old. Not really. There's not a better human being, Ron, than Daniel Fitzgerald.
No, there's not. Girls, take a list.
Little draw play. Nice call. Number 36 on the carry that time, Ron.
So, yeah, we reset the down box. It was first down there, Jay. So a good first.
It's 35. Brady Congdon.
Yep.
St. Thomas Hawks. That's Coach Congdon's son.
Yep.
Out of Parkside.
Yep. Jason, another gentleman known for a number of years. Fantastic football player for the Argos back.
Let me tell you.
For the Alouettes back
and
in
the Winnipeg
days.
and the Blue Bombers.
Yep.
One story I'll tell you about Congdon. I met him in a flag football. Fitzy will like this one. So this is back in my days when I could actually run around and I wasn't this big. Anyways, it was a special teams player or an interception. I can't remember. Congdon hit me so hard, I think I went through the Soccer Magic turf, and I'm surprised I'm still here because he hit me so hard that, Ron, I didn't know. I thought I got hit by a car, to be honest.
My story is dated a little bit earlier, but it was Mark Regan for me.
Yeah. Congdon, one of the great coaches in the city at Parkside and St. Thomas, and one of the great football players. His family refereeing, just great all around people. Nice little thing. Look at that play, nice play that time. And I'll tell you, number 1 started rough today, Camplin. Couple fumbles, couple of it, but that was a heck of a play.
That's a great job, like really great job avoiding the pressure. Number 56 comes right out of the 3 tech position, right up field, blows by his block. Doesn't buy the play fake, coming around, dumps it off, and a really good job by the back, staying with the ball and making some positive yards. Hey, it was only a gain of 1, but that could have been a loss of about 7 or 8 really quick.
Ryan Busey did a good job, Ron, on the tackle. So all the way for a 1-yard gain, that was pretty exciting.
That was probably one of the best 1-yard plays you're going to see like today. So it was really well done here. So it brings up a 3rd down again. We're going to see them go for it here. Fantastic. Again, guys, we're talking about it's warm, it's hot. It's not snowing. We've seen snow this weekend for a lot of times. It's not raining yet. It's supposed to come later on today. But just a beautiful day. If this was a long weekend, everyone would say this would be the perfect long weekend. Fortunately, the long weekend is next weekend. And guess what? It's going to rain.
Here he goes. He gets outside and we're on the throw and great play.
Wow.
Who's that? Can we get that number, Ron? Try to get the number on the
36. I want to say it was 36 or 26, Jay. I'm checking real quick.
Yeah, I don't have that number, but a heck of a play by the corner. Maybe we can see that number fits there. I don't know if you can catch it, but just a good job getting outside.
Look at that. Full extension. Yeah, it's number 36, Jay. And I don't have a number 36 on my board here.
I do. Here his name is. So they changed his number. He's under wide receiver Alexander Ungarin out of the Scarborough Thunder, Ron.
Wow, that was a play. That was a play.
Alexander, whatever, we're right down
Alex,
here.
Alex is the gentleman. Just
36.
Yeah. So we're going. This is number 36. And he's playing DB. We're just making some adjustments on the fly. Fantastic job, outstretch and everything. Hey, the quarterback made the right decision. Guess what? The defense makes some plays too. Just fantastic. Really good. Jay, do we got another sponsor coming up here, or?
Yes, sir. We've got High Quest Awards. Quest Awards is specialized in producing high quality patent plaques, corporate awards, sports awards. Take a great pride in the quality workmanship that goes into production and delivery of every product we ship. Quest Awards.
So again, thank you very much to all of our great sponsors, all the volunteers here from the London Beefeaters, the Western Mustangs, the Western Junior Mustangs, as we see a couple Canadian Feathered Vipers coming across the field. Inside run. Oh, pulls it. Really nice ball fake.
Oh, he just missed it.
Love that play design. I really like that play design. So what we're doing is what we're trying to show here is we're trying to show the outside run here. So we're trying to press zone to the outside. As you can see, the blocking set up. Great fake. Pulls out a little bit. There's that out that we keep talking about, Jay. One of my favorite run concepts. If you can hit an out, it's so hard for a defender to cover. Great ball, like really good design and everything.
Especially after play action. Right?
Yeah, and especially what you're doing on that concept, and I usually run this out of trips a lot, is the corner is being run off. So you've got a go route on the outside. So the corner, you've got an easy read. If the corner squats, you throw the deep ball. If the corner bails, you've got the out all day. And that's, kind of the easy read for the quarterback on that. And he does a good job. Just the only thing he didn't do was just come down with the ball. So just fantastic.
There we go, Ron. 2nd down and 10 for wicket. Base formation and offside.
So again, I was talking about the thank yous. Thank you, Football Ontario partners. The Western Mustangs, the London Beefeaters, the London Junior Mustangs, along with all the volunteers and everything for helping make the RedBlack weekend a huge success. We get a portion of it here, Jay. We're not talking about the hours, the thousands of hours that have gone into this. With the different camps and traveling to the different cities as they have those, to whittle it down to your top 90 kids and to have a weekend like this.
Ron, one of the things you should remind people, though, wherever you are, get out and volunteer.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest people in all of this are the volunteers. The football part of it, that's important, very important, obviously. But there's so many people behind the scenes that make these days happen that would not be possible. And so thank you to all those volunteers from the Junior Mustangs, Beefeaters, and the Western Mustangs. But, if you have an opportunity, get out there and volunteer for your organizations.
Organizations or anything. Pay it forward there, as we're seeing. Taking a shot downfield, Jay.
Wow.
Great job going up for
That was intercepted, Ron.
Are you kidding?
He stripped it out at the end or intercepted it. That's, again, your guy. That Cambridge kid, I think, Darius Tim. What a player that kid is.
I need to see this on our... No, they're
Check
giving
the
him
replay.
they're giving him the reception on
Well,
this.
I'll tell you, Ron, you watch it. Fitzy, tell me if it's not an interception at the end. Watch it here. Now watch him rip it out.
No,
He's
he's
got
down.
the ball.
He's down.
Yeah, but
No, but he's down. He's down. He lands on him, and then he pulls it
hell of
out.
a play by the Cambridge
Yeah,
kid.
really great job. But, I want to go back to the catch. High points the ball, goes up there, makes a fantastic catch. Just really, really great job up there. I'm very impressed with that, Jay.
Yeah, heck of a play. And so now here we go. First down on the catch. Again, number 81 Seal having himself a day.
They've got some really good receivers at this level.
We're going to call this
Really,
Team
really
Red's
good.
drive here. So if Team Red could tie it up here. Look, it's got room. He might just run this, Ron. I think he's got room. He could go.
He's going to get down to about the 10, yep.
Gets him up to the 8-yard line. Nice run.
Great job pursued across by the linebacker and bringing the wood at the very end. This happened, unfortunately. We had a couple of defensive players get crossed up, and they ran into each other. Right here, unfortunately, this was going to be a negative play. And again, great awareness for the quarterback coming downfield as we see more of the kids on
And you can
the
see him
far
wearing the
side.
junior Mustangs and Western jerseys.
There's some players
That's all
out here.
because of shipping. It's so hard to get stuff right now. Teams are missing helmets, equipment, and so we just hope everything kind of works out at the border and all the different companies that are shipping stuff over. For the start of the Ontario season.
They're again. I'm just gonna say it again. There are some monsters, absolute monsters.
Maybe
walking
Anderson
around
can get.
here.
Yeah, Anderson's got a good shot there. Anderson hears monster and he goes right to it. Right. Did you see Anderson in the Vanier Cup drive that guy 15 yards from Saskatchewan? It's pretty nice. He did that every week. Go a little run inside to Hamlin. Hamlin breaks a tackle, breaks another one, and he gets dropped at the 2-yard line.
48 is that?
46. That's Cole Summers out of the Junior Mustangs.
Boy, did he bring the
Watch
wood!
this replay here, folks.
I think he made the play on the other play too. Look at identifies it, sees it, scraping across. Look at him coming up late. Boom! I'd like to see him gather a little bit of ground there, but
Heck of a play. Saves a touch. Hamlin has not been tackled straight up all day until now.
no, that was a different hit from on a different running back.
I think Team Ontario's got to maybe go. I know RedBlack's to maybe go red-white. Because all these coaches in black, it's making me stress out here seeing everybody wearing this black on this hot day. Maybe the red-white tournament would be good.
I don't know. I kind of like the red and blacks, Jay.
I do too, but
it's myself.
I'm just saying it's hot up there.
Oh yeah, it's hot. It's warm, but these are athletes. They're in prime condition. They're fantastically trained.
And we
young
got
men.
BioSteel, so you're right, Ron. BioSteel saves the day. Hamlin goes in for his second touchdown. He had 3, 1 called back, and it's 14-all. Red and black are tied, Ron, here in the third quarter.
Yeah, again, just all you got is you got a simple inside zone read here. If I'm the quarterback, I almost want to pull that because they're crashing so hard. But
You want to pull it, but when you got a guy like Hamlin or Nawaz, or with you guys, Keyshawn Manning, you're not wrong when you give it.
yeah, I know as coaches would say, hey, look, if he's crashing down, you got to pull that. You know what? I'm okay with that decision too. You've got a tank in the backfield for you, and he's doing just fine.
14-all here, Ron. TD Stadium. We're late in the third quarter.
Alumni Stadium, Jay.
I call it TD, but you're right. It is alumni. They've changed it to alumni forever. Jay Little, they're putting a new.
I know the old JW Little Stadium. I
Guess what's going to be here in the end zone sometime during the season? The Jumbotron.
no way.
Yeah, and they're closing that area off.
Wow.
It's going gonna finally look like a stadium, Ron.
Oh, looking forward to it. You know, it'd be great to see like Jumbotron. You know, God forbid they put me on there because that would just, I think that's gonna break it.
Well, you'll be in here, so they'd have to get a shot, maybe.
We'll see.
Fans, remember we got a 12 o'clock kickoff. The U16s, that's coming up shortly. I think we might be in the fourth here, Ron.
We're gonna say we're in the fourth at this point, Jay.
Gotcha.
Again, thank you everybody for joining us here today. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of our volunteers. You know, our camera crew, our production crew that allow us to come into your homes. We can't thank everybody enough. We also can't thank you enough for not putting a camera on me, as we absolutely see me melting in this sauna of a press box.
There's one sponsor we haven't talked about, a Junior Mustang sponsor. It's coming at noon. Who are they, Ron?
Oh, Brenda and Mama's Hot Italian. Fantastic, absolutely great lady. Does a lot of our stuff, Jay, and really great to see her back. And hey, anytime she wants to bring me food, go right ahead. You know, I'm okay with that.
Cold cut sandwich today, and we got Fitzy a veggie burger though. As you can tell, folks, I love Fitzgerald. We razz each other every chance we get, but our producer Daniel Fitzgerald today really pulling in some stops here with Adam being away and doing a great job here so far, Ron. Getting great replays and nice hand signals, you know, when we're ready to go on and after certain comments.
Aiden Callis on the reception here, the Hamilton Tie Cat product. First time we've called his name. Really good job getting the ball, securing it, and bringing it in there.
Second and 8, Ron. So Team Ontario, this is Colson. So Team Red again with the football. So this is an important drive for Colson. Tied 14-all. Started well. Little outside.
There's that fullback. Yep. So again, that fullback under. So it's your H under that you're looking at there. So it's just scraping across. They've run that a number of times. Had a lot of success with it. Missed it a couple times, but that time you got a good gain of about 8 yards, 7 yards on that. It's going to bring up a third down and about 2 yards to go here, Jay.
Yeah, it might be a good time to run that wagon play run.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Or I kind of like taking a shot now and then, and especially when you least expect it. So look for a vert or something like that.
You guys got U16 rosters.
Did you give the middle guy one?
No.
Can you give me another one or no?
Yeah.
We're
just getting our U16 rosters in for the next game run.
I got Team Black.
Oh yeah, we need Team Red there, Tyler. We've only got Team Black here.
Aaron said he already gave it to you.
For Team
We're going with the U14s.
U14s I have. I don't have. We don't
You
have.
didn't give them to? Okay, I'll run again.
I don't see them.
They go for the next game. They change one.
We're moving in, and who's the quarterback now, Fitz? Still Colson?
I think so, Jay.
So Team Red with another possession.
Number 7, yeah. Sorry, we're just getting handed some papers here.
Yeah, we got a big change in the next game. They have to change all the rosters for the U16. I don't know if we got any more sheets. I don't see them. So, but we'll be able to give you some better representation in the next game. This is done a lot better, I think, Ron, as far as the numbers. And again, here we go. Colson, Team Red, trips to the field.
I have the MVPs of the prior game if you guys want them. It's a...
So we're just getting our MVP call-outs, and we'll be able to give you that for this game, guys.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll be able to give that to you guys late in the fourth quarter here. 2nd and 6 coming up for Colson, Team Red. Colson looks, throws it to the flat, completes it. Ronnie's gonna go. Great job. There he is, 52. Man, this kid's been all over the field. Juan Antonio, Gomez, Moya. Fitzy, why is this guy just all like? What's the difference, Fitzy? What do you see with this kid?
Effort. That's what he said.
Effort, is that what Fitzy said?
Yeah.
Big dude too. Like he's
great motor.
Yeah, great motor.
Great motor. I've not seen that gentleman stop once today. You know, as we're kind of watching things happen.
He's
here.
a big dude. He's wearing that black jersey. And
he's
weathering it.
And he's coming. He's coming.
He's a better man than me.
Well, and he's a player. And let me tell you something. He plays for the Junior Argos. Watch out for the Junior Argos for that gentleman alone, because if you don't account for him, boy oh boy, are you going to be in for a long afternoon.
Here we go, Colson, 2nd and 9. He throws. He's got the route. It's going to be picked off. Oh, knocked down by number 2, Ron.
Yeah, no, good job there. Number
Liam
2.
Bourbonis out of Cornwall Wildcats.
No, again, because that was 3rd down there, Jay. You know, all you want to do is knock the ball down. That's it. If you catch it, great. It's great on the stat sheet. You're going to lose 15 yards. So knock it down, get the ball up there, stop the clock, let your offense go. And 11:27 here on the Sunday afternoon. I imagine we've got just a couple minutes left here, Jay.
Bryce Kaplan's coming in for Team Red. Right? Am I right, Fitz? Or is that Team Black? Kaplan's Team Black.
We're going to put the ball on the 10-yard line, almost like a sudden death scenario here. I think we're going to have like a possession or two left just to kind of break this tie.
Okay.
So again, some really, really solid football out here. You know, shout out to the big boys in the trenches who don't get a lot of credit. They don't get a lot of call time for us. You know, they've done a fantastic job. There's been pressure coming off the edges here. For the Blacks, but I think that has nothing to do with the ability on the offensive line. I think that those two players on the edges there are very special. I think they're very, very good. But the offensive line has held up very, very well. And again, with so few snaps that you get to prepare for this, it's just really, really wonderful to see.
Yeah. So I mean, we're going to talk about some of the guys that could have been MVP, and then we'll give you your MVPs shortly. Nice throw outside. Kaplan doing his thing, and a nice catch. Takes it about the 4-yard line, Ron.
Yeah, 4-yard line, gain of 6. Again, just that little out pattern is a really, really good job. It's almost a smash concept.
There's 2 guys that could have been MVP, Kaplan and Seal. They didn't win it, but very, very big days for them.
Yeah, again, just really great job overall. There's a number of candidates that it possibly could have been. It's kind of, you know.
I'll let you give these after this drive here, Ron. You can call the offensive and defensive MVP.
Well, I'll call the offense. I'll let you call the defensive one.
Sounds good. Here we go. 2nd and goal. Trying to get the lead here for Team Black is Kaplan.
Two by two set here, Jay.
Yeah, a little stack. Not as wide. Oh, incomplete pass. In and out of the hands of the intended receiver.
Jay, do you want to talk about the defensive MVP that we're going to...
yeah, so today out of the Junior Argos, Juan Antonio Gomez Moya. Congratulations. Defensive line all over the field, and he's your defensive MVP for today.
Which is great motor. We called his name early and often today here, Jay. Really, really a great job overall. Kid, again, Fitzy is a linebacker at trade and at heart, and he coaches that position, and he called it. You know, what makes him so much better is his effort was next level, next to everybody else out here today.
3rd and goal, play
Except
action.
for one kid.
Kaplan throws, gets a flat touchdown. Team Black, and Kaplan with another great play. He got smoked on the play too. But he took it. Get the replay here, Ron, and talk about Kaplan and that little throw.
Again, and the last play of the game, it was Jason Wickett, the running back, the brother, of the quarterback, checks it down to him, does a really good job. Jay, I'm going to kind of cut it short as that was the last play of the game. 21-14 is the final. we're going to kind of talk about the offensive MVP. The big running back out of Cornwall was really untouchable today. Connor Hamlin, the running back, was the offensive MVP. And, all I can say is tank.
Yeah.
This kid is big. He's fast. He's got good speed. And those two kids really, for us, as we're watching it, we kind of look at each other and kind of going, wow, that was fantastic. So
we're going to do the awards ceremony here, but we are going to take a break, guys. We have a game coming up, the U16. We gave you your 2 MVPs. Very good day for Team Black and Team Red here. First time ever U13, U14, 21-14 for Team Black. So for Ron Florida and our producer, Daniel Fitzgerald, and our cameraman, Mr. Anderson, we are going to see you at about 12 noon, kickoff for the U16 game. And thank you again for being on Junior Mustangs TV. miss. He makes another guy miss, and I think he's got about a 7-yard gain, Ron.
Yeah, good game. The running back out of Catholic Central in London, plays for the London Junior Mustangs. Had himself a really solid game Friday night. Gain of about, I'm going to say it's about 6 on that, Jay.
Maybe
Brings
5.
up a second down, long 4, short 5. So we'll call it second down and 5.
59 in a quarterback here, Matt Payne. As we have different numbers, guys, with the red jerseys were not able to come in, or the black jerseys, so the Junior Mustangs and Western Mustangs have helped out U16 and U18. Here we go. Payne calls the signals out. He throws, and it's a great catch, Ron, this time.
Number 56 on the reception.
Nice catch that time, and he's going to need about 2 yards.
I'd say it looked like he came up short. I thought it was number 56, but that's a linebacker. I think it might have been number 55. I'm not 100% sure on the number, but just a simple out route there to the wide receiver. Just a good job. And it looks like they're going for it here, Jay. 3rd and 1. You got a
3rd and inches, Ron, yeah.
Yeah.
Payne trips to the field, 1 to the boundary. Bars the signals out, hands it off inside to Keyshawn Manning. I don't think he got it.
No, he
what
did
a
not.
play that time. And I'm just trying to get you the number.
51.
51 on the tackle that time for Team Black or Team Purple. And that's Stephen Buckridge out of Huron Heights, Ron.
Yeah, really solid tackle there. It does the really good job getting off, sheds the block right at the point of attack, and kind of saw it. Understood, again, this is what we talk about. The defense knows what the offense is going to be running. They've been practicing against it. They kind of know it. So recognize the play, good play recognition.
Junior Mustangs quarterback and CCH product. Jed Trippish and his dad not able to make it today. Hope you're feeling better. Brian, Jed is starting quarterback here for Team Purple, or if you will, Team Black. Trips once again to the field, 1 to the boundary. Offset back to the right. High snap. Trippish does a good job of picking up. He's going to run. They're going to blow it dead. The quarterbacks aren't live today, Ron.
Okay.
So they do blow it dead and bring up 2nd and long.
Yeah, unfortunate, a little bit of a high snap. They were looking for the, they had the fullback out there as well, and then they also they almost had like a out-up concept going
Just
on.
would have been nice to let the quarterback run. I mean, I understand in the pocket blowing it dead, but hopefully we've got some pretty good running quarterbacks in the next game. I'd like to see them move on the move. Troopers with trips to his left. Offset fullback. Motion to the boundary. 2nd and 10. Ball's high. Troopers has to go up. He makes a move, makes it, and again they blow it dead. And 2 straight snaps over the top here, Ron.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You want to get those down, and that's huge. But that's a big loss. That's going to bring up a 3rd down and about 20, unfortunately, Jay.
Yeah, you can see it here. See that you got to snap a dead ball, Ron. It's the new way to snap the football. The snap a little bit over, but it's going to bring up a punting situation for Team Purple. And if you notice, there's some white guys on the specials. That's just the way it's going to work today, guys. But we'll keep the score for you. And again, special teams is kind of a mix of players. Make it interesting for the refs, Ron.
It's going to make it interesting for us.
Well, we don't matter, Ron. We're just calling the game. These refs have to. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Trying to line up in that shield formation, Ron.
I like that they're allowing the coaches to be on the field, because this is a coaching game. This is all about getting, understanding each other a little bit better. So it's good that the coaches are allowed to be out here.
Yeah, and there's the punt. Drives it. Nice punt.
Nice punt.
Just over the head of the returner, and they blow it dead. So, again, safety, just not a lot of time to practice. So just erring on the caution. Ball hits the ground. It'll be 1st down now here for Team White. And we want to thank Football Ontario is a sanctioned provincial governing body for football all across Ontario, placing a focus on innovation, alignment, excellence, wellness, community, and inclusion. The organization is continuously engaged in providing football opportunities for all through leadership, promotion, and development. Football Ontario is driven by a commitment to deliver football programming, opportunities, and resources for over 70 member leagues and associations and over 10,000 athletes yearly. They're our first quarter sponsor, Ron. Here we go. I believe it's Payne still in the game.
Yeah.
And again, I don't even understand how it looked like that D-line was lined up in the backfield. How'd he get back there so fast, Ron?
It was number 40. He came right off the edge there. That's a defensive lineman.
Jackson LaShock, we know that guy.
Yeah, out of Cambridge, recognized the helmet.
Yeah, very good football player.
Yeah,
Ron.
he's a solid young man.
Yeah, Jackson. Let's look at the replay, Ron, one more time. I mean, he just shot out of like a cannon.
Nobody, yeah. So the fullback was supposed to pick him coming across, and he did.
But still, he got there so fast. Great motor there. Payne, 2nd and 13. Looks to the boundary. He's in trouble.
Guess what?
Jackson.
Our friend Jackson LaShock.
So we called a D lineman for MVP earlier.
Yeah.
Fitzy he loves this stuff. You know, him and Melrose. I think it's a jinx to have them as producers because every time I have them as producers, it's a defensive ball game. Like, we need some points here. But again, great play by LaShock. You see him come off the edge, firing off the edge.
Yeah, this is the kid that we had, a couple years ago when we did the Ontario versus.
But he also played for the Junior Mustangs for 2 years.
Yeah, but he's a great kid. He's got a high motor.
Now they're going for a 3rd and long here, Ron. Payne rolls out. He's got time. He looks. He's going to throw it. Gets dropped by number 97 from Cambridge.
No, I think 97's from Cambridge. It looked like
Marco Leggio, defensive line out of Huron Heights. Sorry, Ron. So they're going to turn the ball over on down.
Yeah, but we're trying to, I'm scanning through trying to get the numbers here, on some of these kids, but that looked like a Wildcat helmet or.
Yeah, no, it was Huron Heights 97. With a great play there, and his name was Marco Leggio. We've had a Leggio here kick for the Western Mustangs. Another Leggio in the Alumni Stadium. Ron, there's going to be a big scoreboard coming up soon here on this beautiful new field that we have here, the nice purple track. I know Fitzy loves the real purple. Here we go. 1st and 10, Truppish. Hopefully we get a snap here. He's moving the back, trying to get him lined up in the right spot. And what happened here, folks, just so you know, is they had to make a lot of changes with the teams because they had team on there's the run by number 26, is it Ron? 28.
28.
Big first down run there by number 28 at the running back position, and that is Massimo Farion Bird out of Vaughan Rebels and Bill Carruthers High School.
Wait, so Purple's got the ball, so we're looking at the black roster. Okay, that's where I'm
go to running backs
on
the other page,
Because I'm going, that's not what I've got here, but okay.
So a big
Told you it was going to be a challenge for me. That was, the Vaughan Rebel kid.
Yeah, 1st and goal here for Trippish. Got a 2-by-2 formation, Ron, as they try to get the receiver lined up in the right spot. Motion, hands it off inside. This Vaughan kid's good, Ron.
Nice miss.
Wow, touchdown. This kid can play. Number 28, Ron. Talk about the run and just a great surge there from the awesome offensive line, Massimo Fernberg.
Yeah, so you see the fullback coming across, so they're showing that power play, but he does a good job. Look at right after contact, he should have been dropped in the backfield, but he does a good job. Good lower body strength here. Look at that. Boom, keeps us going. And after that, now you've got the edge, and it's a walk-in for 12 yards.
Watch the O-line here, Ron. Good job here by the right tackle, and I think it's number, let me just see here, 61 from Team Black. Is that right, Ron?
I think so. It's hard to pick it up.
Yeah, it's Alexander Mastro Giamacco, and he is out of Huron Heights. Huron Heights, the number 1 team in the nation last year at high school, Ron. Now, again, everybody wasn't playing, but still, they beat St. Thomas More, who won it 2 in a row, or 3 in a row, Ron, actually. Beat us the one year.
Yeah, and, really, really solid program.
And you'll see a kid in the next game, lefty quarterback that you're going to love. He's going to Huron Heights.
I don't like left quarterback.
But he's good, Ron. You're going to like this one. Donahue. Here we go. Snap. New quarterback in. Nice throw there, Ron, from the quarterback. I'm trying to get the number.
84, it looks like.
Is it 84?
Jackson Roth.
Jack out of Iroquois Ridge. Ron. Nice little throw there that time. 2nd and 5.
Just a little out pattern there. I should see it there.
The favorite play of the voice of an angel.
Yeah, really, really nice high point, tight delivery on that ball as well. I really like that.
But Ron, out of Iroquois Ridge, where is that?
I am not sure.
Awesome. Getting players from all over Ontario here. Nice little handoff inside, but there's a big surge. And that D-line from Team Black, that is number 44. 44, Ron.
Julian Cook.
Julian Cook, wow.
Julian Cook,
Hamilton Junior Varsity
Yeah,
Tigers.
the Hi-Cats, again, they just turn out lineman after lineman after lineman out there.
Yeah.
Really solid, another really solid program. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the first broadcast, Jay. This is a celebration of everybody who has had football, taken away from them over the last couple of years. So it is getting all these different programs, and as we're reading down here, Bishop's Townsend, Scarborough Thunder, Cambridge Lions, Brantford Bison, the Elite Football Academy, the Quinte Skyhawks, just, all these different kids from different organizations. It is fantastic to see them all coming together and growing as football players, but competing against each other.
Who's kicking right now, Ron? Is it 92?
I'm not sure, Jay. I can't.
Ty Coyne Kohler out of the Burlington Stampeders, it looks like, Ron.
No, it's a 43. It looks
Is it
like.
43? Sorry. Trying to
Yeah,
find
43. 43. So that's not a Burlington helmet.
Nevertheless, a pretty good kick that time. But
Yeah, really.
I don't have 43 on the roster, guys. So, nice kick by 43, though.
I did get an update a little while ago. I haven't really looked at it, though.
So, we'll get 1st and 10 for Trippers. They're up 7-0, or 6-0. I guess they missed the extra point, did they? Did they miss the extra point, Fitz? There was, so let's give it 7. I guess the scoreboard says 6, but I guess they're not doing extra points, so we'll call it 7-0 on our board. Or I guess we'll do what they're doing, 6-0. So here we go, Trippish, again with this really good running back. Massimo Farron Bird has been a star here earlier in the ball game. Fitz, I'm blind, that is 28, right?
Yes.
Running back, okay. So 2x2, Ron. Well, I guess we're missing a guy, so we'll get our 3x1. The new formation, I think, Ron. Everybody's following the Western Mustangs and that 3x1, what they've been successful with. I like some 3x2 and 4x1. Nice throw to the flat by Trippish. It's complete. And this guy could go. He will. Let's see if he makes a move.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's going to go all the way. Touchdown pass. Trippish, and we'll try to get you the number, guys.
I think it's 14, Jay.
14 a wide receiver. 13. Let me see here. I'm trying to listen to Jameson here. I don't have
It's 14, yeah.
Yeah, so 14 is a linebacker. That's the problem. So we're just trying to. It says 14, so number 14, heck of a play. Unfortunately, folks, it might be Omar Dejani out of Sarnia. He's the only one without a number here. Yeah, so Jameson is our stadium announcer. Jackson Wade is a linebacker on our score sheet. So maybe we'll get Aaron and Tyler up here and we can get them to come up and.
Boy, if that's a linebacker, that linebacker's got a lot of speed.
Yeah, but what a great job. Let's get it one more time, Fitzy. I guess we don't have time. We're going to the next play. But just a great job of catching the football in the flat, and I mean he just beat everybody on the edge.
Yeah, great speed. But again, we talked about it earlier in the first broadcast. Get the ball to your athlete in
out.
space.
Your favorite play.
On the out. It is so hard to cover in the Canadian game, that wide field.
So 84 in back at quarterback. Out of Iroquois Ridge, Jackson Roth.
That's a good solid run. He's only gonna get about a yard or two on that, but that's a really solid run, right up the gut.
Who was that? What
number 50, it looks like.
50 at running back. So I've got running back 60 maybe. Callum Smith out of Niagara.
Yeah. So excuse me, it's number 60. Really solid run, tough run, contact right away. Was able to get forward for a gain of about 2 yards on that, but that's 4 or 5 yards after contact. His contact was 3 yards back in the backfield.
Here we go, 2nd and 9 for Roth. Like that last name, Roth. Out of Iroquois Ridge, 2x2. Gets the football, looks to his left to the field. He's got a guy. There's that throw, just a little overthrown. Incomplete, and it'll bring up 3rd down, Ron.
That kid's got an arm.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice high release. That ball was tight coming
Talk
out.
about, Ron, I mean, 2 practices, you got to get that rhythm. It's tough with the receivers.
And I mentioned that earlier. Like, the defenses are going to be so far ahead of the offenses in games like this. You're going to see a lot of 3 and outs. Excuse me. Just because of the
some of the Mama Hot Italian flying around here. Now we're getting a little bit of a breeze, which is very good for us. But yeah, we'll get our camera. There's Anderson. He's multitasking.
So yeah, we were talking
the
about
Lucas grad multitasking.
We're talking about just because it's so hard for the offenses to have any type of rhythm whatsoever right now.
Roth has his man, and he's on point. It's number 59, I think.
55.
55. Look at that
nice
move.
stiff arm.
Look at that. Nice play that time. And again, Jackson Roth, like you said, Ron, he is on point. And number 55, that's Xavier Smith. And he's out of Holy Trinity Titans, Ron.
Yeah, that's like fantastic, like really, really good job. But that was a really good finish on there.
Well,
Watch
just
his
wide
stiff arm
open.
right here, though. Little juke, boom, down he goes.
And Ron,
still
talk about a
grinding.
guy when he's that wide open. Sometimes you see guys miss that throw. You talk
Yeah.
about Jackson Roth and his accuracy. Just a nice football, easy to catch, and he
Yeah.
allows his running back or his receiver to make big yards.
Yeah, that was like really good throw. That's because being that open is actually tough to hit.
Trips
He's
here.
got him again.
Roth has got some speed here, Ron. This kid can go. They're going to call it.
He
dead.
had the out
Actually,
again.
is this a new quarterback, Ron? No, it's Roth again.
No. You had the out again on that. I think it was to the fullback, or maybe it was number
See the
54.
replay. Did he need to move, or did he have time? Let's see, Ron. Yeah.
You've got the out right now.
Take
at the
it.
top of the screen. You got to hit that. But he does have pressure coming into there, so maybe he doesn't have time to step up into that.
And that's where it comes. I know we were working with the quarterbacks, Ron, yesterday, working on those scramble drills
Yeah.
that you love a lot.
Yeah, because especially in the Canadian game, you break contain, and okay, you got to know what you got to do. Who's going up? Who's going out? Who's coming back?
You'd like to see them maybe not. Let the guys run a little bit. Here we go. Ross, second down. He throws. He's got his man, and it's incomplete. Intercepted. It's intercepted. And
Number 23?
23 for the team. Stephen Ainsko out of the York Region Lions, Ron. It was deflected, though. Let's
Great
see.
tip
It's a little
drill.
bit high, Ron.
Yeah, but this is a really nice tip throw. We got to come down. This is just a sit-down route here.
Oh, we lost the replay there. There it
So
is.
it's, again,
There it
just
is.
just a sit-down route. Just hooks across the board there. A little bit high, tips it right to him. Hey, you know what? This York program is an upcoming program. We
Yeah.
said that a couple years ago already.
Jody at York working really hard. She's the president of the Fall Football League, the OFL. You know, Ron, the great thing about this game, and I wish people would understand, there's obviously a lot of competition across the province, but it's meeting different people, and just like you said, working as one to get these kids on the field and play the great game that we love. Here we go. New quarterback is in.
I don't have the number yet.
I think it's Taylor Hudson, maybe? Or Hudson Taylor.
Number 1.
Yeah, Hudson Taylor from Bishop. Tonos is in, Ron.
Okay.
Sweeney with the...
Loss of about 3 yards,
Loss
but
about
you know,
3.
yeah, good, really good cut. You can see it like right here. It's just that tried to hand it off in there, just nowhere to go. The defense was just right there on again. I think it was the Hamilton Ticat player who made the play on that one.
Second
Not
and
100%
12,
sure.
Ron. We've got 22 seconds, 30 seconds left in the... I can't really see it, but I know
30,
we're
yeah,
under a
30
minute
seconds left.
in the first quarter. Snap. Tonos looks. He's got a guy. There's a nice throw. Just a little undershot. Good coverage that time, Ron. By Team White, number
2.
Number 2 for Team White. And he did a great job that time. That's Jaden
James
Sellis.
Sellis out of Scarborough.
Yeah.
I've said his name a couple times
Yeah.
already.
So some good football here. We're going to get a punt here. So it looks like Team Purple is going to punt. But Team White's never going to punt, maybe? That's kind of the... No, Team White did punt one. They did punt
Well,
one.
yeah, and what you just they're working on their special teams. So guys from each end are coming in.
I wonder if we can try to find number 14's. I don't know if Aaron's got us. So we'll try to get number 14's number, the receiver there. Here we go. Punt, Ron. It's snapped from about the 49. Nice and high to the boundary. It is caught, and they're just letting them catch it, Ron. I like that. Just working this stuff. There is a flag. We're just catching it. Maybe
Why?
Yeah. But referees are people too, Ron, and they got to work on their stuff. And we love all the refs, and I know we're hard on them sometimes here, but they're good men. And you know, we've developed a great relationship with the referees. Look at that high punt
Yeah, really good job.
Nice job of fielding it there, and that's number 21.
Yeah,
Ron.
that's the same gentleman that the first time.
Emmanuel Brown.
Yeah, kind of went over his head.
Elite Football Academy, Emmanuel Brown.
Yeah, and he does a really good job of getting under the ball and securing the catch on that. So that was good. That was solid.
So we're back here, Junior Mustangs TV. We got the second quarter sponsor, guys. I'll try to get in quick. Area 51 Sports. They're brought to you. They're Area 51 Sports, a Canadian minority-owned sports apparel company that specializes in team sports. www.area51sports.ca. Ask for Chavez. Here we go. First and 10.
Yeah, there's that. Well, we're 4x1 now.
Is it a new quarterback run? It is.
Yes.
We'll call him Red Pants. No. Okay, here we go. New QB is 83. That's Jillian D. Philippis out of St. Andrews College Saints. And his coach is here, Marcello Leo, and Marcello Leo's son, Anthony Leo, is a quarterback for the U18. I was at the pleasure of coaching him yesterday. And you remember when we saw Leo back in Bantam, we had our way with their team, but Leo was the best player on the field. Like we told him, keep working at it.
Yeah, like we said it back then. It was like, okay, that's different,
Speed.
Yeah, and you can't coach speed. You have it or you don't. There's a few things that we can't really coach. As we're at the end of the first quarter now, Jay.
So the end of the quarter. So that second quarter, I jumped ahead, but we know our sponsor is Area 51. You talk about it, right? I remember Daniel Fitzgerald when he played in Pee Wee. He was as big as he is now. He was so big. We had him at running back. We had him at D-line. I think he played a little quarterback, didn't you, Daniel? And then, grew into that linebacker position. But you look at these kids when they're younger and you see them develop over the years, Ron. You've seen them a lot, Ron, in your time.
Yeah, I've been around the game for a few years. I'm not going to go into actual numbers at this point.
We're old timers, let's put it that way. Ross Pettigrew's got his first broadcast later today. He says hi to you, Ron. He's going to be the Essex Ravens and the Peel. There's supposed to be some no-fly zone. Glenn Mills is out of his mind with that Top Gun stuff, but I love him.
Well, that'll be.
We got him here next weekend with the flag, so you'll have fun with him then, Ron. We're just waiting here for the. They're marking it up for some reason. Was there a penalty, Ron?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Or maybe just because of the change of.
No, we're moving it back.
I will tell you this, fans. If you can put some sunscreen on this summer, do it. Coach KJ was not smart enough to do that yesterday, and I am now paying for it. We also have Marcel filming up here for the Western Mustangs, getting all the good film for Huddle. Here we go. Quarterback looks to the light, throws, and it's just a great coverage that time. Again, Ron, you've said number 21 who returned that punt. That's Emmanuel Brown. Really like this kid.
Yeah, and number 3 as well was there as well. Sorry, I'm trying to find the numbers as we kind of go along. I don't have a number 3 on this.
On purple.
Yeah. But
is it 31 maybe? Ron?
No, it's definitely number 3. I can see that clear as bell.
Well, number 3, great play as well. And again, they're evaluating these players. They're going to watch the film. Hopefully, Junior Mustangs TV will help out in that. They'll get some good shots from us. We got Mr. Coach Anderson on the camera here doing a great job. His first time ever. Here we go. Steps up. And again, that pressure. And is that LeShuck again, Ron?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I'm going to tell you guys, there's a kid here that we may be able to... If he keeps doing what he does... Remember, Fitzy was a bigger kid as well, remember?
Yeah.
And LeShuck is a guy that, is going to play some valuable football minutes. And,
Mr. LeShuck could play wide receiver. He has that type of dexterity.
Yeah. He's just like Fitzy.
Yeah, he's got great
I remember
hands.
One time Fitzy asked me, we were coaching a game, and he'll love this one. He goes, "Why are you calling that play?" I'm like, "Well, because that's what's in the game plan." He goes, "Yeah, but that's not the right play to call." Fitzy at a young age had a football IQ that was higher than most guys. You know what I mean? That's the great thing about this game, Ron, is we get to see these kids, and they become way smarter than us.
Yeah, well, being smarter than me is not hard because I've been hitting that a lot. But anyway.
I've heard that you guys had those conversations at Marino's. We'll talk about that in a minute. Marino's no longer. And an offside call here as Tonin, the quarterback,
that's number 1.
Hudson Taylor out of Bishop Tonus is the quarterback. I call him Tonus. Oh, my goodness. Matter of fact, guys, that first game was a grind. I'm starting to feel a little bit better here. Got that BioSteel going, keeping us good, and we got that Mama's Hot Italian feeding us some watermelon here. Fitzy with a nice cold cut combo. Anderson's loving it. Marcel, usually I think Marcel wanted maybe some vegan stuff, but we made him eat some meat today. He's good. That BioSteel, Ron, coming in handy now.
Yeah, no, it's
Giving me my second wind.
it's actually become comfortable. The first game up here was literally like a sauna.
Taylor trips to the field. Nice job on the snap. Taylor, look at this
Nice
throw.
ball.
He's got his man. What a throw in with duress, Ron. An 85, I think, was the receiver.
Yeah, 85 is the receiver on that. Gonna try to
Noah McMahon out of Huron Heights. But watch the replay, Ron. He got punched in the mouth and still made that completion.
Yeah, I think
on a bad snap, too.
Yeah, like the snap's a little bit high. Look at that. Steps up, understand the pressure is coming. Now they
Beautiful
don't hit
throw.
him. They don't hit him. That's smart. But that was really, really good. Great
Did they not hit
job
him,
there.
Ron? I thought they did, maybe not hard, but
Well, they just kind of bump. Like they could have
so
wrapped him.
most quarterbacks would freeze, right, Ron? He didn't.
Or tried to bail. One or the other.
Team Purple trying to take, or Team Black, if you will. Says they're up 12-0 already. I don't remember.
They are. The
so-
long pass and then the run.
That's right, they are. So trying to go up here. Taylor with the handoff inside, and good
That's
job
a
by the
big
D-line.
play. Number 80, I think it is, for Team Red.
Jordan Strickland. Watch him come off the block here, Ron.
Yeah. The Essex Raven, Jordan Strickland.
Yeah, that's a play. That's a
Another
play.
kid who we've seen over the years, just fantastic. Another high motor kid. That's the nice thing. Like Jay, you and I, we've coached against a lot of these kids as we're with the Junior Mustangs. But again, it's great to see them all come together. Like talent's recognizing talent here, and this is really what we're really looking forward to.
So Taylor looks at second and long into the red zone here. I think they won't be able to get a first down. So he'll go to the end zone. Taylor looks, he steps, he throws. He's got his man. Great coverage that time, though. Hopefully we'll get you the number.
That's the Burlington Stampeder.
DB.
Yeah, number 22, I believe it is.
Yeah, that is Jace Maggio, and a great job on the coverage there. Great shot there by Anderson. Look at it, gets the whole thing there. First game out, and he's drinking some BioSteel, and he's just getting us some great shots here from Alumni Stadium. Y'all realize after this that Fitzy's going to put me in some sort of stranglehold because of all the jokes I'm making today, so everyone pray for me for after the game.
Aren't you leaving after this?
Well, I thought I'm trying to get Fitzy to do one more game.
Yeah.
Here we go. They're going for a 3rd and goal.
3rd and goal from about the 14 here, Jay.
Taylor gets
High
the
snap
football.
again.
He likes going to his boundary. Here's the pressure, and they're going to blow it down. And they, had to.
They kind of had to.
Was that 80 again
It's 29.
on the pressure?
Yeah.
Does he come from a D-line position?
Yes, that.
Noah Miller from the London Junior Mustangs, and Noah, we've known him as well out of
Yeah.
Parkside as well, and we talked about Congdon here coaching, and
Yeah.
his daughter's playing our flag program, but his son played in the previous game. But Noah Miller, a name to watch, I think, Ron. This kid's just always been, him and LeShuck
Yeah.
played on the same D-line
Really,
on those
yeah.
Pee-wee.
Yeah.
Those Pee-wee teams that went on and defeated over 39 games. They broke the varsity record of 36 in a row. They went 39 in a row, and that Bruno DeSando, pretty cool. I know it was at the younger ages. Still pretty cool feat to go 39-0.
Yeah, that was a. To say that was a solid team is beyond.
So same quarterback, sorry. He ends it off. Keyshawn Manning just getting nothing. The D-line is just having their way right now.
Any guesses who made the tackle on that? Our friend number 40,
Jackson LeShuck.
Jackson LeShuck.
Watch him come off here.
He's just kind of taken over this game.
He really has. And he played with Keyshawn. That's the funny part, right?
Yeah, well, they look at that, just right off the edge, untouched. I don't know if they got him like in a wider position. I mean, I want to take a look at it here because he's taking off the ball and he's getting absolute no resistance off this edge whatsoever.
Dave Felippes out of SAC at quarterback barks the signals out. He's going to look pressure again. I mean, is that LeShuck again? I mean, there's 3 of them.
There's 3 of
51,
them.
51 was there, I think.
51 and 97.
Yeah, so we had
were there.
Stephen Buckridge out of Huron Heights and Jackson LeShuck.
Yeah.
Watch it here. I mean,
I wanted to see it, but look at the takeoff, like off that TN position. Like, he's around him before the lineman is getting out of his stance.
See, and this goes back to the other thing what we were doing with the varsity or the U18 quarterbacks. You got to step up on that. So the flip is, with that pressure, at least try to step up, lose less yards. You know what I'm saying, Ron?
Yeah.
But maybe you get out the back door with that pressure. They're coming so hard now. Maybe you got to change the snap count. Here's the kick. It's a little bit wobbly right over the middle. So Team Purple's going to have great field position.
I think it got a little bit. I think it got tipped there.
Yeah, let's check the replay, Ron. See if it got tipped. So you're at Alumni Stadium, and we'll be able to give you this red-black U16 game. Second of our triple header here today. Want to give a shout-out to Adam Melrose for having us all ready to go. Fitzy for taking over and just doing a great job of getting us going here today. We had a little bit of a issue at the beginning. Everything was so hot in here. I can't believe how cool it is right now, guys.
Yeah,
it went from being I thought I was going to be. I thought Fitzy was trying to cook me and feed me to somebody. I was so hot in here, and now it's like a nice breeze. Here we go, new quarterback.
Troupish
is back in. His dad in the hospital. 1 touchdown pass already. Troupish looks to his left. He's got a man. He throws a nice ball to the flat. Look at that, Ron. The out pattern you talked about. Again, number 14. I really want to get his name. I'm going to text Aaron right now, Ron. Take us through this.
Yeah, again, it's just the out route. It's a simple out route, but it's so hard to cover. Look at how he presses that upfield. And now what I really like about that, he's coming across really, really nice and flat. So he pushes the DB off, and the ability to stick your foot in the ground and break to the sidelines. See, you've got to respect, and you see the DB. He's got to go. He's got deep contain on that. But Troupish, Jed Super Trooper, I used to call him years ago. Just really, really great job of delivering the ball on time.
3 by 1 run, 3 by run. First down, hands it off. There's that running back out of Vaughn. There's a penalty. He's going to get to the yard. It's going to be a holding call.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's coming back. 62 with the tackle. I can't quite see that. But again, really.
Let's see it right here. Yeah, there's the hold there by 60, Ron. Number 60 from Team Black. Definite hold. And that is Nathaniel Smith out of Durham Dolphins. Again, the D-line play today, Ron, has been superb.
Yeah, and we talked about how much more advanced the defense is going to be just because of the timing. Knowing your responsibility is completely different than having the timing and everything else that has to go with it. That's why you always see a defense a little bit ahead of an offense at the start of a season, Yeah. That's all the time. But these guys have only practiced twice together.
That's right. Well, they've been watching film. They've been doing stuff. Troopers throws. He's got that flat again. And 14 with the move.
Wow.
He makes another move. Look at this. He's vying for MVP. He's not going to score, and that's going to be the end of the drive. Or did he get the first? He got
Yeah, they're going to give him no, because it's going to bring it.
Oh, because the penalty, yes. Yeah, so second down.
No, I think that's going to be third down now.
Jameson announced second. We'll see what it is. Second and goal, I think, Ron, or third and goal. I'm not sure.
So you got your yards back, that's for sure. But again, just that what a great job understanding.
The old dipsy-do, Ron.
But not going out there, that's a difference of 10 yards. By not going out there and not understanding body control and momentum. So that was I'd like to know who that is, because that's a great route.
I'm trying to get the name. Trips to the field. Nathaniel. Oh, it's a fumble. Now, that's a tough one because, right now, Team Purple could have put this game away with these last 2 drives. So Team White's got to get going here. Again, we're in the second quarter here. No, first quarter still, right, Fitz?
Okay, so they're gonna give him the ball back, but it's gonna be third down.
Oh, is it third down?
Yeah. So I'm saying that they're saying that Purple recovered it.
How did they recover it? I mean, White was right on at 29. Wow, it must have slipped out at the end.
The purple jerseys still have the ball, so that's
third and goal.
Third and goal
from the 5. Trooper says he's kind of got 14 and 28 are the guys he's been going to here early. Both quarterbacks. We got 3 to the field. Third and goal situation. Trivers looks left. He flips to the right and throws it.
Yeah, he's in. Touchdown.
Wow. So let's get the number on that, Ron.
14.
14 again. So 14 is just all over the field. They move him to the trips. Watch what Trippers does here. He looks left, throws right. I don't necessarily teach that, but we've worked with Trippers for a long time. What a great job of driving the football, because that's tough, Ron, looking to your left.
That's a short window.
Must have been designed.
A lot of coverage, so that's
has to be a design play, though, because, you know what I mean? Just to hold those linebackers, I guess, Ron, you look to the left, and does a great job of threading the needle there, and the second touchdown pass of the game. And number 14 was his second reception of the game, Ron, 18-0.
Yeah, excuse me. Solid ball player, really understand. I'm really impressed with this kid. I've coached receivers for years, but understanding the body control and the ability to stick your foot in the ground and change directions, that's so vital for different quarterbacks.
LeShock was late on the field. That touchdown drive, Ron, brought to you by Barron Championship Rings. Here we go. New quarterback. Is it a new quarterback, Ron? I can't tell.
The Queens kid.
Okay, so he's back in. Rolls, looks, and he's going to get the ball knocked out of his hand by guess who?
Yeah.
I mean,
he's taken over this game. We said this earlier. He's the type of kid that can take over this game. He's going to shine in an environment like this, where basically right now it's like go hunt, and it's like okay, it's hard to be an offense in these situations, because these kids on the offensive line and the running backs and the receivers and the quarterbacks, these are all really, really talented players.
Yeah, it's just they're not in sync.
Yeah.
So Payne, Ron, we'll come back to the point, but Payne with trips here, running back offset to his right. Looks like there's too many men on the field. Well, they just sent 6 receivers out and they had a running back, Ron, so I don't know. Completion, though, finally, from Payne, and that was a nice one.
Pass is complete to number 55,
Xavier Smith with his second reception of the game, Ron. And again, like you said, Ron, it's not about the score, it's about production, right?
Yeah.
Xavier Smith, 2 catches. 3rd and 8 here.
So yeah, we're just trying to get some of the numbers and see how they're lining up here. So it's 2x2, or it's a 3x2 because the fullback's over on the boundary as well.
Here we go, Payne. Nice throw that time, Ron. He gets a completion. This could be a big play.
This could be trouble.
And we've got I don't know if you have the number 82 on the catch. 4 team white or team red.
92,
and that's Ty DeCoin-Kohler from the Burlington Stampeders with his second catch of the day, Ron.
That's not a Burlington helmet, though. That's a powder blue helmet.
I'm just telling you what it says here. He maybe he's wearing his high school, right? Some of the guys, just like Keyshawn Manning's wearing his high school helmet.
Yeah.
A nice throw there that time, Ron, that time by Payne. So they get their first drive of the game, and from the 51-yard line on the right hash, Payne barks out the singles. Running back offsets from left to right. 3x1 with a H to the right. He gets a little stab motion, and there he is in the back, in the little hawk motion, and another big play, and that's number 54, Ron, I think?
Yeah, number 54 from the Burlington Stampeders, the fullback on that. We talked about that how a lot of these plays are going to look similar. It's just that fullback coming underneath there. It does a great job.
Garrett Scott, Ron.
Yeah, so it does a great job. Wide open. It's so hard to track the fullback on that hawk. As we see a hawk flying around the stadium right now.
Corpus Christi Burlington Stampeder product, Run, with a nice first down here and a good drive here for Payne and Team White, Team Red. Payne looks, throws. He's got his man there. Payne's getting in the groove here, Ron.
So are these receivers, number 55 here.
Good effort.
Wow.
Big first down.
Great motor on that. Understanding, again, number 50.
Talk about the timing on the throw here, Ron, and the catch afterwards.
Actually, a really, really good timing on this, but it's a sit-down route, so he's just, quarterback's finding room, 2 steps, sits down, delivers the ball, keep your feet going. Keep your feet going.
Quick game's the only way you're going to slow this D-line down. You got to get the ball out quickly.
Yeah, like if they're coming like they have been coming, then you got to catch. It's got to be catch and release. It's got to be, or you're in for a long, long day.
3x1 here, Ronnie.
3x1, fullback to the boundary as well. A great job that time. I'm going to give a shout out to big number 61 on that for the offensive line. Jay, can you give me the name?
61 from the 61 from the O-line.
Yeah.
That is Jacob Burns out of Kingston Junior Gales.
Yeah, he does a great job of locking up LeShuck on this, allowing that ball to be thrown downfield. Again, we don't talk a lot about offensive linemen, but when we see something like that against a player who was really dominating this earlier, it's great to see.
Great coverage also by Adrian Tassoni on that last play.
Yeah, really good coverage on the back end of that as well.
Not sure, second and long, they run inside and
They're almost trying to run a little counter play there. Number 50 or number 60 is the running back.
Around 60 is Caleb Smith out of Niagara Regional.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like a Niagara helmet. So yeah,
It also makes sense. Niagara always has those big bruising backs, Ron.
he's more of a. He's not. I don't think he's quite the bruiser per se, Jay. I think he's more of a speed guy.
Is he? Okay. Here's Payne. 3-by-1, fullback into the boundary. Running back over to the boundary now. Play action. Payne in trouble, and guess who it is? I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. Jackson LeSuck has at least two hurries, 2 sacks, at least. I mean, we're only in the second quarter.
That's on this drive. You know.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, he's really.
So the best drive of the day gets thwarted by a D lineman.
Yeah. You know, and I was just saying the compliments to number 61, you know, for locking him up on that.
But I mean, if you watch the replay,
then he gets
Ron,
beat 2 plays in a row.
But I mean, the kid's just, it's tough sometimes. Sometimes you got to use 2, especially on those downs where, you know, you really want to get the ball off. You've got to use a chip or something just to slow Mr. LeSuck down.
See, I don't think that right now that there's a lot of adjustments that are going on. They're just kind of like running what they have to run, and like they've got their base offense in, which is this is what we want. This is what we're going to see. Ontario, you know, we had Aaron on here earlier today. Like, we're going to run the football. We want to run the ball.
Trippish, another throw, it's caught, and I think it's 14 again.
It is number 14 again.
I mean, he's had 4 or 5 catches. Your friend Tyler Tierney on Friday night, 2 touchdown catches.
Yeah.
Isaac White, 3 touchdown passes in his first 4 drives, and then the varsity Mustangs.
Tierney 11. Was Tyler number 11?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was Cam.
Here we go, 2nd and 4 now for Trippish.
Shout out to
gotta
Hollywood, kid I've known for many, many years.
I saw him yesterday. He had a couple catches. And Trippish gets sacked that time, so it'll be a 3rd and long run.
29 with the pressure up there, Jay.
He's had himself a pretty good day for Team White, Ron.
Yeah.
The 29, I'm just trying to find his 29 is actually, well, it's Noah Miller from the Leonard Junior Mustangs. So D-line has ruled the day today on, you know, both games.
As we kind of expected. You know, like, let's be realistic.
Wait till you see the next game. There's some D-line that can fly. Some tremendous athletes. It should be a lot of fun. Rob Underhill, Hamilton Junior Ticats, McMaster University coach. You know, he's put a great staff together, Ron. And Mark Sura is the OC. You know, he's just got some great people out there. It's going to be fun to watch. And Irv Damon will be yelling at somebody, no doubt. There's the punt. Nice little high riser, nice catch. And like I said, number 21 has really settled it down here.
Yeah, he's done a good job of
and he's been really good in the secondary too, Ron.
Yeah, he's I believe that's a Durham kid, right?
Yeah. 21. Let me just get that for you, Ron. I don't think it's well, might be. It's Elite Football Academy, but you might remember him from Durham. You're right. So Team White with good field possession.
Number 54 is
How much
coming
time
back
do we have left here,
quarterback.
guys?
We've got 1 minute by the looks of it, Jay.
Wow, in the second quarter, so this one's flying by, folks.
Oh, no, excuse me, 59, the Queens, the Gales quarterback is in still.
So they're going with Payne. Payne did have a really good drive last time.
He did. He had a really good job. He would settle down really nice.
3-by-1 for Payne. One guy's short.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you're a corner short on the far side. Again, thank you for all the volunteers and all the cameramen and producers putting this together for us. Nice ball.
Great coverage that time by 32. Jordan Skanes out of the Quinty Skyhawks, Ron.
Yeah, you know, Quinty was a team that was new organization into the fall senior football or CJFL, so to speak. So it's good to see that program's carrying through at the different levels.
Right, Ron? Belleville?
Yeah,
Yep. Real nice play that time.
great coverage. Nice ball, really nice ball. This kid's got a nice arm on him.
Payne, 2x2. Looks left, comes back over to the middle. He's moving around. They're going to give him time here because he did escape properly. Ron, we will talk about that escape in a minute. Oh, it's just fumble. Let's see who gets the ball. Oh, just a great play, but unfortunately didn't secure it. That was number 5 on the catch. Ron, talk about the escapability here, though.
Okay, great job feeling the pressure, stepping up, and getting out. So buys himself some time. So that's why they didn't blow it dead, because the quarterback wasn't in immediate danger. Allow him to make the play downfield. 41 seconds left to go on the half here, Jay. Really a game dominated by the defensive lines. It really has been. Number 14 has had himself a game though as well. Whomever he might be,
And that was number 5, which I don't have on my list either, as a receiver. That nice play, but just
looks like number 1 is coming back in here at quarterback as well.
Okay, so we got Taylor back in at quarterback.
Yep. Hudson
From
Taylor.
Bishop Tonis.
Yep.
He's got a touchdown pass to number 14 as well. Troopers has 2. I guess Troopers has both of them to 14. But Taylor had that nice throw that we liked earlier. There's a run off tackle.
Number 24 with the carry there, Jay. That is Brody Weber. According to this, that's a Burlington Stampeder product. Didn't look like a Burlington helmet, but okay.
Might be in his high school helmet. So
that's if that's Burlington, that's another Burlington. Burlington's got some athletes out there, and they have got some big running backs.
Yeah.
Because the fullback is from Burlington, and the tailback on the other side is from Burlington. Burlington's got some backs.
Little timeout here with last 16 seconds. I guess it's not a timeout, but there's a delay. So 18-0 here for Team Black Purple. We'll have halftime coming up here in a minute, and I want to thank everyone and all our sponsors. We'll give a shout out to our sponsors before halftime, and nice run that time.
Number 34 again. So excuse me, it's number 34 is the running back, not number 24.
We got one interview coming up here. We got Don Hamilton. So we'll do that, and then we'll break for halftime.
Okay.
Right after this. Actually, why don't we bring Don Hamilton in here they're going to call it halftime right now. We'll do a quick interview with Don, and then we'll be back after the break for your second half of the U16. It's Team Black 18, Team Red, no score. Very talented game here today, especially for the D-line. Don, jump in and throw that headset on it. And Don Hamilton, president of the OFA. Don, welcome.
How you doing? I'm just catching my breath from downstairs.
Yeah. You know what, Don? You're lucky you came now, because earlier it was really hot up here. Don, talk about it's been a trek to get here with COVID, and and here we are.
Yeah, it's been challenging. Working with the government, working with everybody trying to get on board and trying to get the return to play, return to sport, return to everything back online, and it feels good to finally be able to get out here and do things like this. It's actually a really good feeling to see all these people out.
And you've got people from all across Ontario. It's not just one. Usually, sometimes, especially you get this heavy, and there is a lot of people from London, but it's all these people here. I mean, you're expecting about close to altogether 1,400 to 2,000 people today. Don, talk about your relationship with Aaron Unum. Have been working very hard to put things together in Ontario. It wasn't easy, especially during the pandemic. But now that we're here, what is on deck here for Team Ontario? Do you think you guys have a chance going into Vancouver to medal and get the one that has eluded Team Ontario the last little while?
Well, as we all know, all the talent, most of the talent in Canada comes from Ontario. So we finally have the opportunity to showcase that on a much different level. I think coming out of COVID, everybody's going to be on the same playing field. But I'm very confident in the squads that we have going out there. yeah, I definitely do think we will come home with some hardware. I'm hoping for the right hardware, but yeah, definitely plan on putting up some hardware up on social media and making sure everybody knows that we're here to stay. So
That's awesome. And you got U16, the U14s played for the first time, and that was a great experience. You know, what's the future? You got the OFL in the fall. The OSFL's first season just kicked off on the weekend. You know, Brantford is your home club. Anything you want to talk about going forward?
I'm just, I really want to emphasize the fact that we're working with a lot of great different organizations and a lot of great people to really promote the girls' side of the sport. We've got a great older women's league and older women's flag program going on right now, and that's the next focus moving forward, is trying to build that girls and women's division. Because like next year, I want to see an actual women's division for both leagues. And there's definitely a lot of people out there that are interested. So yeah.
Yeah, we started it this year thanks to all your help, and we've got our first down program that we've been running with the Beefeaters and the LMFA. Again, Don, thank you for everything that you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing, and you know, hopefully we've been great hosts here for you guys this weekend, and we look forward to the OSFL season and see what happens there.
Yeah, thanks for you guys. You guys have done amazing. I mean, all the work behind the scenes that London has done for us has been amazing. I know Aaron keeps talking about everything that you guys are doing, and I'm like, I know.
But that's what it is, though. It's all of us coming together, though.
Absolutely, and
it's all of us doing our part.
That's the biggest thing that we've lacked and we've missed in Ontario, is working together. And I think we've done a lot in the last year. I know you've been involved with that, to kind of amalgamate people together and get kind of I don't know what the word is, but we're
a cohesiveness between.
Yeah, we're taking personalities out of it. We don't. For me personally, it's about these kids. It's about getting them to the next level, getting them an education. You know what I mean? Like, I've already played in my football. You played your football. It's not about me anymore. It's about them. You know what I mean? And I think with these new collaborations that we've been able to form, I think it's been great, and I'm looking forward to what we can do more in the future. So,
all right, well, that's Don Hamilton, and we're going to take our break. We'll be right back with the second half. Thank you, Don.
Absolutely, thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
You good, Fitz?
Thank you,
brother. All right, so Jordan Sprague is number 14. He has 2 touchdowns in the first half. And Team White comes out with number 84, I believe, at quarterback, and that is Jackson Roth out of Iroquois Ridge. U16 second half. It's 18-0 right now for Team Purple Black against Team Red White. U16, Team Ontario, the opportunity to go to the Canada Cup and represent Ontario. Roth, play action. There's a nice toss there. He's got his man, and another fumble. It will be a completed pass, though. And a great throw from Roth. Let's see the replay here. Fitz, just a nice, look at that. Right on target. Good throw. Fortunately, he fumbled it, but it did stay with the possession going to Team White. First down, Team White. Now, Team White has moved the football really well here in the late stages of the second quarter. Now the start of the first half of the big play. It'd be nice if they could get on the board and make this a game. No extra points, so it's 18-0. No kickoffs. Punts in the middle. Right now, number 40, Jackson Lashuk. Early candidate for MVP. It'll be very difficult to dethrone him. He's had a great first half. On the defensive side, Roth looks, steps up. Does a good job of getting out. There's a flag, and Roth gets pulled from behind. I would have liked to see a whistle there, but Roth gets up. He's okay. But there is a flag. It's going to be holding on Team White Red. See if we get the replay fits and see that hold. So you see a good job. Roth gets pressured right there. Can't see the number. Is that 61 again? 61. It's just a tough play. When your quarterback escapes like that, Fitzy, it's tough, to maintain that protection. Just waiting for Coach Ron to get back here. Ron taking the extended Coca-Cola halftime break. We want to thank our sponsors from Team Ontario. This third quarter is brought to you by the Buffalo Bills. Please visit buffalobills.com/community. The Buffalo Bills will be here next week as well at our Flag Ontario Championships at Citywide Field. Roth looks. He's got a man. He toes it over the top. He's wide open. Just a little bit behind him. Again, a great play. Just want to get the number. Is that 33, Fitz? From Cambridge? Yep, 33. Alian Hussein from the Scarborough Thunder. 83 on the coverage. So, 83, Ryan Muxlow. And he's out of Huron Heights. No wonder Huron Heights is number 1, Fitz. They've got a lot of good young guys, and I know they got some good guys playing at the next level. I was able to coach yesterday with the under 18 team. Thank you, Rob Underhill, for that opportunity. Got to see a lot of talent here from Ontario. Roth, second and long, throws the football. Nice little throw and a catch, and he's going to get about 13 of the yards back to bring up 3rd and 7. And Roth does a good job of getting rid of the football on time here. And a nice little run after the catch by the slot receiver from Team White Red. See it here, nice little move. And a good finish to get as much as he possibly could. Again, 3rd down and about 6 for Roth. Drops, looks, steps up. Nice touch. That looked like it might have been pass interference, but good coverage that time by, was that 25? Nicholas Roberts out of the Canada Knights. Or was it 29, Fitz? I think I might have got that wrong. That might have been Adrian Tassone out of Bishop Tono. So great coverage on the play here. You'll see it right at the end. And it'll be first down for Team Purple. So Team White Red have moved the football here in this late second quarter. Two good drives, came up with no points. Another good drive here, but it comes up with no points. So Team Purple will bring in Taylor at quarterback. Up 18-0 here early in the third quarter. Taylor, 3x1, snap, inside run that time to 34. Ron, you like this guy? He breaks a tackle, and another big run, about 18 yards that time by number 34 for the Team Black.
Yeah, the Clarington Knight product. I said he was with, I think it was Burlington earlier. He's number 34 with Clarington. Great motor on this kid.
And Ron making it up from these steep. The only thing that Alumni Stadium needs now is an elevator for us old guys, because we really could use it. But Ron, the number 14's name is Jordan Sprague, Ron.
Okay.
Jordan Sprague, the 2 touchdowns so far for.
Where's he play out of?
Don't have that, but I do have his name. Unless you can find him on the roster, maybe they have a different name. Or different number. Wow, what a play. And again, the D-line leads the way. And was that Miller?
Yeah.
Noah Miller is just... Coach Fitzy's happy. That's one of his products. And Noah Miller with another big, big play. You know, we said Jackson LeShuck is running away, but Team White, Noah Miller has been really, really good today. 3rd tackle for loss today by Noah Miller.
Yeah, like the defenses have both been really, really outstanding. The scary part is, when this is all settled down, Jackson LeShuck and Noah Miller are going to be playing on opposite sides of the same defensive line. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Taylor, Ron's already picking those 2 guys to be on the team, and let's hope so. He put in a good showing today. Taylor, nice drop. Steps back, throws, hits that out that Ron loves. Little juggle there by number 82, the receiver out of Daniel Natel. Out of Huron Heights, Ron, and Vaughn Rebels.
Yeah, like again, another really, really good catch. Stays with it. It's that out pattern. Again, now you understand why I love to run it. It's so hard to defend, even with the defender right there. You've got to be perfect position to take that away, because there's so much ground to cover. Because all of a sudden, if you cut inside and you stick your foot in the ground and run a wheel, who's deep?
Exactly. Guys, if you notice that Ron's voice is back to that voice of an angel, he just had a BioSteel. BioSteel, one of our sponsors, and it's giving his energy right back. Here we go. 3x1 for Taylor. Inside run. 34 makes a move. What a stutter step move there. But again, is that Noah Miller? Probably Noah Miller.
No, 35 made the tackle.
No, the pressure, like getting in the back.
Yeah, it was Noah Miller.
Yeah. So a little bit high there, but a nice little juke step backwards. That's hitting the L2 button for those of you that want to play Fitzy and Madden for money. You just hit that L2 button and leave Fitzy in the dust.
Or you in the dust.
I'm already hitting the L2 button. I'm strafing. But anyways, good job there. And why we know this stuff, folks, is because during the pandemic, Ron, Fitzy, Melrose, John, and I, we gave you, London Junior Mustangs, we gave you the Madden version, because that's all we could do during the pandemic. And we got our new broadcaster, our color guy coming in. One of my favorite guys, PJ Edgeworth, is in the building, folks.
What's up, Coach? How are you?
Let's grab a chair here, PJ. Pull it up. We'll get you. PJ is going to be doing the U18. There's a fumble. Picks it up. And he might go all the way, Ron.
He's going to number 56 for the white team.
56 for the white team.
No, he's short. Effort at the end by number 34. Unfortunately, there's a late hit way behind the play.
Tristan Downey was the returner. Who made the tackle?
It was the fullback from Clarington.
Let's hope this kid's all right. Doesn't look too good. So next game, guys, you're going to get the voice of an angel, Ron Froda, doing the play-by-play, and then PJ Edgeworth, one of the staples here at Western University, doing the color. It's going to be fun. Got to make sure I got all the rosters up here in time. We'll have to text Aaron Giesler, and it'll be real good to watch these guys give you that U18. Probably this has been a good game, but I think we're going to see a really, really good game next, Ron.
Yeah, and we talk about some defensive players of this game. Just wait for the next game. There's some solid players coming
on both sides of the ball.
On both sides of the field. The defensive backfields are absolutely stacked with talent. young talent.
Well, in talking to Rod, I'm glad you brought up defensive backfields. One thing that Coach Rob Underhill told me, Ron, was that's been the one area because of the pandemic is that defensive backs have not had a lot of work. And so he's really trying to identify today, and he really feels like that those 2 years off has really hurt the defensive backfield in general in Ontario, probably in Canada as a whole. So real big day today for those defensive backs to find out who is going to be able to represent Team Ontario.
Yeah, and there's like they're going to probably carry like 9 or 10 DBs when they go to Team Ontario. There are 20 kids that could very easily make this roster.
Yeah.
Like there's no question that any one of these kids on this particular field could make the trip to New Brunswick. And as we're kind of have the delay here, we're going to go into one of our sponsors here, Momentum Fundraising, who we've used. Momentum Fundraising brings over 20 years of fundraising experience as the #1 athletic fundraising company in Canada. The organization is powered by new and innovative Money Dolly app. The Money Dolly app utilizes by thousands of organizations across North America, in which tens of millions of dollars has been raised. Engineered by fundraising professionals, the app is designed to make the entire fundraising experience for teams as easy as possible for all players and all parents, Jay.
Yeah, Momentum has helped us big time. We had our first fundraiser with them. It was a learning experience that we're closing it on Wednesday, but I want to thank Randy and Jerry from Momentum Fundraising. Taylor back in at quarterback, Ron, with the kid from Vaughan. And Massimo's been just really, really good today. Inside run, gets about 2 or 3, Ron.
Yeah, just that inside zone plays, you're almost trying to run a power off of that. The stutter step is happening, so again, really good lead. This kid's he's been a force in this game as well on the running side of things. So again, second, and we're going to cut about 7 here, Jay, as I'll take over this one as they're lined up. Again, the defenses we talked about it, and we're going to see that again. The defenses are always ahead of these offenses in these games. But the offense has been able to put some good numbers under there.
Yeah,
as well.
some nice plays and some big runs. There's been you've seen it all today so far at the U16. A high snap again. There goes Massimo. Here he goes. Oh, that ball came out. Now we're starting to see the turnovers, and he got stripped there, Ron. Let's see if we get the replay here. See who stripped it out. But again, the high snap is what starts it. It's a high snap. He gets it down. Massimo doesn't have full control. Switches it here and doesn't keep it high and tight, and a nice strip.
Right there. That was the gentleman that stripped it. I missed the number. I want to say it was a Burlington product. There's a gentleman in the white helmet, and I can't quite pick up the number here. You can see him coming across right here. There. That's what did it. It was that one kid, and I can't see the number, and I am sorry about that, guys. It just these old eyes are
Here's the thing, though. The
straining.
coaches are going to review this film, and that kid, that play there, might have earned him a spot on the Team Ontario.
Yeah, as we see some of the U18s or the varsities, so to speak, on the other cross side of the field.
And fans, just so you know, it's RedBlack weekend, but again, thank you to the partners, London Beefeaters, the Junior Mustangs, and of course the Western Mustangs. And so in this game, the Junior Mustangs they're using our jerseys. The Western Mustangs have donated the jerseys for today because the jerseys are stuck at the border because it is a very tough time during COVID. Here we go. Roth with a nice little fake and throw to the flat. He's got the big running back, and he's going to get the first down, Ron. And
Yeah, again,
23.
Yes, sir. 23 and 21 on the tackle as well. So
that's Colin Bernard out of Gloucester South. We saw a lot of them in the Bantam game.
Yep.
Gloucester South Raiders with a nice little play there.
So I'm going to be looking up where they are and what their affiliation
Gloucester's
is.
in Toronto, or where's that?
I want to say I want to say it's north, but I'm not 100% sure.
Roth, the product out of Iroquois Ridge. Very poised, trying to get the first score of the game. He's got a corner right, he throws it. And again, great coverage, and this is number 29, Ron.
Yeah.
He's had himself a day. That's Adrian Tasson out of Bishop Tonos. We just talked about defensive back play. Well, this guy's had himself a day.
Yeah, he's there's been a couple really standout players offensively and defensively in this game. This kid has had himself a really solid game. He's not the next level that he's getting the attention that of the other kids, but he's put in the work, and I think he's done a
Got a
really
chance.
good. I think he's got a
chance.
chance.
And all these kids do, that sometimes some of them are a little bit a year younger and they come back to next year and then it translates, right? So here we go. Third down, I think, Ron, or is it second? Second down for
second
Roth.
down. Yes.
Second and 10. Iroquois Ridge. Love that that's where he's from. He's got his trips to the field. And there's a flag. Looks like
we got a hold, and he unfortunately missed the fullback in the flats.
Let's
there.
go back to the replay, Ron. Here's what I want to talk about the quarterback play. Jackson's got really good feet. If he just steps up here as opposed to trying to bail out, he may have something. Maybe he escapes. You can see it right here, right down this lane, down the middle here up to the right side. Might have been an opportunity for him to escape and maybe, get a first down or at least live to play for another down.
Or if he can step up, rather than trying to step back, you're bailing on the throw and everything, so the ball's going to float. If you're stepping up, you might be able to deliver that ball
I
to the
think
flats
from the U18s, you're going to see a lot better because we did work on that. I made sure yesterday that was because in a game like this, guys are going to get unblocked and you got to be able to move. Jackson, third down and long, And I like, there's a flag. I'm just not sure the idea of throwing the ball underneath, but maybe that's a good idea. I don't know.
Well, you got half your yards back, so you may have a manageable
third down.
No, that was second down because you had the holding penalty.
You're right. And I'm losing it at this point. It says second down.
But we see the flag deep in the backfield. I'm not sure.
Got to be a hold or something. Maybe a pick. I don't know.
Well, it came up. I don't understand what the flag is.
Illegal blocking.
Illegal blocking downfield. Okay. Well,
I
didn't necessarily see that.
That's my favorite ref calling it right now.
Yeah, I know.
It was real good when we played South in the finals. It was awesome.
How'd that work out for you?
It worked the opposite way for Lucas against our junior team, though, that day.
So now we have a second and 30.
Correct me if I'm wrong that day. I think CCH had 36 penalties in the 2 championship games, and our opponents had 9. And especially with South averaging 30 URs a game, it was pretty interesting how that worked out. But anyways, here we go.
They played with
second and forever for Roth, but he stands in there. Good poise, sets up, throws. He's got a man down the field, and it's nearly intercepted by number 21. Another guy who's had a great game. Talking defensive backs, that is Emmanuel Brown.
Now, he's been the one he's done a great job of tracking on the punt returns, on everything else as well. The first, you can tell, the first one misjudged it a little bit, okay. Yeah. After that, he's been spot on. He's done a really good job.
I think this left side of the defense looks pretty good.
I think this defense, when you put all the pieces together, looks pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Period, You're going to have LeShuck coming off that side. You're going to have Cole Harris on there.
Noah.
Yeah, or excuse me, Noah Harris.
Noah Miller.
Yeah, Noah Miller. You've got some playmakers on this team.
Keyshawn Manning in at running back. And Roth throws. He's got a man, and it's caught! Touchdown, team white-red, and what a throw and catch that time.
Wow.
Who caught that, Ron?
Number 82.
82 for team red with a great catch. Take us through the play, Ron.
It's just a seam route.
Who's it?
I've got the wrong one.
No, you got it. Team white, you're right. You're right, Ron. I looked at a different spot.
Well, I agree.
82 is Graydon McKim.
Yeah, but they got him down as an offensive lineman.
Okay, so then it's got to be 92. Ty DeCoin Kohler. Let's say it one more time, Fitzy. Just a great throw from Roth here on the.
Definitely 82 that caught that ball.
I got 92. I don't know. Great adjustment on the football.
Yeah, it's a seam route, but you can see him breaking inside. But enough time and composure to come back to the outside and corral that ball. Really good job of concentration downfield.
So there is 3:35 left here and counting. 18-6, Ron. Or is it 12? It says 18-12. You guys, am I seeing the scoreboard right?
You're seeing the scoreboard right. They're reporting it wrong. It's 18-6.
Did they get a touchdown earlier?
No.
They must have, it says 12, so we'll go with that. Let's just go with that. I guess 18-12, Fitzy. I know. Hey, maybe that was a 12-point play. I don't know. Maybe they have different rules in these games. I don't know, Ron. 2:34 to go.
Loss of about 4 on that second down. and
Maybe we
14.
could have someone check with the scorers there on the other side why it says it should be 18-6, but it says 18-12. Okay, so here we go. Troopish looks. He's back in the game. Throws, gets. Oh, should have been caught, Ron.
Yeah, nice ball, good delivery.
Sprague on the drop. His first time he's dropped the ball today.
Yeah, he's
had a pretty good day
He's
otherwise.
had himself a whale of a game. Otherwise, that young man is as being a difference maker on the offensive side of the ball.
Love the way Troopish gets rid of the football here, gets it out.
Yep.
The old line on purple has done a pretty good job, though, outside of Noah Miller kind of having his way out at certain times.
Yeah.
It seems like they've given the run game and the pass game a little bit more of an edge.
Okay, we see a different returner back there now as well, Jade. This is number 55 from Clarington. Different punter.
Xavier
Looks like
Smith,
Yeah.
Holy Trinity Titans. These are things that when they get up there for the week, they'll be able to work on.
12, they gave him that one.
Okay, so it is 18-12. We did get clarification. Thank you, Jeff. So, Fitzy, it is 18-12, and we got a close ball game here. Red-Black game number 2. Second of our triple header. I want to thank our sponsors, High Quest Awards. Quest Awards are specialized in producing high-quality patent plaques, corporate awards, sports awards, promotional items, and giftware utilizing the power and precision of laser engraving and advanced computer technology. They take a great pride in the quality workmanship that goes into production and delivery of every product we ship. We're in the fourth quarter now, right, boys?
Ending the third.
Ending
We got
the third.
we got a minute 20 left.
All right, here we go. New quarterback in. It's a good job looking over to the left. Resets to the right, but it's incomplete on the under right line.
Yeah, just we were trying to hit that crosser, that mesh concept, that late under, and just can't quite get it there.
Yeah, it's D. Philippius out of SAC. I want to also thank our community sponsors, Western Mustangs, London Beef Eaters, and the Junior Mustangs for helping out the Red-Black weekend being a huge success. That's from Football Ontario. D. Felipe has trips to the field. Hands off inside. Nice little run here, Ron. First down.
Really good run. Nice play design. So there's that counter action that we've seen run a number of times at all the levels. So it's that 3-by-1 to the field with the fullback over on the boundary. Comes across to show that slice power look, and you're basically just running a short side off tackle, and does a great job of hitting that gap and getting upfield. Good positive run of about 15 yards on that, Jay.
And again, Team White has really come on here in the second half. I guess 18-12 is the score. And a great play that time by, I think, number 1, is it?
11.
Now, isn't there's someone that's supposed to be in this game? Who was that running back that played for us from Cambridge? I haven't seen him too much today.
Chiliganis.
Yeah, is he out?
I haven't seen him.
I saw him this weekend. I knew he was on the team, so maybe here he is, Bobby Chiliganis. He's playing defensive back number 30. Chiliganis is playing defensive back. So let's see if we can locate him, Ron. I thought that was him that made the play. I think he might be wearing a different number. There's a hand. Nice move by the running back. Ron, take us through that play. That looked like nothing. And that little juke move and kind of put his foot back, going back into the boundary.
Well, it really was nothing. You had pressure coming right off the edge again. Kind of the same story of today. But recognizes that this is supposed to be a run to the right here. And you can kind of see he stops. He sees the pressure by number 43 and just lets his vision and his natural ability get outside. They didn't quite squeeze it enough on the backside. They gave him the escape lane. Good positive gain of about 9 yards. Brings up a 3rd and 1 here, Jay.
Yeah. 3rd down and 1.
Same play. It's on that counter, that almost inside zone counter that they're running.
So Chiliganis is wearing number 1, Ron. They have a 1 on offense and a 1 on defense. Taylor's the other quarterback wearing 1. So that's why we got confused on that. But yeah, there's the adjustment. So with 10 minutes to go and Team Red vying to tie this score up. They were down 18-0 at the half, and they've come roaring back, 18-12.
Great job
There's
at
a
the
nice
offensive
throw
line.
at 21. That's got to be an intercept.
I thought it was intercepted by number 25 on there, to be honest with you. I think this should be a pick.
Yeah, it's interception.
Yeah, this is... He beat him to the ball there. He got it. That's number 25.
Yeah, 25 that time at the defensive back. That is Nicholas Rabbits from the Canada Knights. And watch this play here, guys. Looks
Look
like
at
it's
this
a
high
touch.
point of the ball. Does a good job. Keeps fighting for it all the way to the ground. Keeps battling. That's a great job. This is what I don't like, son. Keep your helmet on while you're coming off the field. Sorry, just gonna be a coach.
DeFilippis, good throw. But again, a great job of tracking, like you said. And both guys with a great effort. But again, the defense comes up with it. And that makes up for the mystery touchdown, I think. Because that would have tied the game
Still a
up.
mystery touchdown, but anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
So the ball's at the 30-yard line here, first down. We've got...
I think Jeff Eves would get the crew here to fix that goalpost. Looks like it's going to fall down on someone. You see the goalpost leaning here at this end. I think Fitzy and Jeff are out here overnight with a magnet or something trying to pull our goalpost down. Oh, Trooper picks up the fumble. That was
It's the snap issues again.
Snap issues. Running back has to wait though, Ron. Even on a bad snap, and that's something that the young guys have to learn.
Yeah, but you can see the pressure's coming right away. He doesn't want to wait because he
And
knows
guess
he's
who
going
it
to
was?
get hit.
Number 29, Noah Miller.
Yeah.
So
he sees the pressure coming. He's trying to...
have they taken Jackson Luxuck out of the game, Ron? Because we haven't called his name once here in the second half.
Possibly. I'm not 100% sure. He'd be on the other side of the ball. He'd be on purple.
on every play.
Purple's D, so...
No, I'm just saying though, but we just, Noah Miller's starting to work his way up for that defensive MVP. There's the throw, Trubish. It's
Nice.
incomplete.
Nice ball, but again, I think that's just a timing incompletion more than anything.
Well, the
Jed's
snaps.
throwing it to a spot, and we're not quite getting there. So
Yeah, the corner route was viable there too. So to bring up 3rd and long, they're going to keep Trubish in. Makes it interesting. It'll give team if they can't convert, Team White will have a short field. Snap a little late. Troopers grabs it. He's got the wheel route. He's got his man wide open. Yeah, that you know what? It's a tough one.
Yeah, you got to call that
Yeah.
one because he did. He grabbed him.
So that's a first down. So a huge conversion that time. And Troopers on the wheel route to number, I think it's 82, Ron.
22.
22?
Yeah.
So 22 that time. 82, Ron. I don't have a 22.
22. Von Rebel running back. Lucas Millet.
Lucas Millet, okay.
Yeah.
Lucas Millet on the intended receiver, and a little tug on the jersey. Fitzy's upset. That's a gimme call, but us offensive guys want that call called every single time.
Because it's the right call every single time.
I think Fitzy and Adam would disagree.
Yes, well, Adam's not here to defend himself, so...
Been a long weekend here as you see the varsity guys getting ready. Their kickoff, as we are in the 4th quarter now. 12 minutes left in this one. Or, I can't tell. Can someone tell me this clock?
It's the start of the 4th quarter. I think this is the untimed down. Oh,
What a
Jeff's
throw
got
by
someone.
Trippish. Incomplete though. Great job that time. I think the kid from Burlington, right, Ron?
21. 21 for...
21 is Mike McCullough and Neptune from the Brantford Bisons.
Yeah, that
Great play.
was a really, really good job of... excuse me. He came off the corner position to Guy on the inside and does a great job of understanding, shoot, that's where the ball's going. Because if he doesn't, it's a touchdown. It's a long touchdown the other way again.
Yeah. Trippish escapes. He's going to run. He's going to get the first down. What an effort by Trippish. He might go. Trippish breaks it outside. A high tackle there. real high tackle, but Troopers with a 15-yard run. All effort there, Ron.
I thought the quarterbacks were dead.
But I say you got to give them a little bit, like, dead if they're going to get drilled, but let them play. That was a nice play.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Good play by Trupish, getting up, understanding, and running for the first
normally
down.
We'll call it dead, but
yeah, but I'm kind of like, we've called that a number of times, different ways today. So
yeah, it's try to be consistent. I know. I think in games like this, you just got to let them play. I remember my nephew trying out for Team Ontario, got hurt. It's part of the game, man. You just got to live with it. Let them play, especially for the D-line. It's tough sometimes to just kind of not. Look at that throw by Trippers. He's wide open. And he's going to throw his third touchdown of the go. What a play again by the kid from Brantford, Malachi. He makes the play. The 5'2 product, 127 pounds. Tracks the receiver down, but again, Trooper with a great throw down the seam.
Yeah, again, they came right back to the same play that they had last time. Just a seam shot. You can see him, he bailed. But again, this is him coming from the corner. This is not his man, and does a great job of tracking. Great speed. Put that one in your memory banks for later on if you're playing Brantford.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they're in the red zone, up 18-12, 9 minutes to go. We got our next crew ready to go. Chris Lyons is coming in to do the game day. So I want to thank Jameson Eves today for all the hard work he's put in on our flag football program yesterday, and today being our game day announcer for the stadium. Here we go, Troopers. Again, good job. See, that's the scramble drills. And again, throws it away where no one can get it. But again, does a good job, Ron. I think the difference with Troopers and the other guys is he's doing the right things at the right time. Maybe that's why the referees are letting him kind of move around a bit, Ron.
Possibly. I'm not sure. Like I said, it just seems like being in the fourth quarter, it's like, okay, they're on. It's on now, maybe. So. But again, a good scramble drill. I would have liked to have seen somebody breaking long, and I would like to have seen somebody coming short on that, so you have the over-under type of thing.
Yeah. Well, Trivish has second and goal here from the 7. Trips to the field, 1 in the boundary. That snap looked like it was... That's a sack. That's where
now they're letting them sack
play.
Yeah,
they're letting them play. So 3rd and goal. So if Team Black wants to get a 2-score lead and kind of put this game not necessarily out of reach, but nice little cushion, this would be the opportunity here on 3rd down.
Third down, do you go back to that seam that you've had a success at with a number of times?
Yeah, or maybe a hawk underneath of the fullback. I mean, 26 here has done a good job all day. There it is. And Chubish keeps it, and he's not going to get it. And I just feel like you saw 26 in the flat here. Watch it here, Ron.
Yeah. No, I had it.
Right there.
Yep.
Right? He's done a good job
yeah,
blocking.
And again, you got to get it. You got to give it to him. But also, you've got the corner
the
at the back.
Corner, the burst corner, yeah. Well, this will bring up a first down, and Team Red, down by 6, still has a shot, Ron. There's no overtime in these games, right, Ron?
No. No overtime today. Not allowed.
Were you there the 6 overtime game in Hamilton a few years ago?
No. Unfortunately, that was, or fortunately, should I say, that was.
It's crazy.
That was one because I was on the bus on the way home that particular day.
Yeah.
So I was.
I remember that day.
I was on the bus that particular day.
That was a good day for us.
Worst smell in a bus I've ever had in my life when the air conditioner broke and we opened the equipment up underneath it after playing 35
good
degrees.
Throw that time from the SAC product, D. Filippes.
Yeah, he's had himself a really decent game as well. He's delivered the ball with authority, stepped up.
It's just going to be hard. Like, you wonder how they're going to pick these players for the team, right? Because there's been some good showing on both sides of the ball.
There has been. What you're not seeing, though, is the other work that they've gone into it, the practices. There's been a couple players that have dominated in this game early and then later.
LeShuck's out, Ron. I don't see him on the field.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen him out there.
It's called the LeShuck rule.
Yeah. Okay, you have 8 sacks already. I think you've had enough.
And we're not exaggerating, folks. He at least had nice. Just missed.
So there's that. Yeah. There's that corner route again that we've seen. And
let's watch D. Filippes here for the young quarterbacks. Ron, talk about how he doesn't get his shoulders downfield.
Doesn't quite. Yeah. You see how when he throws that, he falls away from the throw, and that's going to cause that ball to be high and float a little bit. if you're attacking the line of scrimmage with your shoulders square, you'll be able to put more zip on that ball, and it's a completion, and it's probably completion for a touchdown.
Yeah. On your favorite play, the out. There's about, Fitz, I can't see that clock. It's
6 minutes left.
6:28 to go here. Game 2 of our triple header. We've got a treat for you, though, folks. Next, Ron Ferrota on the play-by-play, and our special friend, special guest from the Western University, the wide receiver coach. He's been coaching forever, I think, at Western DBs. PJ Edgeworth will have your color. It's going to be a great broadcast. Here we go. He flip his throws. He throws into triple coverage, and it's incomplete. And so now, is that third down?
That was third down, yes, sir.
So Team Purple will have a chance once again to put this away.
Again, really, like, this number 25 for the Purple team has played himself a whale of a game. I want to say he's from Burlington.
No, Nicholas Rabbits, and he's out of Canada Knights.
Yeah. Okay. He's had himself a whale of a game at the safety position. You usually don't recognize safeties a lot, but he has been in the right place at the right time for when he needed to be. So I think he's had a, this is the kid who's had a really strong
he
showing
made the
today.
pick in the end zone too.
Yeah.
Right?
He did do that too. So okay, he showed up more than we thought.
I think you just like wide receivers way too much, Ron, and
You coach them for a few years, you develop a few tendencies, and you start watching them, critiquing them.
But going back to what Coach Underhill said about the older guys, at this young level, there's a lot of great potential at the defensive back.
Yeah.
In the defensive backfield. And it's going to be interesting to see how Team Ontario does at the U16 level. Taylor back in. At Q, gets a snap. Nice drop, throws it on time.
Nice ball.
And it is a great job there by trying to get the number here. Again, defensive back plays with 24.
It was number 2. 2 and 24. That was intended to our buddy number 14.
Jaden Sellis on the from the Scarborough Thunder on the breakup there.
Yeah. And that was 14 with the drop, unfortunately. And I don't think it was a drop as much as he was separated a little bit from the ball.
Note to self: don't leave your phone on while you're broadcasting on the mic, because it might, do everything we've talked about here. And I'm trying to get Aaron to send me something, and he hasn't. Oh, they're updating them now. All right, so we should have the varsity rosters up here for you guys soon. A little handoff inside.
Inside run to the number 34. That's Devon Rebel. He's had himself a whale of a game. I'll tell you, the running backs for Team Ontario at this level, the wide receivers, there's a lot of skill there. The running backs are physical, are very, very physical. I always say,
so that running back that you just talked about, Ron, though, Malachi Sawunmi, is out of the Clarendon Knights.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's had a good day.
He's had a really solid day. And I really like the physicality that I've seen from a number of the backs today. That's really, it's what you're looking for in your back.
So 3rd and 9 here. They can get a first down before a touchdown. Taylor trips into the boundary. Steps, throws, nice ball, touchdown! And Taylor's showing himself again. Ron, look at the duress. That's twice now he's thrown touchdown passes where he's got smoked.
Yeah.
And he just stands in there and delivers a dart. Let's watch it here.
Really, really good job. Here you can see it, and it's just that little seam. There's the out, takes out, and then you see there's the ghost concept. But steps up, throws the ball. Here comes the pressure. Understands it's coming, and delivers the ball.
Yeah, his lineman flipped a D lineman into his legs. Glad he's okay.
He was kind of a little bit gimpy coming off, but he delivered the ball well and played himself a whale of a game.
Once again, we want to quickly take the time to send a thank you to all our sponsors and partners. BioSteel, Momentum Fundraising, HelloFresh, Quest Awards, Barron Championship Rings, the Buffalo Bills, Team Linked, and we'll come back to the rest of them in a minute here as we got Team Red-White with the football. And another pressure.
So they're letting them play at this point. If they're going to roll, they're going to let them.
Area 51 Sports, as well as our local community partners, the Western Mustangs, the London Beefeaters, and the London Junior Mustangs. Thank you for your continuous support of Football Ontario. And back in the game now at quarterback is Matt Payne out of the Golden Junior Gales. There's a really good quarterback for the varsities, Jet, that's out of the Junior Gales. So they're doing a great job with their quarterbacks over there. You'll see him in the next game, the U18. All 6 of those quarterbacks, pretty talented.
Good pressure, good escapability on that.
Little fake there.
No, okay, but he did something there that not a lot of the other quarterbacks did. See how he squared up? He kept himself alive to throw the ball on this. So here you go. Here's the escape. Look at, he squares up, balls up, fakes him out. Just that little, he squares up, he's looking to throw. He can't play run the defender all the way there in case the ball is thrown. Because if it's thrown, he's outside the pocket. It's still a late hit. So he does a good job of kind of faking him out a little bit. Good gain on the play, makes up for the loss. We got a 3rd and 8 here, Jay.
3rd and 8. Are we under 2 minutes?
I think so, yeah. We're $1:30 left.
And LeShuck. We asked for LeShuck, and I think we just got him.
Oh, I guess we came back to the party.
Yeah, LeShuck. Yeah, I mean, LeShuck. No, I don't know if you give 2 defensive. Actually, they haven't given us the awards. Yeah, so guys, we have our MVPs, Ron. On offense, it's Xavier Smith. I'm not sure what team he was on. That's a little surprising.
That's the running back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, Xavier Smith. And defense was obviously Jackson LeShuck.
Yeah. Player of the game was Jackson LeShuck. So, fantastic job. Congratulations to both of those young men. You see, Taylor's back in again here, Jay. He's battled himself a heck of a game.
Yeah, I think. Is this the running back though? That's the MVP right here.
Yes.
Okay. I guess so, but I think number 14, the receiver Jordan Sprague, would have been my selection.
I kind of agree with
or
you.
Or Jad and Taylor, they both had great games.
I would have gone with the receiver to be honest.
Sprague had a really good first half.
He had a great first half. But again, they're a run first.
Tons of guys that
they're a run first team, and they're able to run the ball today.
And I think on defense, it's Jackson LeShuck, Noah Miller. We talked about some of these defensive
backs. There's the safety that we talked about. He's had himself number 21, who is the punt returner,
Emmanuel Brown.
Yeah, he's had himself a whale of a game
Nicholas
as well.
Rabbits.
Yeah.
And I think Bobby Chiliganis showed well today too.
Yeah. So there's a number.
There's a fumble.
Noah Miller with the recovery.
Noah Miller with the fumble. So Noah Miller
with the recovery.
I mean, we already gave the award out, but him and LeShuck in the last 2 drives both make big plays. Noah with a strip fumble. I mean, what a day for those 2 young men. You think they'd had someone good coaching him, but he might be on production. I don't know. Well, maybe not. Not sure.
No, he's not here today.
Fitzy. Maybe Fitzy. Is Fitzy a good coach?
He's kind of soft.
Well, guys, we have a treat for you. We're going to break after this game. 15 seconds ago, just a great ball game here. 24-12, Team Purple Black. So if you're wondering, guys, Purple will be known as the black team even for the next game. Their jerseys got stuck at the border, and Team White will be the red team. So, but the guest that I have coming, I'm looking forward to hearing this broadcast with you, Ron, the voice of an angel, doing the color. And the play-by-play, and the color will be PJ Edgeworth, and we will come back to you guys as this game ends right now. Thank you for being on Junior Mustangs TV. We should be, let me see what the time it is right now.
I think we got one more snap here.
One more snap, 150. Well, I'm just going to, before we end, 153 to go. It's 153 right now. Probably start about 2:10, I'd imagine, by the time they get the varsity. The varsity's still warming up.
Oh, they're still down there.
So maybe 2:15 for the kickoff, folks. We should be ready to go. Be ready around 2:10, 2:15. We'll restart the broadcast after the national anthem for Ron Fawarda, Marcel Phillips, Mr. Coach Anderson, and our producer, Mr. Fitzy. I'm KJ Kennemy, and on this last play, we will see you soon as we are going to take a break. We've been doing three games today. 2 of the 3 are done. We will see you right back here on Junior Mustangs TV for the kickoff of the U18 game. Thank you.
And welcome back to Alumni Stadium here at Western Ontario. My name is Ron Ford. I am joined on color by the coach, PJ Ellsworth from the Western Mustangs. PJ, thank you very much for joining us today.
My pleasure, yeah. Great to be here.
So it is the red-black game. The black team is in purple. The red team is in white. Thank you very much to the Western Mustangs for loaning the jerseys. There was a jersey problem at the border. First play on the is caught. It's completed. Short gain on the play, gain of 1. Just a simple little step-off play on there. There you're starting to see really one of the strengths of this game is going to be on the defense. We talked about it kind of ad nauseum already, but the defensive backfield for both of these teams are outstanding.
Yeah, and you combine that with the short time frame that these offenses have had to put in their system. You know, they're going to be a little bit basic compared to what they might have been able to install had given more time. So I think you're going to see a defense be very aggressive, play with what they see, come downhill, and I think you're going to see some couple turnovers in this game created by that.
So I believe it's number 12 for the purple team that is actually at the quarterback right now. It is back to pass, steps up, escapes, coming over on the left-hand side. Number 43 for the white team, the linebacker, Wesley McLennan, out of Parkside High School in St. Thomas, a London Junior Mustang, with the tackle after a gain of about 4 yards on that.
Yeah, did a real nice job. First, he has to get back into his pass drop. Does a nice job making sure that the quarterback has no throwing option, and then recognizes when the quarterback's tucked the ball away, comes downhill, prevents the first down.
Yeah, that is Jet, the Junior Gales product, out of Frontenac. He had a really great arm on that kid. Lefty, tough to pick up. Good punt. Ball's out of bounds, I'm going to say about the 50-yard line. And it is time for the white team to go on offense. We talked a little bit in the earlier game, Coach KJ and myself, about the quarterback play and how there was 6 quarterbacks in this game that could possibly, really take control of this game. We're going to see one of them here, a kid that I'm kind of familiar with, plays for us in the summer ball. This is number 6 out of Laurier High School, Western Junior Mustang product. This is DJ Fonte, grade 10 student, So DJ is a fantastic athlete, and let's see what the white offense has to do. So we've seen that 3x2 kind of set a lot today. Back to pass, little stop action, completed to number 11 here for the white team. That is Darian Brown out of the Elite Football Academy with the reception. Gain of about 5 yards on that play.
He's an exciting kid. I mean, he's one of those kids at the receiver position who you just want to get the ball in his hands. Just runs an 8-yard stop, soft coverage on the boundary side. And when that kid gets the ball in his hands, he can turn 8 yards into 80 pretty quick. He's a special athlete.
Second down to 5. It's good to get an early completion in there, get that kind of early game day jitters out of the way here. So we saw this formation a lot earlier. It's kind of a quads look. 4 to the receivers to the field. Inside run to number 33. He's getting to the outside. He off to the races. A little bit of speed there. Down to the 35, down to the 30. Tackled. Great play there by number 33 for the white offense. Just trying to gauge what the gentleman's name is. That is Kenyon Nothersall out of out of London. Yeah.
And just a great job there of sealing the edge by the offensive tackle on Team Red. The defensive end drops inside, tackle seals him, and there was no second level defender for the purple.
Yeah, I believe that's number 53. That is Jet Hudson out of the Cumberland Panthers, the big left tackle over there. Fonte in the pistol formation, back to pass, steps up, rolling to his left a little bit, escaping. It's going to do a good job of getting out of bounds there. Going to be about a loss of about 1. Great coverage downfield. We talked about those DBs earlier.
Yeah, good coverage downfield and nice pressure by Nathan Denkers, the defensive lineman, number 72 there, Hamilton Ticat product, who did a nice job. Just a bull rush there, popped the tackle back into the quarterback's lap, and the quarterback had to pull it down and couldn't get his first read. Yeah,
Marcus Claffin, the defensive back out of Holy Cross, number 26, with the great coverage downfield. Fonte was kind of looking for his receiver, number 11, down the shot, and he had nothing to do with it. Fonte has 3 receivers to the field, 2 to the boundaries, 1 a single back. Pistol formation, pressure right off the edge. Fonte escapes it over to his left. Gains of about 6 yards, a little bit of a high tackle, but short of the first down to about the 25-yard line, as we do have an injury timeout here.
Defense goes max pressure on that play, cover 0. Everybody locked up man to man, but one of the dangers in cover 0 is you got to contain that quarterback, because if he breaks contain, everybody that's in coverage has got their back turned to the quarterback, eyes on receivers.
Yeah,
so.
it's James Burton, the defensive lineman out of St. Francis Xavier High School, with the immediate pressure on Fonte. Fonte able to escape it. You know, before we talk, we're very thankful that everyone has kind of stepped up. There's a lot of partners that have gone into this game. We like to thank our sponsors who have been part of this. Is BioSteel, Momentum Fundraising, HelloFresh, Quest Awards, Barron Championship Rings, the Buffalo Bills, Team Link, MLSE, Area 51 Sports Apparel, along with our local community partners. Of course, the Western Mustangs, the London Beefeaters, and your London Junior Mustangs. Thank you to everybody for the cooperation and bringing this in, and the hundreds and hundreds of volunteers and thousands of hours that have been spent.
Yeah, it's an impressive production when you come down the day before, 2 days before, and watch these workouts on the field, the practices, and it's a major project, and it takes a lot of support. And fortunate to have that kind of support here in London, with a lot of people willing to help out put this on.
And one of the great things that have happened, and not great things, but if there's been a positive, we talked about it earlier on our first broadcast, if there's a positive that's come out of COVID, it's that Football Ontario is basically under one umbrella now. So you've taken all the different leagues and merged it together into one, and really Aaron Giesler's done a great job of kind of having one voice, one vision for the province of football. Football Ontario is the sanctioned governing body for football across Ontario, placing focus on innovation, alignment, excellence, wellness, community, inclusion, leadership, promotion, and development. Football Ontario is driven by commitment to deliver football programs and opportunities to resources to over 70 league members and associations and 10,000 athletes yearly. Football has really taken the wrath of a lot of, concussions and everything else, really, follow the money, and that's where the science goes, with the NFL. But again, what has happened in the community over the years, like this is one of the great stories of this weekend, I can say. What happened is the jerseys didn't make it across the border. Another great thing that's come out of COVID, there's shipping delays everywhere. The Western Mustangs really stepped up. That's why we're seeing the purple and the white jerseys out here. The Junior Mustangs did it earlier today. That's why we saw the jerseys that we saw in the earlier game. And everyone's really stepping up. I know there's teams out there who are short helmets and short, jerseys and short shoulder pads or this or that. And it's great to see all these community partners kind of saying, you know what? No, football is family, and we're all about family, and we want to provide an opportunity, and we want to provide the right opportunity for all these kids. A lot of these kids haven't played football in 2 or 3 years.
No,
the last time we had competitive football in the province of Ontario at this age level was 2009. It was 2019. It was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I've had a chance to talk to some of the recruiting coordinators from different teams in the OUA, and just the difficulty that they've had trying to make evaluations on kids, and whether or not who to offer scholarships, how much of a scholarship to offer to, because you're going on tape from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's been really challenging this last season.
So again, injured player is up, walking off on his own power. That's everything that we want to see. We don't really acknowledge the injuries as they're happening. We're trying to give the medical staff as much as we can. That's Kenyon Ropp, the big defensive lineman out of Huron Heights High School. It's great to see him walking off under his own power. Long story short, though, we've got a 3rd down and 4 opportunity here for the white team. DJ Fonte is the quarterback for the white team, so that would be the red team, just for everyone keeping score at home. who would have got the rosters. So Team Red has the ball. Team Red is in the white jerseys. Team Black is in purple jerseys, and we just kind of explained to you why. Thank you again to the Western Mustangs for loaning the jerseys for the day. And just, again, a great experience for the kids, because the last thing that we want is for this game not to happen because, jerseys. But, PJ, great facility. It's the first time, I've been here since the track has been redone and the field's been re-upped and everything. It's just a really great
Lights,
facility.
New lights have gone in. There was an issue there in the spring with teams not being able to come in and use the stadium at nighttime because the lights weren't up. But that's all operational now, and a lot of work being done this offseason.
And I heard that there's a big jumbotron coming into the back here. So as a coach at Western, you must be really excited to go, hey, look at the upgrades to our facilities. You should come here.
Yeah, it's a big part of recruiting nowadays, and. He's out the gate, 25.
25 is in for the touchdown. Unfortunately, we got a flag on the far side. I think this is going to come back on a procedure call.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Number 25 for the red team.
Caleb Haas there from Crestwood in Peterborough.
Yeah, great. I'll tell you that's a big back with a different giddy up.
Yeah, he's.
That was on the defense.
Oh, it's
it was on the defense. So they lined up offside on that. So the touchdown's going to count. Great inside zone. We've got the replay here. PJ, talk to me about the replay.
Yeah, they run that sub motion across the back with the receiver, and they'll let the quarterback deal with the play side end, and that allows the offensive lineman and the H to get a hat on a hat. And there you saw that there wasn't a glove laid to him, and that inside zone, it's such an effective play because it can turn into so many multiple points of attack. It's just, based on the front, based on the way the offensive line double and get up to the next level, it really allows the running back to kind of pick and choose once he's set his course. He has options. It comes 2 or 3 plays in one.
And Braden Rivard, the kicker punter, out of another London kid, Laurier kid. I had the pleasure of coaching going back years ago at London Minor.
Yep.
Plays for the Junior Mustangs. Again, another. Not that we're trying to be homers. There's a number of London kids on this team.
Yeah, I got a lot of blue dots on my sheet here for kids from the London area, which is good to see. But also good to see kids coming from a variety of programs. We got the Kingston programs, we got Peterborough programs, we got Durham, we got Hamilton. There's some Peel, some Cambridge. It's a good mix.
And that was like we talked about. There's 31 different organizations of football. I think we've literally seen every one of these organizations represented here today. The Quinte Skyhawks, new program in the province. They had kids earlier today. Essex always has kids. The Mustangs always have kids. South, but also little bobble there. Number 12 is the quarterback under pressure, and he's going to be sacked by number 52 on the white team. I got the offensive player, number 12. If you can pick up the defensive player, so that is Jet Zachary out against Frontenac.
Oliver Jackson out of Ottawa Myers with the sack. Looked like the center might have been on snapped that a little bit early. The quarterback wasn't ready for it, and the offensive line was slow to get off. So could have been the center snapping that.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a timing issue there on that, but definitely some great pressure out the outside there. Right off the hat. But again, that's unfortunate. We got a second down and about 22.
We got 6 receivers to the right. They're going to get it sorted out here. I think it's going to get to 3-by-2.
3-by-2. 3 receivers to the boundary, 2 to the field. Back to pass. Jet throws the ball, looking for a little soft coverage. Ball falls incomplete. Great coverage downfield by the white team. The intended receiver, I believe it's number 82 for the purple team. Just going to check that real quick here. It was Jared out of Sturgis Football Club. So again, another team that we've heard of first of today.
And Oliver Jackson again. They're making another impact play with a hurry. Sometimes those hurries are just as effective as sacks.
So again, great pressure early here by the white team. We kind of talked off the air. Look at, holy cow, this purple defense is really loaded. What are they going to do? Well, maybe the offense for the white team's got a couple players too.
Yeah, so. There's no shortage of athletes out there on either side of the ball.
Back to punt is the black team standing on, and he's going to take a safety. So 2-0 for the red team, and they're going
to make it 9 now with that touchdown that was
right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes,
so up to 9.
Yeah, so we're at 9-0 for the white team, which is actually Team Red. Coming back out under center here.
Still, I think a smart play. Give up the 2. You know, keep the game. You don't want to have a block punt, or you don't want to have a short punt, and all of a sudden give White that short field again and get up by 2 majors.
Well, and again, welcome to the big thing in Canadian football. It is better to give up the 2 points because it's easier to generate points with the rouge and everything else that you can get. So the different ways of scoring, you're better off to give up those 2 points and save yourself 75 yards of field position.
Yeah, the thing is, it allows you to flip the field and force the offense to go the long way again.
So Fonte is back in the pistol formation. 3 receivers to the left here, 2 to the top of the field. It's going to be 2 to the top of the field to the left. Ball is intercepted by number 47. Talk about that defense there. We kind of talked that there was going to be some playmakers over there. Number 47. Nate
So that
Dubé.
that decision to give up 2 worked out pretty good.
Yeah, well, especially now out of St. Morales Secondary School, just a tip drill. Ball was delivered on time. The receiver couldn't quite squeeze it, and then just follows it out to the end.
Yeah, just a sit route from the number 2. If the quarterback goes through his read progressions, he kind of had a soft cushion out on the perimeter. He could have went to the wide receiver, but tried to force it into the slot. Good pass breakup and turnover.
Team Purple, which is Team Black, with the ball, down 9-0. 2-by-2 set here. Are they missing somebody? Oh no.
I did not see a tight end.
I didn't see an H or a tight end in there, so I think they were down a player on that. Here he comes.
81.
So a good run up there, just again that kind of inside zone that they're running. Gain of about 8-9 yards on that. They're going to give them 9 yards, second down and inches here.
So kind of a free play here, for this black offense. This is where a lot of teams will like a play action, take a shot, see if they can, knowing that if they don't get it, they're going to come back on 3rd and inches and get the first down, most likely anyway.
3-by-2 look, show that fullback, there it is. Handoff inside, number 38, I believe, was the ball carrier. Nowhere to go, great penetration that time.
Yeah, they go conservative on the play call and hand the ball off and end up losing a yard. So now it's like 3rd and almost 2.
Yeah, 3rd and like a good yard loss on that last play there. Great penetration, big number 67 in the middle there for the Team Red. With the immediate penetration, that is Kube out of the Cornwall Wildcats. Again, another program with great representation across the board here today. Blitz coming off the edge. Jet pulls it, able to throw it out there. Hits the fullback or the H coming across on that little slide route. We've seen that a number of times. Gain of about 9 yards for the first down.
Great mobility there from Jet. You can see that the defensive end really wasn't fooled. He was not in a... he was going to play shuffle there and make sure his job was to contain the quarterback. Jet's athleticism just lets him break contain and gets a good ball off under some pressure.
And again, the first quarter has been brought to you by Team Link. Team Linked is a Canadian-based team management app enabling this team to share schedules, track attendance, automatic reminders, chats, and more. Download Team Link with a T from the App Store. Set it up for your team, and it's free. So again, another great sponsor for us has been Area 51 Sports Apparel. Area 51 is brought to you as Local Sports Apparel is a Canadian minority-owned sports apparel company that specializes in team sports. There are dozens of suppliers which allow them to offer fully custom array of products. Area 51 Sports Apparel offers quality, budget-friendly sports apparel and field equipment. Area 51, the sport industry's best-kept secret. Check them out at www.area51sports.ca. PJ, you coach at the university level, the CIS level. here for a number of years. You're a product in the London area as well. You know, you've seen the improvements and the advancements that we've seen in the quality of football. What's been the biggest standout for you, you know, over the past decade, shall we say?
Yeah, it's really what you referenced earlier in the broadcast, this direction that Ontario football now has, and this funneling of not only the resources, but you seeing the kids competing against higher level, the coaching, you know, at the OVFL, the Junior Mustang level, and all those leagues below have really advanced the skill set of these kids who now at the age of 17 or 18 come into a university program and they don't look out of place. You've got kids in their first year or second year contributing right away. You know, you look at missed opportunity there for an interception. Jet just put a little too much on the ball. But you look at kids from the London area, a kid like Eric Anderson out of Lucas, who gets to come into a high-level university program and contribute immediately.
Yeah, well, there's the old saying in sports: you can't teach vision, you can't teach heart, you also can't teach size. It helps when you're 6'6", no. Yeah, it helps when you're 6'6", 260 pounds, and able to move a little bit as well. So,
but the physicality of players has always been. There's always been 6'6" kids. There's always been 220-pound linebackers. They're now learning a system that allows them to come into a university program and not be overwhelmed mentally right away. That's the biggest thing that we've seen.
We were just talking a little bit there, and we saw the incomplete, and there all of a sudden, Ethan Gorchenko, the linebacker out of Clarington, straight blitz up the middle, nowhere to go for the quarterback, dropped for a huge loss. What do you tell the offensive line on that one?
Well, we've seen pressure come from both defenses now, and you know, they're not going to sit back. The offense has a little bit of success moving the ball, and defenses are going to dial up a little bit of pressure and try to create a turnover. White had an opportunity there for an interception, dropped it, but they do force the punt.
So back to punt here is, I had it earlier at number 87, I believe. Great coffin corner punt. Ball's going to drop about the 10-yard line. Good into the end zone. And he's going to give up the single point there. Punt in the end zone. Hey, the most Canadian scoring play in the game. Punted in the end zone. Counts for one. It means red, but it also means 1 point. And now the purple team is on the board, down 9-1.
Almost thought there was going to be a no yards called there. The Team Purple Gunners were flying down pretty hard. They got to remember to still give 5 yards.
Yeah,
if they don't, that point comes off the board.
I kind of thought that too. I was like, that's really close to being there. But again, White is back. Team Red is back with the ball again. If you're just joining us, jerseys were caught up at the border. The Western Mustangs you donated the use of the white jerseys and the purple jerseys. So Team Red is in the white jerseys. Team Black is in the purple jerseys. DJ Fonte, Junior Mustangs Laurier product, is the quarterback for Team Red. Back to pass, fires the pass out. Little out pattern. Good route concept there. Coach, you're the receiver.
Yeah, very decisive move by the quarterback. We saw that route combination earlier and noticed that was the spot to go with off coverage. You know, a cover 3 drop from the corner, and you know, you just like to get the ball into these playmakers' hands and take advantage of the coverage. Don't try to force the ball into coverage. Easy throw, easy catch, and let these guys make something happen after. You know, an 8-yard throw turns into 15, 16-yard game.
Yeah, the Lauren Park product with the reception on that. Baron Rozio, excuse me if I'm pronouncing your names incorrectly. I go again to Lauren Park with the reception for the first down. Handoff was fumbled. Fonte jumps on it pretty quick. Going to be a loss of about 5 yards.
Yeah, and they go back to man coverage in the back end so that they can add one more linebacker to the pressure and successfully get to the quarterback. So second and pass here.
Weston's the running back on that, number 18 for the red team, out of John Henry Newman and the Hamilton Varsity Tiger Cats. Again, powerhouse in the province of Ontario. You know, a lot of success at that program. We talked about, how many different teams are represented in here? Pretty much all of them.
Oh, yeah.
Essex Ravens, Niagara, London, Huron Heights, Peterborough, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. No, it's good that they've made that attempt. I know in some of the younger age groups it was hard to get that.
Had the receiver running down the seam there, number 85, Jackson Taylor out of Bishop's Towns, really good high school program, Bishop Towns. And again, a little bit high. Safety had a chance to make the play on
Safety
that.
did have a chance. Came down a little bit too early. He wanted to jump that route. Ball ended up over him, but
That's a heck of a throw by Fonte, though. That's got to be a good 40 yards in the air, and that's
on a
tight.
line.
Yeah.
On a line. Yeah, that kid can spin it.
I believe this is Rivard back to punt, the Laurier product. We're just waiting for the last substitution. The referees are allowing a little bit of leeway here as we got 1:54 left in the first quarter. 9-1 Team Red over Team Black. Red in white, black in purple. Good punt, drives it down. It's going to hit about the 34-yard line, 36-yard line. I think that's where they're going to mark it. And it's a first down for purple, Coach.
And that's, yeah, I mean, you know, special teams and in games like these showcase type games, you know, you want to see kids out on the field, you know, offensively, defensively, and we can't forget about that special teams component. You know, it's hard for them because limited practice time and how many periods they get in a practice to install a punt cover and a punt return. It's very basic from a scheme standpoint. You just want to see who can run and see who can cover and see who can block.
But again, in the Canadian game, the special teams is so much more important.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like we saw last year, you know, NFL fans, hey, what happened to the Green Bay Packers when you couldn't play special teams? They lost a chance to play for a Super Bowl. Anyway, jet back in, a little play action happening there. A little bit short-armed on the pass.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a miscommunication. Receiver kind of broke down a little early. Jet was expecting him to continue on that slant break, and ball ended up falling incomplete.
Another news team I'm going to mention that is the intended receiver was Tommy Clarkin out of the Bel Air Lions. So, again, great to see all these different teams represented from across the province. This is what's making this game so intriguing for us. It's great to see all these different organizations, high schools and football organizations coming together to put really on a fantastic product for you on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Back to pass. Jet, a little bit of pressure coming up. Escapability there. We're going to have a flag on there. I think you're going to have a horse collar. So you're going to have 15 yards if I'm reading it correctly, added to the end of this. And this is going to be a first down, unless they're going to call a hold. I
think the way
they're walking back, it's going to be a hold. Boy, oh boy, the hands kind of looked inside the cylinder on a grab there on the quarterback too.
But I've been impressed with this quarterback and his decisiveness to pull the ball down when it's there. He doesn't do it too early. He's trying to go through his read progression there. He went through reads 1, read 2. But when it is time for him to get out and he feels that pocket collapsing, he's very decisive and he's got good speed.
Yeah, really good speed. And again, size-wise, not the biggest kid in the world at 5'10", $188, but not the smallest either.
No.
Hey, that's a good size for a Canadian quarterback or any quarterback at this age. 3x2, 3 receivers to the field, 2 to the boundary, single high running back. Quarterback draw all the way on this.
Yep.
On second down and long, trying to get some of it back to make the punt a little bit better.
Yep.
Gain of about 9. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 11, and we're going to see the punt team happening again.
Yeah, again, conservative call. You don't want to put your offense or your team in a spot where they're going to be in a position to create a turnover. Quarterback draw. The kid is a great athlete. He can make some things happen with his legs. And live to fight another day. I'm
excited to see if they allow this returner to return the ball back here, and I'm going to talk to you about him in a second. Another product out of Laurier, Ben Kverjovic. They're playing a defensive back role. See if they actually get the ball in his hand.
He's going to have a chance. Low kick.
Ben this is what I was going to talk about. Great job, yeah. Okay, great job squeezing it down. You're going to get 15 yards, but that was what I was going to say to you, is this kid has got next level speed.
Yeah, he's a track kid.
Yeah.
He's a trainer.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a gym rat. He spends, I know firsthand, spending time with Ben in the gym and watching him work out, watching him lift, watching him do his footwork drills. he loves to train, and he's got great speed and aggressive kid. You know, he's got a big upside.
Big upside, big heart. You know, talk about a versatile kid. You know, 2 years ago in the London City Championships, hurt his knee playing quarterback.
Right.
The next summer he comes back, you know, has a great season as a slot receiver.
And played both ways.
Yeah. And then comes back this year for the varsity team. By the way, the varsity's got a few pretty good receivers. Ben, we're going to move you to defensive back. What happens? Oh, he's here on Team Ontario weekend.
Yeah.
Kid's an athlete.
Yeah, and he's you talk to his coach at the high school over there at Laurier, John Kalinskis, and he said, there's the physical component that's obvious with him, but there's also that leadership. He's a guy that's a take charge kind of guy. He's vocal. He's going to get people fired up. He's going to hold people accountable. He's got some good leadership skills too.
Yeah, again, I kind of kid sentimental to my own heart. Coached him at the minor level. Coached him at the Mustangs as well. So, really great to see, kids like that come through the program. I think we're going to see a quarterback change here in the second year for Team White as we've reached the end of the first quarter. Start of the second quarter as we're seeing the field flipping around here. 9-1 for Team Red over Team Black as we do have a new quarterback in the game. Trying to check if it's number 4 or number 1. I'm not 100% sure. Number 8, so back to pass, drops it off there. I'm just scanning my list here, trying to get the name here. Just bear with me a couple seconds.
I got Nicholas. You're going to have to do the last name. Can I get you the first
Not
name?
a chance. Nick out of St. Mike's Collegiate. Nick, we're going to go with that.
6'3", big kid.
This kid is one of the kids I've heard about off the air. This kid's got an arm.
Yeah.
Big kid, really physical. Size-wise, 6'3", $190. We talked about 5'10" on the other guy, $188. There's a big difference here in the size of some of these kids. And again, going almost an empty look, picks up great pickup for the blitz. Little dump-off pass coming across the middle to the fullback, number 30. Drags him down for a first down. Just that little fullback under route concept.
Nice play call there. Empty the formation. They've dealt with a little bit of pressure. So let's empty the formation. Let's get these backs out into a receiving position. Force purple to cover all 6.
Yeah, and we talked about teams with a lot of presence here. Hamilton, the Hamilton Ticats, the varsity Ticats, they've had a lot of running backs. And Borda, the fullback type there with the reception, is definitely another one of those guys.
They split him out Hamilton. Split him out and then they'll bring him back in, and he's going to lead up onto the linebacker, just a little ISO block there.
Handoff inside to number 33 for Team Red. I believe that's Nethersall out of London South. I'm just double checking it. Yeah, Kanye Nethersall. The product, good gain on that play, just an inside zone play, 6 yards.
Yeah, and Kanye, he's a kid that, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking he's just a perimeter guy. And he's going to run toss and he's going to run sweep and, outside zone for you. But he's not shy to go in between the tackles either.
No, and especially for his size, people look at him and go, why is a 5'7", 150 kid playing running back? Go in the box with him and find out.
He plays at about 180.
Hand off to Nethersall again. Good step there. He's going to be really close to the first down. Oh, he's got it by about 4 yards on that.
Yeah, they only needed 4, and that was a great surge by that offensive line.
Really, really good job. Again, we talk. There's big number 53 and big number 56 for Team White. We're going to talk a little bit about the big man up there on the left-hand side.
Brett Miller, the number 56 you were talking about from Saltfleet, 335.
Yeah, he's moving the pie on. I'm just trying to find number 53 on here, if the number is correct there. Number 53 is Jet Hudson out of Cumberland. We talked about him as well. The left side of this offensive line for Team Red is massive.
6'5", 290. And miscommunication on
that. Quarterback somebody went the wrong way on that. They were trying to get a read play. Pressure coming off the edge. Sacked by number 30, I believe it is, for Team Black.
And you're going to see that happen in games like this where they've had limited amount of meetings, limited amount of practice time to get those things ironed out. Just a simple miscommunication. Hard to say whether it's the quarterback opening the wrong way or the back misaligned, but either way, that's why these offenses kind of keep it simple. We don't see too many formations. They'll try to let these kids execute.
Gabriel Andre with the tackle, the product out of London, Laurier, another London kid. Talk about him in a second. The number 1 pick in the RedBlack draft this year.
Yeah, that's quite an honor.
Back to pass. Hands off to Netherstall. Netherstall with a surge off the right-hand side. Gain of about 4 yards on that. Setting up a field goal here, possibly, Coach?
You'd think so, based on the play call, that they're going to try to get themselves back in towards the middle of the field and comfortable field position, 25-yard line scrimmage, so a 32-yard kick here.
Well, we do see Rivard coming out here. Rivard is the punter field goal kicker. He is coming out to attempt what is going to be a 36-yard field goal from basically dead middle in the field. So good job of getting the ball in the middle. So let's just do the count. Make sure, hey guys, do we have 12 out here? Special teams is going to be such a big thing. Fonte is the holder. The snap is back. The hold is down. The kick is up. And it is wide to the left. Wide left. Let's see if we can get this ball out and avoid the Rouge. Does a great job. Fantastic hit there. Number 1. Bringing the wood. Austin Watson out of St. Andrews down on coverage. Wow, that was a stick.
Yeah, and they might have practiced, they do their release and their coverage lanes off a missed field goal. They may have done that once or twice this week, and this kid comes down flying and makes a great play.
Somehow I think that is not the first time that he has been down covering a kick.
For a wide receiver, he looked pretty comfortable laying the wood to a kid there.
Yeah, and I think the running back or whoever the returner was, I'm sorry I did miss the number on the returner, was kind of like, hey, wait a second, I got to get this ball out of here. I mean, he made it out by a half a yard.
Yeah, he just has to get it out, and they're going to scrimmage on the 20. Otherwise, he's giving up a point.
So new quarterback in here for the black team. Number 7 has come in. Anthony Leo. That name may sound a little bit familiar here. Coach, I'll let you tell me a little bit about Leo.
Yeah, he's the son of the St. Andrews College athletic director, Marcello Leo, and former Villanova athletic director, and March and I actually played together at York way back when. So it's I had a good chance to reconnect with him this weekend and spend some time with him. He's really excited about his son and see what he can showcase here today.
From what I've heard, again, we got 6 quarterbacks that could make this team. Athletic is the adjective I heard about this one. Athletic. So again, 3x2 set, scrambles out. We're just going to see some of that athleticism as we see a holding flag, couple flags down there. Would have been enough for a first down. We just talked about athletic.
Wait till you see him set up this defensive end here. He's just going to give a little shoulder fake. So the pressure, it's actually the linebacker that comes through the B gap, and then he recognizes it, spins out.
Look at that little subtle move at the end there again.
That's composure.
Yep.
And you talked earlier on about the difference between the kids coming into university level programs now today too. That position itself, the quarterback position, huge advancements in the last 15-20 years. When you look at kids who come out of how fortunate were we to land a kid like Evan Hillock, right, who can come into a program and all of a sudden compete. And you look at Andres Dulac over at McMaster. Young quarterbacks. That position in particular over the last 15 years with the coaching that's come through the younger levels, the minor levels and the OVFL levels. Tremendous difference.
Little swing pass complete here to number 3 on the edge. Good job corralling to the ball. Hey, look who's on the tackle, Kverjovic. Yeah. We talked about him, number 40 as well. The Cambridge product in there. Again, we're just kind of scrolling down, trying to get numbers and names as fast as we can. Owen Ellis was out there on the stop as well with Kverjovic. Just a little step-off route, Coach.
Yeah, they let the end come free, and they're going to start pulling tackles and guards to try and get a convoy for that wide receiver screen. But the credit to that defense on the white, but just flying to the ball. Team speed out here on both sides of the ball is evident, right? The defenses are flying around. You see 4 or 5 guys at every tackle.
Yeah, 9-1 still, 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Punt is away. Kverjovic gets the ball off his fingertips, gets it at the 50-yard line, retreats back to the 45. First man missed. Kverjovic still going with the ball outside there. Unfortunately, ball hits the ground. You know, the rule of thumb, hits the ground, it costs you 5. You get 15 yards every time. Unfortunately, that's a situation where trying to make a play, not much of a play can be made there.
Yeah, it's so important for those returners to try and get that one in the air, because as soon as that ball hits the ground, it distorts lanes and it distorts the timing of your return. Whether you got a field return, whether you got a middle, it doesn't matter. Once that ball hits the ground, timing gets distorted. Players lose leverage that they had originally. You know, it's so important for those returners. You know, but again, it's not a lot of reps that these kids have had this week, so you're going to see some rust.
Well, also, I'm noticing kind of the wind has literally changed direction this afternoon. It's now coming out of the north, where earlier today it was coming out of the south. So perhaps that has played a factor into it. Anyway, back to game action here. 3 receivers to the field, 2 to the boundary, 1 running back in. The big, tall quarterback, number 8, back up, flips it out to number 41 out here. It looks like the Stampeders. Gain of about 6 yards out there. That is number 41, I believe it was the receiver. And again, just scrolling really quick.
Might be 11.
Might have been 11?
Yeah, I think that's Darian Brown.
Yeah.
The elite football academy kid. We've mentioned him a couple times. He's, you know, and we haven't seen a ton of vertical passing game yet. We've seen more of a horizontal attack, just trying to get the ball out quickly. And I think, you know, how you mentioned these defensive fronts for both sides, I think that's not by accident. They want to get the ball out before the pressure can get there.
3-by-2 look, bring the fullback across. Nethersall with the handoff, nowhere to go. Talk about penetration there, right off the bat, trying to pick up the number.
I think 72 blew it up initially.
Yeah, 72 was there, and I want to say 78. I can't really tell there. Looks like the kid in almost the Oak Ridge looking helmet, the blue with the yellow O on it.
Yeah, just beat the guard there. 56 kind of got turned around. Brett Miller lost the D tackle right away.
And that was Devin Whelan out of the Forest City Thunderbirds program with the tackle.
Yeah, you got both of the London programs represented.
Rivard back to punt, trying to angle that. Ball gets caught up in the wind a little bit, drives it out. No return. Looks like it's going to go out about the 49-yard line.
Yeah, looked like
they're putting it right at the 50. So first down for Team Purple.
Kind of got that one off the side of the foot. It looked like had a wobble to it. Not exactly what the Team White wanted or Team Red wanted with the change at field position. Good field position to start here for Team Black.
Let's see if they can get a major on the board. Again, we haven't seen any scoring since early in the game. It's 9-1 still. 4 minutes, 18 seconds left to go here from Alumni Stadium here in the beautiful campus of Western Ontario in the Forest City. My name is Ron Ford. I'm with the coach, PJ Ellsworth. Thank you very much for joining us on this Sunday afternoon. First down and 10. Ball's on the 50-yard line for Team Purple. For Team Purple. Pass falls incomplete. Intended receiver number 3, Tommy Clarkin, out of the Bel Air Lions.
Yeah, just kind of short arm that one there. The concept was good. The route was fine. Open receiver just kind of short arm that one. Didn't kind of finish with a good strong follow through.
So again, second quarter action here. This quarter is being brought to you by Barron Championship Rings, the official championship ring of Football Ontario. Barron is focused on brand, their relentless commitment to design, craftsmanship, superior story-driven products, and what drives them to deliver the best products to their clients. Visit barronrings.com, and again, that's www.barronrings.com. Second down and 10, ball's on the 50-yard line, pressure coming off the edge. Leo is trying to escape it over to the right side. Great job of pursuit. Number 51 for Team Red.
Yeah, he was unblocked off the edge there.
Unblocked off the edge, but again, athletic quarterback. That's a pretty big athletic man out there. I want to say it was number 51. It was the linebacker, Ethan Georgevich, again, out of Clarington. We've said his name a number of times here today.
Yeah, he's just going to come off the field edge unblocked, and Leo to his credit, he's able to break contain, get outside and throw the ball away. Still going to end up in a punt, but probably saved himself 15, 20 yards of field position.
And the hit, those hits are cumulatively. The more you get, the more they hurt as they go. So 3 minutes 20 seconds left to go in the half. Purple is back to punt. Snap is off to the center, running around trying to get it. Good pressure, able to tackle it behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, snap was a little off to the side there, and it allowed number 52 from our white team. Looks like Oliver Jackson, the D lineman from Ottawa. He kind of was able to come in and prevent the punter from getting the ball off. So
we've said his name a number of times. When we say the defensive lineman, the big defensive lineman out of Ottawa, number 52.
Yeah,
has made a couple plays today.
Instant field position here for Team White. See if they can take advantage, get some more points on the board.
3:05 left to go in the half. Thank you to everyone for joining us here today, and to all of our production team for, again, a great job bringing you this great Junior Mustang production here on the Team RedBlack weekend. Back to pass, number 8 again for the Team White. Falls incomplete, intended to number 11 that time. We've said his name a number of times as well. That is Darian Brown.
Yeah, just a curl route there, and again, the quarterback and receiver just not exactly in sync. The quarterback expecting him to continue a little further, and that's something that only comes with repetition and through practice. And when guys are going to sit down, and he's reading the coverage the same way the quarterback's reading the coverage. Looked like he almost lost his footing there a bit too.
Yeah, and that was the other thing. Like, these guys, you got to remember, this is a pretty good football players. These are good athletes out there. They've had 2 practices together.
Yeah,
really. So the timing is not there for an offense. A lot of it is timing. 3 receivers over to the left-hand side, to the right. Little step-off screen complete. I believe that is number 11 again with the reception. He's going to be really close to the first down on this.
Really like how he attacks the ball here. It's a simple hitch screen. He's going to get 1 block from his inside receiver, but he goes and doesn't break stride when he catches this ball, and he knifes up the field, and his forward momentum. Boom, you see the tackle getting out there, 53 and all.
Yep.
Doesn't hit anybody, but he forces the defensive player to retrace.
Great leverage when he takes that ball straight up field. As a receiver coach, what do we always tell our kids? You're not going to score going side to side. You got to stick your foot in the ground and go north-south eventually.
No, you're not out there to dance. So, that was just a great job attacking the football first of all, and then once he secured it, getting north right away. And again, the tackle comes out. He's going to allow that defensive end a free release. The inside receiver is going to block number 1 defender, and the tackle is going to block number 2. And he didn't get him. Didn't get a pancake or any explosive block, but just by forcing that defensive back to go around him, it buys more time and space for Darian to get the first down.
So again, we've got 2 minutes 23 seconds left to go in the half here. Really great job. The defense has really settled in after we saw a little bit of an explosion early. Really settled in nicely. There's been some solid play here for both teams. Really, what was missing in the first game was kind of the continuity in the line play.
Right.
There is a lot of continuity in the line play here, at least what I'm seeing on the offensive line, which is really, which is fantastic to see. As we see the injured player coming off the field under his own power. Again, everything we want to see. That we don't want to see anybody hurting that. But again, the defenses are so far ahead of the offenses in games like this, and there really hasn't been a letdown from one to the other with only 2 practices.
No, and I think with this older age group, they've had more experience running the zone schemes that's become so predominant in football these days that they're going to be a little bit better at it than the young kids.
Great pressure. We just talked about the defenses, and the offensive line's having some continuity. Nathan Decker is out there, another Hamilton player with the pressure. Big number 72, 6'4", 210. Yeah. Talk about a big man bringing the pressure.
Yeah, and the other thing, when we talk about these guys today at 6'4", 210, 3 years from now, that guy's going to be 6'4", maybe grow an inch or two, and he's probably going to put on another 20, 25 pounds, right? So these kids are still growing. You know, as impressive as they are at this age, you know, a couple more years in the weight room, a couple more years training, these guys are going to be even bigger, even stronger, even faster.
3 receivers to the boundary, 2 to the field here. A little bit of waggle motion. Bobble the snap. Pressure coming right off the edge. Big number 59 that time. I want to say with the sack. I think it's number 59.
59 is Alex.
59 or
Cucci
56.
from Lord Park.
Yep. Absolutely coming off the edge, untouched, Coach. Take me through this one.
Well, I think at some point we may have to, he lines up as an interior guy, and he just takes an outside speed rush, and guard can't move his feet fast enough to get him. So I think maybe you see this offense start varying up their cadence, right? Maybe getting a little bit predictable on snap count, because the get off on this D lineman is really impressive. So you gotta use everything that you can to slow down that pass rush.
Fantastic punt this time for Rivard, who makes up for the punt off the side of his foot
Yeah,
with a booming 45-yard punt. Drops him inside the 10-yard line on the 7 on the return. Great job by Rivard.
Yeah, and it's, in this second quarter, that's kind of been the story. Team White's been able to dictate field position. You know, Team Black or Purple, as we're calling them by their jersey color, they've been hemmed in most of this quarter.
1 minute, 22 seconds left to go in the half. Ball is on the 7-yard line. Not a lot of opportunities for Leo at quarterback. Let's see if he can make some play happen. Inside run here. Handoff off to the right-hand side. Gain of about 3 or 4 yards on that, Coach.
Yeah, now they've, I think they just, based on their field position, they wanted to get some space. Hopefully maybe get 5, or probably hoping for 5 or 6. If you can win first down, now the sticks are moving, so 2nd and 5 kind of opens up that playbook. Now you can run your short passing game. You can also still stay with the running game. A lot more options 2nd and 5. So.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do is give up another safety at this point, because now you're in a 2-score game scenario. 3 receivers to the field, 2 to the boundary, single running back. Again, inside zone, outside zone play. Nice cutback that time. Drives forward for a first down. That is number 24 for Team Black, Noah Clark. Again, another Hamilton Tiger Cat. Again, these kids have really come to play here today.
I tell you, the defense sniffed it out. You see the replay there. They do get their hands on this guy. They run a nice little stunt with the backer and the end, but he sticks his foot in the ground, gets north, and strong enough to break that arm tackle.
So good drive heading up here for Team Purple. 45 seconds left to go in the half. Back to pass is Leo. Drives it out here. Complete to number 80. Tries to steps it back inside. Should have gone out of bounds on that one to save the clock a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. These guys are in a showcase game, and they want to make as much happen as they can, and they're trying to fight for every single yard. And a great effort from 80 there. Broke 2 tackles to get a first down. But as you say, once this ball gets set and chains get set,
So that's Gabriel Williams out of Bill Crothers Secondary School. Again, another new place. Like, just the amount of different kids from different locations in here has been outstanding. 1st and 10 here. Ball's on the 36-yard line. Motion here. Trips to the field. Back to pass. Ball is completed here. Thought I heard a quick whistle.
Yeah, I think they might say that
in the grasp?
Unabated. No, he was never in the grasp, but he was, kind of unabated to the quarterback. So I think for a protection standpoint, they blew the whistle there. It looked like it was number 90, which I think is the Lucas product. Harlan?
Yeah, Harlan Luther.
Yeah.
Harlan Luther, yeah. Talk about now this kid's in grade 10.
Yeah.
Harlan Luther, 6'3", 220 pounds, out of Lucas High School in London, plays for the London Junior Mustangs. This kid's a year away from being next level, and he's in a showcase game like this.
And he's on a lot of people's radar. He's a young kid with a great motor, He's got good get off. He's another one. We talk about how these kids are going to continue to grow. He's going to, by the time he gets into a university camp, he's going to be 20, 25 pounds heavier. And another kid, who loves to train.
Yeah.
Loves his time in the gym. He's been working with a trainer on workouts, Spiro Manzavarakis with Ben and a couple of these other London guys, and they're seeing the results.
So again, yeah, like putting in the work in, and that's exactly what the last thing we want to see is player injuries.
Yeah.
And the last thing we want to see is a quarterback get his head taken off unevaded. So that's what the call was. They blew it dead. He's like, well, I got the ball off. I was like, no, we would have been picking you up off the other side of the turf if we let him do it. But
I think from a purple standpoint, when you look at where they started this drive on the 7 with less than a minute to play, I think their goal on this drive was just not have to punt the ball, right? If they could get out of this half, there's edge pressure again.
Good try to drop it in the bucket there again. Harlan Luther coming around that time with the loop brings the pressure again.
Leo does a nice job stepping up, and it looked like this was a great adjustment here. I'm not sure if this was a wheel route by design, or whether or not the back just recognized that Leo had to step up, and he turns it upfield. And if he puts the ball on him, easier said than done with that kind of pressure. But if he does put the ball on him, it's probably a first down, or close to a first down.
Yeah, all the teams are running similar playbooks because of the lack of practice, so there's got to be some continuity. I've yet to see a wheel run real well called until right there. So somehow I think you're right with your analysis on that they just saw it.
I think it could have been a slight adjustment,
No yards calling, and this is an adjustment that we're going to talk about this year. One of the adjustments in the rule, even though the ball was on the ground, that is now a 15-yard penalty in the Canadian game for no yards regardless.
Yeah, that used to be a coaching strategy of a lot of special teams coaches. If the ball does hit the ground, they would encourage guys to take the no yards because it prevented any type of long return. You didn't, if you're right there, just tackle the guy, give up the 5 yards. It's not as significant as the 15.
Okay, well, they only marked off 5 yards,
here they only
and
went up 5.
Every other call we've seen over the weekend, it's been the automatic 15. So
if that does,
I don't know.
If that does come into effect, it is a significant change to the game, and it will affect the way coaches have to strategize.
Fake handoff to Nethersall. Oh, had his receiver wide open in the flat. Big number 30 again. It falls incomplete. Brings up a second down.
The execution of the play was good. The design was good. He just kind of, it's hard for that right-handed quarterback when he's rolling left to get his shoulders square, and he kind of put a little bit too much mustard on this one. I think it got to the H-back a little bit quicker than he was expecting it.
Yeah, so we're probably into the last play of the game, 2 of the half. 2 minutes and 8 seconds left to go in the half here. 9-1. All the scoring has been in the first quarter except for that glorious rouge here in the second quarter. Handoff to Nethersall. Nowhere to go. There was just kind of a let's get it done type of play. And that is the half. We're going to take a break at halftime here. Again, my name is Ron Ferwerda, Coach PJ Ellensworth. Thank you guys very much for joining us here on Junior Mustangs TV. Welcome back to Alumni Field here at Western Ontario, home of the Forest City. I am Ron Ferwerda, joined by Coach PJ Ellsworth. Just a quick recap here. It is 9-1 here for Team Red over Team Black. Team Red is currently wearing the whites. Team Black is currently wearing the purples. Again, a supplier delay, and thank you very much to the Western Mustangs for allowing us to use a set of jerseys. This quarter of football is brought to you by the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills proudly support Football Ontario, Team Ontario, and want to wish the players, competitors good luck this season. For more information on the Buffalo Bills Youth Football Outreach Program, please visit www.buffalobills.com/community. First down and 10. New quarterback back in. Drives the ball outside. Caught by number 82. Gain of about a yard by the time it's done there. 82 with the reception. I missed the quarterback's number, though.
12, I think, is in the game now, I think, for White. I think it might be Lucas Parisi.
So, yeah, number 12, Lucas Parisi in at quarterback now.
It shows off his arm right away with that field out. That's a long
throw. That's a very, very long throw. So, Parisi in at quarterback here at the third quarter. 3-by-2 set. 3 receivers to the field, 2 to the boundary. Little stagger inside handoff straight ahead. Big stick by, we talked about him earlier, Gabriel Andre, the linebacker out of Laurier in London. Absolutely after contact, but you know this kid's going to bring you down.
Yeah.
Good solid run, though, straight
He
ahead.
was. I mean, he was a little bit high on contact here. He kind of catches the running back up high, but he does wrap up and negates any further yardage, forces a third down in an interesting situation here for Team White on their own side of center. Third and
about 4 by the looks of it. So they're going for it here. Why not? 3-by-2 set. Back to pass. Looking over to the right. Pressure coming over. Scrambles to the left. Complete to number 81 here. Over midfield. Inside the purple territory.
Really nice play there by Parisi. You know, he buys some time, extends nothing there. The defense does a good job. He gets some edge pressure, scrambles away, and makes a good, strong throw into a pretty tight window on that scramble situation.
Yeah, really, really good throw. Nice sit down. Look how the receiver kind of gears down a little bit, understands, hey, I'm running out of leverage space.
He's running the sit route, and then he recognizes the quarterback gets flushed, and he starts working with him. So nice recognition on the scramble drill there.
So first down, Team Red with the ball here. 9 minutes, 37 seconds left. Thank you for joining us here at the start of the third quarter. Breezy back to pass, pressure coming, steps up into the middle, nowhere to go. That's going to be a flag.
Yeah, that's a horse collar. That's going to be another 15.
That's number 46. We've talked about this kid a number of times. I don't think the number is lining up properly. I don't have a 46.
I think he's Dylan Whalen.
Okay.
46. He's the 430 Thunderbird product.
So out of looks like he's wearing an Oak Ridge helmet by the looks of it. Yeah. So unfortunately, inside the cylinder, definitely that is the classic definition there, kids, of a horse collar tackle.
Yeah, no question about that. Good call from the officials, and really to these kids' credit, you know, we haven't had too many penalties in the first half.
It definitely has not been a chippy game by any means, which it can be in these type of things. You know.
Well, I think a good job by the officiating crew and good job by the kids themselves, you know, trying to keep those hands inside and avoiding those unnecessary penalties.
Parisi again, the quarterback out of St. John, Henry Newman, is the quarterback here for Team Red. Back to pass, hits a little sit route. Number 11 with the ball in his hand. He looks like he's going to score, and we've got a touchdown here. Just a great ball there. Number 11, we talked about him earlier. That is Darian Brown out of Elite Football Academy. Coach, what did you see?
I see a kid who has great awareness of where that tackling threat is coming from. So he runs that little delay route. He's really patient with it, makes a nice catch in his hands, stabs it up high. He understands where the defender's on his inside shoulder, a little head fake inside, and he wheels it outside. Breaks contain.
So I'm trying to pick up, if we can get that replay again, there's a receiver downfield. I don't know if it was 82, 83, or 85 coming right at the top here.
Yeah.
What a great block. That's, when we talk to receivers, hey, what are you going to do with the ball in your hand because you're only going to get 4 or 5 receptions in the game.
Exactly.
What are you going to do the other 45 plays? Yeah. That kid might have just made this team on that block alone.
Yeah, I mean that is just a great awareness play by that receiver. He's running the corner route. He's trying to clear out for the little stop route underneath on that smash concept, and has the awareness to come back into the play. Whereas some kids would just, my job's done. I ran the high defender off, but he has the presence of mind to come back in, not take a penalty, block from in front. Right. The worst thing you can do there is you see the kids really trying to make something happen and they take a block in the back or something like that.
Or the hands slip outside the cylinder and then you got to hold him downfield or something. That was a great job. Hands were inside, nice and tight.
A lot of good things going on that play. From the receiver position.
Yeah, exactly. So, again, I apologize about missed the number, but whoever it was, hey, we recognized that.
Well,
so
the coaches will know who it was, that's for sure.
So, again, new quarterback in here for Team Black. Number 18 is in at quarterback. Unevaded, number 52. Again, we've said his name a few times today, Coach.
Yeah, and this is a procedure penalty against the offense there. They were offside. Looked like the number 2 receiver, maybe number 3 to the field. He was past the line of scrimmage. So with the whistle, if they're giving him credit for the sack, you'd think they would decline this penalty, but
this is Caleb O'Dugan, number 18 for the Durham Dolphins, who is in at quarterback for the third quarter for Team Black. So it's good to see. This is all 6 quarterbacks are being in this game.
Yeah, I mean that's what the purpose is. It's an evaluation. It's not, dependent on the score. Nothing gets decided in terms of roster spots based on which team wins. It's all about evaluation, and the kids just have to keep that in mind.
Oh, they blew it dead. They blew it dead on protecting the quarterback. That is too bad. Number 43 has a walk-in touchdown. Wes McLennan, the linebacker out of Parkside in St. Thomas, is right to him, and I know this kid can catch.
That's a linebacker's dream right there, and unfortunately, you understand why it was blown dead. Quarterback in the grasp, not going anywhere. Just an unfortunate break for him. But from an evaluation standpoint, what the coaches are seeing is he had an opportunity to make that play and he made it.
Yeah.
Right?
So that again,
so it's not going to show up in the score sheet today, but it won't go unnoticed when the coaches are making their selections, plays like that.
And he's made a couple plays like that today. Where it's kind of like, oh, okay, that was good. So again, Jet O'Dugan, who's the southpaw.
Yeah.
The southpaw out of Durham.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to say something about this kid. This kid is next level fast.
Oh, really?
He has got fantastic speed. He's got a good arm. But there was a game a couple of years ago at Junior Mustangs where it was, Durham was really, really outmanned in this particular game.
Right.
And this kid literally took the team on his back and was unstopped. They double teamed him with 2 of the best defensive backs, and they were still getting absolutely torched in this game.
Really?
This kid is ridiculously fast. If he gets in the open area, watch out.
Yeah, he just made a nice decision there to step up and out of pressure. Just didn't have many options in terms of receivers.
Good punt. Ball's bouncing around a little bit. Flag on the play, no yards. Picked up by number 1. Nowhere to go, really, unfortunately. So that is Ashton Watson out of St. Andrews as the returner there. And you're going to have I want to say 15 yards, but it's going to be a 5-yarder for the no yards penalty.
Yeah, we did get to talk about that a little bit at halftime. And in the CFL, what we were told was in the CFL that's going to be a 15-yarder regardless. Whereas at the CIS level, it'll probably stay 5 and 15. But you were talking about that situation you had down in Waterloo, where
we were at the Junior Mustangs game, and it didn't matter if the ball was on the ground or not. It was a 15-yarder, so they were calling it. So we were quite surprised by that. But moving on, that was a couple days ago. 3 receivers. Almost empty the backfield. A little bit of miscommunication in the backfield. Quarterback's taking it all the way, tripped up from behind by number 10, it looked like, on the defense. Quick scan through, don't see it, but again, good job getting out of pressure. Coach, what are you seeing here?
There's no real receiver routes to that side, so this is either a designed quarterback run, or on the RPO, it was just a question of pulling it when he shouldn't have.
I think the H was supposed to come across on that under route, and he got picked up or got caught up in the traffic, and he wasn't there.
Yeah, he had no. The X receiver was downfield blocking, so that was either a mix-up by the H, or but he didn't really have any pass options to go to that way.
Straight zone play on that. It's going to be short of the first down on the carry. Number 18 was the ball carrier.
Down at the bottom, Macaulay Wellstead.
Yeah, out of St. John Newman.
Made a nice little jump cut there when he got the ball to get himself out of trouble. Third and short.
3rd and 1 here, Coach. Decision time, not really. You're down 16-1.
Not in a game like this.
We've seen our punter punt once, which is enough.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's see.
Going under center. Drives forward. He's going to have enough. Good push for the first down. Gave him about 2 yards.
And that was well executed. He lines up in gun, surveys the defense, times it up nicely, doesn't give the defense much time to close the gaps down. Oftentimes, 3rd and 1, you'll see them in the defensive tackles in the A gaps, ends in B gaps, linebackers out in C's. Does a nice job timing that up and sneaking it for a first down.
And because he's back in the pistol formation, they can't jam the box like they want to.
No, not initially, no. They have to respect the formation.
So first down here, Team Red with the ball. 5 minutes, 30 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Back to pass. Scans the field, delivers it. Big strike. Good sit-down route by number 84 on the reception, Coach.
Yeah, he does a nice job of understanding the zone defense there, and he doesn't run into traffic. When those windows open up, he does a nice job sitting down, presenting himself a big target for his quarterback. 5-yard gain puts him in second and manageable.
Yeah, Matthew, again, my apologies, Jokinvik out of Bishop Ryan High School with the reception, 5'8", $155. So again, not the biggest receiver in the world.
No.
Good job, taking the hit, gain of 5 yards, which is all you're looking for on that play.
Oh, we're gonna have a formational issue here. We don't have a split end to the top of the field, so.
No, I think I think 80 was supposed to be over on the other side, and 31. So I think they had a formatting issue that's going on there.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Timeout
on the field. Let's talk about one of our sponsors, HelloFresh. Fuel your future gridiron champion with easy and delicious meals that you can quickly prepare between practices and games. With HelloFresh, you can take the stress out of meal planning and celebrate cooking time like it's a game-winning drive. Get mouth-watering meals, fresh ingredients, high-quality ingredients delivered straight to your door. Choose from a wide menu of up to 30 tasty dinner ideas, plus kid-approved time-saving lunch options. That is sure to please everybody in your household. Sign up for HelloFresh today and get 7 free meals with your first 3 boxes with code HelloFootball. So again, great job by all of our sponsors here. Again, of course, the Western Mustangs, the Junior Mustangs, the London Beefeaters. Thank you very much from Football Ontario. 4 minutes, 42 seconds left to go, third quarter here. It is a 16-1. Team Red is driving. Team Red is driving again with the ball. Little fake zone. Again, booting out over to the right-hand side here. Good job. Runs over the receiver or the defensive back there. Good stick on that, on the tackle, staying with it. Number 8, Tyson Morgan on the stop. But again, drops his shoulder into the defensive back.
Yeah, and that's a tough one in games like this because you want to protect the quarterbacks. You can see, again, the issues that they're having with protection on the edge. But again, it really hasn't mattered what quarterback it is. These defensive ends are coming free, or sometimes it's a linebacker coming off the edge, but quarterbacks are still getting outside. All of these kids have mobility, and the quarterback there, he's going to finish that run.
Again, inside handoff this time, switching the ball around, getting to the edge.
Little personnel issue for purple shirts, running the guy off the field late. And, sure enough, that's right where the point of attack was on that inside zone.
Yeah, and exactly. Where'd they go? So Eclair with the run there. Good gain on the play, on the zone play, enough for a first down. So first down and 10 to go. Ball is on the 27-yard line. Team Red really has had a great third quarter here, scoring and again driving again here. So a really good showing here for the quarterback, number 18 for the Team Red in Ontario. Pistol formation, drops it off, complete to number 88, Coach. What did we see?
Again, it's that little stop route, that low cob. He's just finding the soft spot. Now you're going to see that the half get occupied by the number 2 receiver, and that Will linebacker has got to expand to the number 3 receiver. Just didn't get there in time, and a strong throw and catch throw from the quarterback and catch. But we haven't seen, as we would expect, everything's been kind of basic. A lot of 3x2 has been the formation of the day. Sometimes they'll add the H back in, but just trying to keep the pass concepts simple and letting kids come, and Purple's coming with pressure.
And again, Gabriel Andre has made himself an afternoon at linebacker with the tackle.
Yeah.
And again, we said number 18, my apologies, it's number 12, Lucas Berselli out of St. John Newman. Henry Newman has played a whale of a third quarter at quarterback here. Delivered the ball with authority. He's been really, really decisive. Not that the other quarterbacks haven't been, but he's kind of separated himself a little bit from the quarterbacks, I think, in my humble opinion.
I mean, he's had a good showing, and he was getting in a bit of a groove there. The offense was, and I think Purple had enough of that and brought pressure off both edges.
So again, back to pass, pressure coming, escapes it. Look at the athleticism. Tries to step out. And he does step out. So he's going to step out about 1.5 yards short of the first down. Coach, it's 16. One more point, or 3 more points puts you at 19. Or do you go for the throw here?
I think they're listening to you, and they're going to see what from an evaluation standpoint, they want to give these kickers an opportunity too. They have to make decisions on these kids as well. We tend to get caught up in offense, defense, and we forget that there's multiple players here competing for spots in the kicking game. So what happened here on that
was
play
third
was
down, actually. Oh, wow.
He stepped out of bounds prior to getting that first down. But again, that has been the theme of the day, is from a defensive issue, has been containment of the quarterback. Getting to the quarterback and pressure hasn't been an issue, but keeping that quarterback inside has been.
Inside handoff, number 30 with the ball. That can't be number 30, unless they got 2 number 30s for Purple out there.
Yeah, it's not Gabriel Andre.
No. So, solid run by the running back. We're going to say it's not Andre because we know it's not.
Yeah, just a little split zone. And but this defense on the white side's been pretty stout. There has not been a lot of explosive plays really on either side, but particularly in the white.
Good little flip pass out here to, again, tacking it. We saw that speed, okay? So that was what I was talking about earlier. Again, the left-hand quarterback. Look at him attack this this line with speed here, Coach, and then just flips it out to the wide-open receiver.
Yeah, and it's so hard for a young quarterback not to keep his eyes downfield when he's got all this traffic around him. He does a great job keeping his eyes downfield, doesn't panic, and then gets it to his outlet receiver. Enough for a first down.
So this will be the last play of the third quarter. Back to pass, delivers a strike. It's intercepted, number 51, the linebacker. We're going to have a curtain call here. Touchdown, Team Red, 51 with the interception, Coach.
Yeah, just a straight zone drop, and he was just getting himself underneath the number 3 receiver. Number 3's going to run up the seam, and quarterback never saw him step in underneath this route.
Yeah, Ethan Gregorich, again, Clarington Knight product. We've said his name a number of times today.
And that one, I mean, it's all about taking the proper drops. He gets himself underneath the receiver. Didn't have to make a fantastic catch. I mean, the ball kind of came right to him, but you still got to finish the play, and he shows off some speed there by taking it to the house.
Yeah, so again, house call for the defense. That's going to be 23 or 22 right now, barring the extra point. Snap is down, the kick is up, and it is good. 23-1 for Team Red over Team Purple at the end of the third quarter, Coach.
Yep. So, in games, evaluation games like this, the score is not going to impact too much of the play calling or anything that you might deal with in a league game. So Team White, even though they're up, they're still going to have to run through their offense because they still have to give kids an opportunity to showcase what they can do. So you may, in a regular season game, see a lot more running at this point, trying to bleed the clock a little bit. Tempo would go down from an offensive, from the team leading the game. But I think in these types of games, you're just going to keep the status quo and let the kids get as many opportunities to make impact plays as they can.
Well, that's one of the things. Again, this game is not about the score. Like, it doesn't matter if the scoreboard is even turned on at this point. It really doesn't. I know as coaches we always want to see a determining factor, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But this is strictly an evaluation game. Yep. Can you play the position? What is your ability? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What do we need to do to coach you up? Or et cetera, et cetera. They're trying to select the top 40 kids to make a road trip to Kelowna, BC, and play some football and hopefully win a Canada Cup.
And that's not an easy task because there is way more than 40 very talented athletes out here today.
Well, you're talking about, we know that there's 90 kids that was named to the RedBlack weekend.
Right.
Okay? So over half of these kids are not going to be here as of Monday.
Yeah.
And that's tough.
Yeah, but there's no shame in that. There's no, you're up against the very best that the province has to offer, and it becomes a numbers game, and that's just the way these competitive sports work. But like you said, we got a lot of young kids, grade 10s, that can make improvements, and even if they don't get selected this year, they can be on, coming back for next year.
Well, yeah, and they're on the radar watch for next year, so it's kind of like, okay,
Absolutely.
maybe you're a year away. Like, you look at a kid like DJ Fonte, who had a really solid game. Mm-hmm. He's a year away from it. He really is. He's a year away from being that guy at that level. Ben Kverjovic, maybe a year away from it. These are kids that that we personally know that are really having good games, but are they ready for that big stage? That's kind of the question. Handoff to number 24, tackled for a loss. Again, number 43 for the white team, I believe it was, or was it number 44? Spencer Haydick, if it's number 44, the linebacker out of Essex with the stop.
Yeah, they just bring a will fire there in the B gap, straight ahead, nothing fancy about it, and creates penetration, forces the ball carrier to spill to the outside.
So back to punt. 10 minutes, 16 seconds left to go. Is Team Purple. Because again, we need to evaluate even the punters and stuff like that. Good solid
Absolutely.
kick this time. Ball hits the ground, staying around in the ground, and it picked up. So we're going to have a no yards call. So the ball's going to scrimmage about the 28-yard line.
And good, good placement on the kick. It wasn't necessarily a 50-yard rocket, but a lot of times in the kicking game, the placement of the ball and pinning that returner against the sideline is more important than that extra 5-10 yards. If you can dictate where that ball is going to be placed,
Exactly,
you
yeah.
set your coverage.
And that's what we kind of talked about, special teams being such a huge factor in the Canadian game. You know, we're not seeing the kickoff or kick return team, you know, which is a big thing, but you see that a lot on that, where you see the ball placed on one of the hash marks in that 5-person overload, so to speak, on one side. So, you know, those are, again, things that we're seeing. Fonte looks like he's backing at quarterback now. High snap, handoff inside. Good tough run there. Can't quite pick up the number 16, I think it is. 18. Number 18 with the ball carrier was the ball carrier. So that is Westhead out of St. John Henry Newman, and another Hamilton varsity Ticat running back. Those kids are really dominated today.
They've shown themselves well.
Snap is high over Fonte's head, goes back, retrieves it, scrambling for his life, just smart just to fall down on that.
That's a business decision.
Yeah, that's understanding. This is an exhibition game. Nobody needs to get hurt.
Yeah.
He's not going to make that throw, not with those 4 boys screaming down his neck. So,
no, I mean, he was able to pick the ball up on the run, which is challenging enough. I think he had a good awareness that he did have a little bit of time to make that play, but then when he turned, he just had too much pressure.
Yeah,
and made a good decision. And if it was 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, I think you'd definitely see the offense stay out on the field, but 3rd and
30,
20, 30,
call it what it is. You know.
3rd and St. Thomas.
Now, is this the point where Rivard's going to take the safety here? You know, just to kind of flip the field again.
I think that's what.
That's what they're going to do. So that now we've seen that on both sides. So now it's 23-3, 8 minutes and 54 seconds left to go. Really great third quarter here by Team Red, who kind of took it over coming out of the half. I kind of thought.
And they, they've had the plays where they've put the ball into the hands of kids who've made plays. Again, we've called Darian Brown's name a lot. He's been the guy that kind of turned the first level route, the 6-yard catch into the touchdown. And that's kind of been the difference, is we just haven't seen that yet from the black side of the roster.
Number 1, Ashton Watson, we talked about him earlier in the game, how he made a couple of really decisive plays, the St. Andrews College product. So again, backing up quarterback, number 7 for Team Black.
Leo kind of throws against his body there.
It's good to see Leo, because Leo kind of didn't have a lot of opportunities in the second quarter. So it's good to see him coming back out here and getting another look or two. Again, this is a business decision made by both the staffs, because they're going to be working together. It's like, no, I want that kid. I want to see what this kid can do.
Absolutely.
Let's see a little bit more of this. See a little bit more of this. So,
and maybe there's matchups of who you want to see them against.
Yes.
Right.
So and
so
that
you got Harlan playing the quick position, that short side edge, and they run that little zone read and pull it on him here.
Well, if they did, he rushed inside and got a little bit beat. That's a nice ball down the field. Great coverage downfield by number 42 there for the white. Intended for, I believe it was number 22 for the purple team.
That's Luca Ferriancio, the linebacker from Nepean on the coverage.
And Matthew Federick out of Westmount Secondary School, and another Hamilton Junior Varsity Ticat. Boy, those guys have really come out and to play today.
Yeah, and a good job from the end there. Harlan, he kind of dipped inside a little bit, recognized that he was going to lose contain, and he worked himself back out to keep the quarterback pinned.
Decent putt to the field, though. That hit him.
It did.
But that's going to be no yard, so it's going to go back to him anyway.
Yep.
So the ball, we're just going to waiting for the referees to kind of decide what's going on here. We're pretty sure that this is going to be Team White ball here.
Yeah, just kind complete accident. 22 just at the wrong spot at the wrong time, but because the coverage player for Team Black was within the 5 yards, it's going to be a automatic no yards here.
So now is the question: is it the 5 or the 15?
Well, I'm saying
Because it was on the ground. Technically, it should be the
Still
5.
hit the ground. I'm saying it's 5.
Yeah, well, it's 5. So
All right.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I'm saying it. Yeah. I don't know what was happening down in Waterloo with
I'm sorry. I'm still shaking my head over that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have been notorious for not letting stuff go, and I'm not letting that one go. So again, new quarterback number 8's back in the pass. Nice ball delivered. 85 kind of slipped up in his route there, but a good ball. Nice tight spiral,
Yeah.
and drives it down. So it's good to see everyone's kind of one more series. So let's see everybody get in
Get
here.
as many plays as we can. Nice job on the reroute here. You're going to see the receiver go up the seam, and you don't want to allow that free release. Receivers are trying to get it, and defenders are trying to prevent it. And the defense was in good position over the top.
So again, Nick, I apologize, Nicholas. I can apologize to you in advance. I'm not taking a shot at the last name. But again, Nicholas out of St. Mike's College, the big 6'3", 190-pounder is in at the quarterback right now. So they're going to call unevaded. We don't want to take the quarterbacks down. That was kind of the rule that was discussed. We don't want to see an injury. So they're going to call the sack on that. That's going to bring up a 3rd down, and we're going to see a punt.
Yeah, and they just can't get ahead of the chains. They're always putting themselves in situations where realistically you're not going to go for it even as much as you'd like to in a game like this. But again, I think that that front of Team Black has been able to generate pressure consistently all day, and quarterbacks haven't been able to kind of set their feet and scan the field and make a comfortable throw on time. A lot of times they're having to make throws with people in their face.
Good punt by Rivard. Coverage downfield. We're going to get no yards call here.
Now you're going to get your 15.
Now you're going to get your 15. Number 43, I believe, on the tackle. For Team Red. I want to see it was 43. I'm not 100% sure.
42 we're getting from our
Okay, 42.
from our eye in the sky.
Thanks, Fitzy.
Those young eyes.
Blackston also down there, the coverage as well. First time we've called his name. He's been out there on the defense a number of times. So that's your 15-yarder, kids. That's...
And we call what we see, and there's things that are happening, and the coaches, they're gonna, a lot of this decision making that they're gonna make are based on things positional specific, right? Kids that aren't making mistakes in terms of alignment and assignment. A kid that may not get called a lot during a broadcast can still have an impressive game for the coaching staff when they break this film down, which they're not going to make any decisions until they have a good long look at this tape.
See, again, the other, as Leo's back in at quarterback, nice ball, really drives that out nicely. Good reception by number 17.
And that's the first time we've seen a play that was designed to go 6 or 8 yards turn into 20, 25 yards, and that's an explosive play from Black.
Yeah, Brady Jenkins on the reception, the Crestwood, and I'm going to say by the helmet, the Burlington Stampeder product.
Yeah.
That's a long throw.
It is.
That ball came out with, and again, really good, decent coverage downfield. It just
broke, just a kid making a play after he gets the ball in his hands, breaking tackles and turning it into an explosive play.
Again, just little zips. He's got some zip on his arm.
Well, you know what I like there was he had to change his throwing angle, and he just didn't hesitate. It was very fluid, very smooth. He couldn't throw it over the top like he wanted to. He just dropped it down a little 3/4, got it under the arm of the defender.
And that changes the angle when you receive. When you're the receiver, you're just teaching up by your eyes on stuff like that, and all of a sudden you got to adjust.
Yeah.
So again,
But Leo
great.
still put enough zip on it.
Oh yeah,
and
that was
you know,
it was there.
Yeah,
It-
it
that-
wasn't where he wanted it, but it was still got there. And
Sorry, should have been
catchable
caught.
ball.
You
Yeah.
know, like as
Yeah.
receiver, you got to come up
Yeah.
with that. Great pressure again. Number 42 with the pressure. Leo escapes it, steps out of bounds about the 35-yard line. Boy, oh boy, number 42 for Team Red has had himself a day today.
all over the field.
All over the field. That is Luca Franco out of the Nepean Broncos, who has just had himself an unbelievable day.
Yeah, again though, I mean, Leo sees the pressure coming and just sets the kid up. Just a little shoulder shake and he breaks contain. You know, I think from a defensive standpoint on both sides of the ball, that's going to be one of their primary coaching points going into this Canada Cup tournament is, you know, we got to contain the quarterback because too many bad things happen when you give these guys that much time to make a play.
And if you're scouting, boy, oh boy, you better contain the quarterbacks.
Yeah, they can all run.
Escapability, here we go. Leo's on the run. Breaks a third tackle over the 30. That was a little truck move. Coach Jay will go hit stick L on that. Drops the shoulder.
That's the second time we've seen a quarterback drop their shoulder today.
Really, really close to a first down. I think he's going to be short by like a yard or two.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That was third down. Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, again, you know, they're coming up with these plays, but they've had two of them on third down and just come up a little bit short. But
Okay, but what I like is they're not, you know, football coach, they're not afraid to, you know what, I'm going. And I'm going to drop my shoulder in. The narrative for so many years was the quarterbacks don't hit the quarterbacks don't want to be hit. But that's kind of changing with the new style of offense, the RPO, the kind of spread looks that, you know, quarterbacks have the opportunity to run more, and these guys are saying, yeah,
a lot of teams
let me carry the ball, coach.
Yeah, a lot of teams have designed runs for quarterback, whether it's quarterback counter, quarterback power. You know, they're getting that numbers advantage through running the quarterback.
So again, Lucas Bersali is the one who's looks like he's gonna finish up the game here for Team White, or Team Red, should we say. The Team Red, Team Black game. Again, thank you very much to all our sponsors. Again, thank you to BioSteel for providing all Team Ontario athletes with drinks all weekend. BioSteel's mission is to create the healthiest and most trusted sports nutrition products on the planet. Best kept secret in sports is no longer a secret. It's just the truth. Thank you, BioSteel, who dropped off, you know, Coach, as you're having a BioSteel right now.
I'm enjoying one right now.
You know, again, some great sponsors. And another one, Quest Awards. Quest Awards has specialized in producing high-quality patient plaques, corporate awards, sports awards, promotional items, gift awards, utilizing the power of precision laser engraving by advanced computer technology. There are great pride and workmanship that goes into producing and delivering products everywhere that we ship.
Big Jackson Bellamy coming off the field there under his own power, which is good to see. Again, one of those monster offensive linemen there, 6'6", 325 out of Hamilton.
So again, anytime you hear me kind of getting all the promotional plugs in, I'm not trying to acknowledge what's going on the field. I want the kids to take care of. And anyway, back to pass. Intercepted here, stepping up, number 47 with the interception. Almost another house call, but really good job of, again, we talked about knowing your zone drops, Coach.
Yeah, another zone drop here. He's just going to step underneath the route. Looked like it was Nathan Dubé out of St. Marcellinus.
We've said his name a couple times here today.
He's
made some play.
And you know, these defensive guys, when they've had opportunities with the ball in their hand, they turn into running backs.
Yeah.
They're not looking to go down, or they don't look out of place with a football in their hand.
Well, a lot of these kids, and you know this as well, you know, they're playing both ways at their high schools, you know, some of their summer teams and stuff.
Absolutely.
You know, like, kids are being put into different positions because they need to be, because of depth there. But how would you like to be this coaching staff going, I'm taking 6 of these linebackers, and there's 12 of them here. Which 6 of you are you not taking?
Not an enviable.
You could literally have, with these kids on the field here, a Team Ontario A and a Team Ontario 2A.
Yeah, that would compete.
Yeah, that would
at the Canada Cup.
Yeah,
that would compete. They wouldn't be out of place.
Yeah, like and really, like there's athletes across the board, and I've been really, really impressed. Again, we kind of knew the defenses were going to be ahead of the game. It happens in games like this, but the offense has been able to put some points on the field, and there's been some really, really stellar play. Good, solid run inside, driving towards the end zone. Doesn't think he's going to get the end zone, but it looks like he's got enough for a first down as he was able to remove the stakes here.
It looks like they are signaling first down, so a new set of downs for the offense. And you know,
let's see what you've practiced with your big boy package.
Yeah, well, I don't know that they've had time to put in a trucks or a jumbo package yet.
I would have loved to have seen it. It's like, all right, let's go. Let's get the mixture of everybody together, and we're going on the pain train there.
Yeah, bring in your 6 O-line package or your 7 O-line package and pound it down. But they're staying in their 5R formation.
So again, 3x2, which has pretty much been the primary set. Back to pass. Scrambling around, he's trying to buy some time, getting to the corner, in for the touchdown. So again, first time Team Purple crosses the goal line with a $1:59 left, and that is Jet. That's the kid out of
Kingston.
The Kingston area. Again, really good job. He had a chance to throw it.
Yeah, coverage
right
was
here.
Good. Yeah.
You got to throw it, but then again, he recognized now he's running. Good job again, blocking downfield. The receivers have done a great job of that this weekend.
The receivers have done a good job of that. I've been impressed with just their football IQ and their awareness of what's going on around them. You know,
we're going for deuce here.
Oh, sure. Yeah, get a chance to run another offensive play.
So maybe you want to see something again in a short yardage, like, hey, okay, that didn't quite work out. What do we got this one? So again, there's that. There it is, that H slice, so to speak, and he is in for the 2-point conversion.
And that's sub motion. We call sub motion because it's underneath the line of scrimmage. You know, that sub motion. It changes the receiving strength at the snap of the ball and forces defenses to recognize it and adjust right away. You're anticipating man coverage here, which is another reason you'll see that kind of a route run, right? Try to get a natural rub. Defenses will call it a pick, and offenses will call it a rub. But that's what you're trying to create. You're anticipating man coverage. Let that receiver come underneath the line of scrimmage, pop him out the other side, put the ball in his hands right away.
Yeah, and again, the other thing that they were trying to do off that is if you want to run a power or something off of that, you've got that H slicing across, you know.
Yeah, it's split zone. Sometimes it's split zone.
Exactly.
Where he's going to kick. He's going to kick the backside end. Sometimes he's going to run that motion and he's going to seal. Right? If that defensive end starts wrong shouldering or starts squeezing things down really tight, they'll just seal them and let the lineman go around the outside, and then sometimes they'll leak them into the flats for a pass.
Well, it looks like Fonte's back in at quarterback, and unfortunately the same thing that happened last time happens again. The ball sails over his head on a bad snap.
We have seen a couple of those.
We haven't, that's been the one thing. We haven't seen a lot of the bad snaps. They haven't been super crisp, but they haven't been brutal.
Right. There hasn't been any dribblers.
Yeah. Well, there was one earlier, but again, you're
going to have a couple.
You're going to have a couple, and the quality of play overall here has been really, really good. Like, really, really good.
Yeah.
Again, everybody who's joining us on the stream, thank you so very much for taking your time on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. If you're watching it back on replay and I got your name wrong, hey, look, I apologize in advance. First time I'm seeing a lot of these. I'm seeing Fonte pushed out of bounds by number 47 there for Team Purple.
It's Nathan Dubé.
Yeah, Nathan Dubé. He
just made the interception.
He's had himself a game.
Yeah,
for Team Purple. And again, these kids are looking at, again, it's not a score. We're not talking about the score. The score is what it is. They keep score because somebody has to win and somebody has to lose. But this whole process, and we're talking about a game, okay? We're talking about an hour and a half, 2 hours on a Sunday afternoon. The other part of the evaluation that we're not seeing is these kids went through 2 practices yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They had meetings. They had this. How are they getting along with the other players? These are all contributing factors that are going to go into the decisions.
Absolutely.
Can you play special teams? Can you not play special teams? What do we have in this? They got certain numbers that they're going to have for each position group.
Yes.
And you're battling against your position group as well as everybody else on the team, because you want to be able to make this team. You want to be able to play. I think we've seen 90 kids out here today that can absolutely play football.
Absolutely. No question. It's been a very impressive showing, but as you say, in those practices, they'll structure a lot of compete periods, and they'll make a lot of assessments based on those compete periods, because sometimes in a game like this, things just don't come to you. You don't have an opportunity sometimes to make a play. You're the field corner, and they haven't thrown anything, deep third to the field, that kind of thing. So those practice periods, the compete periods, the one-on-one LPRs, the live pass rush, the one-on-one pass, DB versus receiver, those are opportunities for kids to impress the coaches as well.
Unfortunately, we had an offside, which we haven't seen, again, timing and offsides. We haven't seen a lot of those. I've been really impressed with the time overall. I'm really glad to see Leo finishing up this game here. He's had himself I think he's been put in some poor situations and stuff. But again, flashes athleticism. Again, we talked about the quarterbacks. They're probably taking 3.
Yep.
You tell me which 3 you're not taking out of this group today. Again, it's just been, I don't know which one you put as your 1, and I don't know which one you put as your 6. It's been that competitive. Unfortunately, a drop there.
Just took his eyes off a little early.
Trying to get upfield a half a step beforehand. So again, great job. Good solid throw too. So we've got.
Yeah, I think when you're assessing your quarterbacks, the one thing we've seen a lot of the same kinds of throws, a lot of first level throws, a lot of we haven't seen the deep corners, we haven't seen the deep post. We saw one early in the. We
saw the wheel earlier, which we thought.
Yeah.
I don't think that was supposed to be there, but it looked great.
You'd want to evaluate these guys on all different kinds of throws as well. They can all run. I mean, they're great athletes, and they're going to make things happen with their legs. They can all extend plays, and we've seen that they're not shy when it comes to contact either. We've seen a couple of them put their head down, or shoulder down, and create contact.
Yeah, so and that's again when we talked about what changes have we seen in football over the last 10 years. The physicality of the quarterback play has definitely been one of them. I'll give you another one. The linemen coming out of Canada now are fantastic. We talked about. You want to talk about the gentleman that just went down to the States? This past weekend.
Yeah, I mean. And the word's getting around, and it's getting harder. It used to be you could keep these kids a secret, and nobody would know. Now the programs south of the border, the prep schools, they know that there's talent north of the border, and they're starting to come and visit more frequently. But again, when we talk about offensive line play, they're learning a system that 25 years ago
didn't exist.
Kids their age would have known. I mean, it was all gap scheme, right? It was power, it was counter, it was trap or goal, but it was all gap kind of scheme based. And this zone scheme, and these kids are just, they're getting inundated by it, and
it's video game in real life now, because it translates to what they're seeing and what they're playing, and they're seeing it. Inside handoff again on the third down. It's not going to get there. Again, that's going to be the end of it. We've got 45 seconds left here. Looks like we've got one snap. Now we're going to so they stopped the clock. They want to get a couple more snaps in here. We're going to see one more quarterback change coming in here. It looks like number 12 is coming in for Team White. And where did you go?
We got him up at the top here.
That's
okay.
Barisi. Barisi again. Okay.
Wonder if he's any relation to Jamie Barisi.
Possibly.
CFL coach, CIS coach. Got ties to the London area.
But, again, just across the board, the line play is being really, really next level. We were talking about the RPO game and some of the zone plays that they're running. You're right. Like these concepts, they weren't around like 5-10 years ago, and to have these, and they're running the same thing in the States that they're running here.
Yeah.
So now you have the apples to apples comparison.
Yeah, and they're running it at all levels. Right?
Yes.
What you're seeing in the pros, you're seeing at the university level, you're seeing filter down, trickle down into here.
You see it at the youth level. Even in London Minor, you see teams running. The zone stuff and the jet sweeps for years and the one-on-one concepts of like, well, if he's doing this, so we're seeing the development overall with the play, the intelligence of the players, like you talked about, is so much better than it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like for me, that's the biggest change. Is they know what's going on. They understand it.
Coaches are letting kids make decisions.
Yeah.
On the field with these RPOs, with these zone reads, with all these concepts that have come into football. That back in the day, you did what you were told to do, and there was no.
You run off tackle right. It's not there. You run off tackle right. It's not there now. Now you can pull it. Yeah. Now you can pull it and kind of hit that backside post and turn a 4-yard run into a 40-yard run with one miss.
And I'll tell you, while we've been talking about that, Barizi's had put together a really good drive. Takes
nice
a
ball.
hit there.
There's that Clarington player again. We called his name and number. I think we're going to be seeing him at some point.
And that's you want that from your quarterback. There's a play that didn't end up in a completion, but he stood in there, took the hit, and delivered the ball. He's been very decisive this drive. He's
it's kind of weird for us. 20 seconds left to go. The game is decided.
Yeah.
But no,
this game.
It's not. Again, it's not about the score. It's about every possible rep for these kids.
Yeah.
We got to put more stuff on film. We got to see this. What do we want to see in this play? We want to see this kid. There's your corner route, coach.
Yeah. Little flood concept there.
Well, we talked about, no one's really taking that shot downfield. There we saw it. There's your mid-level.
And I am a little surprised. Again, we did have the one seam there that kind of sailed over the receiver's head in the first half when the DB drove down on, but not much. Not many targets in between the hashes. Most of the pass game has been, outside the hashes.
Well, like we talked about, because early in this game we kind of saw, oh boy, here comes the defensive lines again.
And
well, the quick game has really taken that out of it.
Yeah.
Really were dominating aspects of this game is probably of this team as we see pressure coming from the defensive line.
Yeah, the defense has had a big say in that. Just their ability to get off the ball, their ability to generate rush has really handcuffed a couple of the quarterbacks and their opportunity to make plays.
Yeah, and you get there's a couple kids that get a little bit dinged up during this as well, who maybe aren't getting the reps, and maybe somebody had to slide in the last second. I'm used to playing guard, now I'm going to play tackle. We don't know all the situations that are going on, but everything that is being shown here. We've got 90 kids that could make this team.
Yeah. And
the coaching staff, Coach Underhill, he's got a really tough decision to make.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right? You want to have those tough decisions. It means you've got depth at every position, and
I'm going to kind of date myself a little bit. Gone are the days where the Chris Flynns dominate for 4 years of the CIS level because he's the only Canadian that can play quarterback.
Right.
You're not going to have that problem anymore. You've got 12 kids in Ontario that can play quarterback at 12 different universities in Ontario.
Yeah.
Never mind Quebec, never mind Manitoba, never mind BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan,
It was, it's an interesting thing. We'll see. Time will tell. But when, we were on the staff in '99 for TMO, the number of kids that played at the CIS level, and a couple that went on to the States. We'll see what happens with this group in that same kind of time period. How many of these kids? I expect there'll be a lot of kids playing on Saturday afternoons in the CIS, and I'm bet there's going to be a few that make their way down south of the border.
You know,
too.
it's going to come down to a point of what do these kids want to do with the next level of their life? Do they want to go to the university? Do they want to play for a London Beefeaters or Windsor AKO Fratman, or excuse me, St. Clair Fratman as they are now, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, down the road? Do they want to play down south? There's 90 kids out here that are going to have 90 different opportunities, and I think every one of them in 2 to 3 years, barring a catastrophic injury, is going to be playing football at the next level in some form.
In some capacity. Oh, yeah.
In some form or capacity. We didn't get the MVPs of this game. We're just kind of waiting for it to be coming across.
I'm going to say Darian Brown.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either with that. I think you're going to see someone from the defense.
There were
for offensive MVP.
There he is.
There you go, Darian Brown for the offensive MVP, who really, he had himself a day.
Just an explosive athlete, right? Just made plays and turned 5 and 6 yard gains into so much more.
Any predictions for defense?
Defense is tough. 47.
There we go.
And that would have been that's a tough one to pick because boy, there was a lot of
you could have
flying
gone with
around.
literally a dozen kids.
Yeah.
Could have definitely been the MVP of this game. You know, Coach, closing remarks for me. You know, thank you very much. First broadcast you and I have done together.
That was
a lot of fun.
Great.
To all the guys who are doing the camera work, we appreciate you. Danny Fitzgerald, our producer, normally Adam Melrose, for the coach, PJ Ellsworth. I am Ron Forwerda for Coach KJ Kennedy. Thank you very much for joining us on Junior Mustang Television.